You wanna come with me? I can see it in your eyes. It's a feeling that you can't deny. I'll bring you high so deep, so we can feel alive. Leave the world behind. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. Go with the vibe.
Welcome in, come one, come all, for grab yourself a front row seat to the first look at our great classic constructed metagame since a couple of really influential changes. Bryce Platts and mercy me if it isn't Ms. Bickle. I have not seen you since calling Columbus. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Bryce?
So excellent. Now that you are here, and now that we get to talk about my favorite game in the universe, shall we say.
Is it Monopoly?
No, believe it or not, it is Flesh and Blood, which is oddly convenient because we're going to be seeing a lot of games of Flesh and Blood right before us.
We sure are, and I'm so excited, Bryce. I'm so happy to be back here in the casting booth with you.
All right. Well, and more importantly, before we were going live, we were talking about the way our names kind of are anagrams of one another as long as we switch one word. So we're going to need a poll going. What is better, Maurice Platz or Bercy Bickle? What do you think?
I think it might be Maurice, but originally I think we were just gonna keep
that inside.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I've let it out of the bag. So you decide, chat. The more important thing we should be talking about is, of course, the conclusion of our national championship festivals, because that has only just occurred, Mercy, and with it, it is the sunsetting of a card that, you may have loved or may have hated throughout the years. These players before you have competed not only with Remembrance, but also, as you can very clearly see at the bottom of your screen, Prism, Awakener of Soul, and of course, Victor Goldmane, who, in the hands of players like Luka Kramaric, has sunsetted himself into the hallowed halls of Living Legend alongside Prism. So it is a completely brand new field that these players in Shinjuku are going to be experiencing. And of course, everyone in the audience is going to be peeling their eyes for the topography that they can experience in Pro Tour Vegas.
It's a really exciting time in Flesh and Blood. We have just 1 week to go before our next Pro Tour, and you are absolutely right. Everyone's going to be looking out to see what the shape of the decks look like going into next week. We're going to be gathering as much intelligence as we possibly can.
We'll be looking out for that, and of course, any bits of information that we can glimpse through the omens of the Third Age, because Usurp the Shadow Throne is on the horizon, and we only have a little bit longer to wait. Up to this point, we have seen a teaser featuring a ton of our known light heroes defending the smashed keep, the walls of Solana from the Shadow Hordes after Levia has completely blasted her way through the light shield and also the physical walls. We've also seen what Chain has been up to, lurking in Irathael, trying to figure out, one, why things are so messed up in there, and two, if he can go ahead and make a power grab for himself. He wants everything that Ursa has offered him, but without the chains that bind him. And then, of course, the latest one that just dropped, Ursa has shown themselves, and Chain, battered, beaten, but not broken quite yet, sees if he can take Galaxy Black to the next level and claim, I guess, the Shadow Throne for himself. All exciting stuff, but you can witness the finale. That trailer is going to be live at the Pro Tour Las Vegas keynote, and finally, at least the majority of our answers, I think, will be claimed.
Yeah, everyone's really excited to see why did Chain react that way at the end of that third trailer. I'm very excited, and I have some thoughts of my own as to what could be, behind those doors. I'm really excited to see it.
Okay, well, I actually want to talk about that. Do you mind if I put you on the spot real quick, Mercy?
Oh, sure.
Because, yes, we have been getting lore bombs dropped on us this way and that every single week. What do you expect the set to actually contain in terms of a composition of heroes and talents?
So this is going to be a wild guess. I'm not going to even presume to guess the composition of the entire set, but here's my wild prediction. Shadow Prism. I'm predicting Evil Prism coming back. Psych, Prism fans, you don't get your light hero, you get a shadow hero instead. But we'll see.
I'd be here for that, and I think a lot of Prism enjoyers, because she has just left the game yet again, would be all too happy to see her returning just as quickly.
Yes, without 90% of her card pool.
Right, exactly. But, there are some shadow replacements that can rise up to the occasion, I would think. Now, for my part, I'm really hoping for that Shadow Necromancer that everybody keeps talking about. It just seems like it would fit maybe a little bit too well. Maybe it'd be a little bit too on the nose for our dev team. But, every now and then you take the easy shot.
Yes, we sometimes we do. But you know what? I'd be super happy to get a necromancer as well. I think everyone's just really excited to see what's going to be in that teaser. So make sure you tune in next week.
Okay, enough pontificating now. We got to talk about what is happening here. What are we covering this weekend? It is, of course, Calling Shinjuku. You can expect a very typical schedule based on a number of our other World Tour and Calling events. Day 1. Classic Constructed. Day 2, still Classic Constructed, but it is going to be a total of 12 Swiss rounds, and then, of course, a cut to top 8, where players are going to be competing for a heck of a lot of prizes that we're going to go over in a minute, but we got some giveaways to do, Mercy. The only way to get your hands on a cold foil, hot stamped drinking buddy card is by watching these streams and participating in chat when we do that giveaway. We will pull the winner from those of you that are actively participating and announce it live on stream. We're not saying that these cards won't be given away in other ways. All we're saying is that right now, this is the only way to get them.
Right. It can neither be confirmed nor denied that if you comment, Bryce's hair looks great today, you have a better chance of winning these cards.
That is all too true. So definitely get that one copy pasted and ready to go. Now, we also, well, let's let the card dance a little bit, shall we,
it's
Mercy?
Beautiful.
Funny thing is, you can see Brian Gottlieb in the background up there in the rafters throwing down a pint of Malort. James White has his back turned, of course, because he is much more of a G&T kind of guy. But that giveaway promo card, like I said, is only eligible to be grabbed here on stream. And so definitely be tuning in around semifinal time, be active in chat, and we will go ahead and, oh, excuse me, that is once per day, folks, not just in the semifinals. We're going to give you one of these drinking buddies once per day of coverage. That is all too exciting. I feel like we're giving more and more of these away. That's what I'm talking about. And now the prizes for the players that are participating in the main event, Calling Shinjuku. First, we got to talk about the participation prizing tournament packs. Everybody's trying to get their mitts on these because you can get flesh and blood staples from all over the world of Wraith in gorgeous full art Marvel treatment. What do you have your eyes on when you're cracking open a tournament pack, Mercy?
I'm always excited to see a red zipper hit or maybe a red flick flack. I've seen many opened and they and you hear shouts of joy because the cards are just so beautiful, Bryce.
Okay, well, if that is not enough and you're participating in Calling Shinjuku, you can also go for your grab of the lion's share of $20,000. First is going to take home $5,000, second $2,400, third through fourth $1,200, fifth through eighth $750, and then the prizing continues all the way down to top 32. But it's not just cash. There's also World Tour points on the line. So many players are in the running and fighting for their chance to be crowned Player of the Year. They're going to have to compete at events like Calling Shinjuku in order to make that happen. There's also the small matter of gold cold foil legendaries and Pro Tour invites for everybody that makes top 8. So many prizes, but also, of course, besides that tournament participation pack that everybody is coveting so very much, there's also the Marvel cold gold foil full art quick dodge flexors that is synonymous with a Calling champion in 2026. You got a pair of these yet?
No, not yet. Thanks for rubbing it in, Bryce.
It's only a matter of time, right?
That's right. And I would love to get my hands on one of these. This is a gorgeous Marvel. I've seen it in person a couple times. It is simply gorgeous. You simply must win a Calling and get your hands on one of these.
Mm-hmm, indeed. So, yeah, just it's a small thing. Just get out some weekend and win a Calling. Take home that glass trophy and also that gorgeous card alongside it. I haven't gotten around to it yet. I've been busy. You know, my time's been tied up in, real estate.
Yeah.
So I'll get out there and make it happen at some point. Maybe if I ever release these shackles from the casting desk, but I'm all too happy about them right now.
We're actually chained to the desk.
Looks like you can contend with me in the pun department. But Mercy, we are saying hello to a brand new meta. And as I kind of alluded to before, that does mean we have to say some very sorrowful goodbyes. And so here we go.
a guardian of grand virtue, with fistfuls of wealth and an ego even bigger than his pockets. We are so lucky he has chosen to grace us with his presence. Will his virtues illuminate his path to victory? Behold, the golden sun, Victor Goldman!
You know, Mercy, I'm not really sure why, but that list video has got Sam O'Byrne on my mind.
Yeah, maybe it's something about the voice there.
Definitely. Or perhaps the blonde coif of Victor Goldman. I'm completely forgetting what Sam looks like.
You know, yeah, I think he looks something like that.
Okay, enough jokes here, folks, because the Living Legend leaderboard is also important for us to gander at. But it's not because we are anticipating any new LLs anytime soon. Sure, Kassai of the Golden Sand is on the precipice, almost at 900 points, but I have it on good authority that it is impossible for any of our heroes to hit Living Legend before Pro Tour Las Vegas. And why is that important, Mercy?
That's right, folks. Well, it's important because that means this meta is going to be relatively stable until Pro Tour Las Vegas next week, right? The calling only provides 50 points, so we cannot hit that Living Legend, as you said. I am sad to see Kassai so close to the top. Mastery Pack Warrior is right around the corner and likely to send her over the top, in my opinion, but I would love for her to stick around for a while. Dash.io not far behind either.
I will hope for your sake that's the case. Of course, Syndra Drakai of Retribution and her fellow Draconic Ninja follow just behind in third and fourth. And then, of course, it's Katsu the Wanderer. A funny thing that I noticed recently on a podcast appearance is that three of our Welcome to Wraith heroes are right smack next to each other at 5th, 6th, and 7th. And the question on a lot of people's minds, maybe not one that is going to be prescient tomorrow, but is which of those original heroes is going to hit the hallowed halls first?
Yeah, you know, it could be Katsu, it could be Dorinthea, maybe it could be Bravo.
I don't think I've seen one represented in quite some time, but I don't know. Maybe there's going to be an injection of cardboard that's going to change that real soon. The Living Legend leaderboard is locked, at least for now. That doesn't mean that there aren't any spoils for any of these heroes. Of course, the one that wins Calling Shinjuku will add 50 points to that leaderboard, and there are plenty of powerful heroes in the meta. The thing is, not too many people can certainly agree on which one is the best to bring.
I think we're gonna get some answers at this calling, Bryce, but maybe not super clear ones right before Pro Tour Las Vegas. I think we're gonna need a little bit of time to let the meta shake out. The field is very wide this time around. No one really knows which hero is gonna come out on top, like you're saying. We have the Oscilios, the many different brews of Oscilios that have come to compete. We also have, a fan favorite in Japan, which is Syndra, competing in large numbers at this tournament, which we'll see shortly. But yeah, I think it's going to be a really exciting time to see what rises to the top, the cream of the crop.
And it is not just the crop of that cream that makes the decision so difficult. That is, of course, the wide variety of heroes that are viable, which was the cream of the top of the crop that you were talking about. Crop top, cream. Yeah, I'm losing myself here. But the point being is that there's another reason for those waters to be muddied, and that is a very influential ban and restricted announcement that came up somewhat recently. Effective essentially now, the first big tournament where this is the case, Electromagnetic Somersault in the blue, Skyward Serenade, and Talk a Big Game have all been unbanned. Each of these cards, I'm not going to say each one has the same amount of influence, but what are you most excited to see, Mercy?
Well, I am an Aurora fan. I'm really excited to see Skyward Serenade back. I think that could send Aurora 2 back into the meta. We might even be able to see a little bit of her at this tournament. We'll see. Electromagnetic Somersault Blue, it also poses a very interesting question, right? So far, Aurora decks have been focused on these sort of zero-cost attacks, but I've been curious for a long time if there might be a viable version that's more two-cost focused, right? Because this blue Electromagnetic Somersault can only target attack action cards would cost 2 or more. It also poses an interesting inclusion for Ziggy, potentially, with cards like Phantasmaclasm and his other brand new cards. Talk a big game, though. I think everyone's really curious to see what happens with this card. LSS said, the less we say about this, the better, right? I would love to see someone say something about it at this tournament.
Honestly, if LSS is not going to talk a big game about it, then surely a player down there in Japan is going to get it done for us. Now, what is back for popular demand is probably pales in comparison to what has left us. And that is, of course, remembrance. Now, my first reaction, Mercy, when I was reading this at like 11 p.m. in my bed, local time, was they actually did it? What?
Yeah, Remembrance has been around since the inception of the game. It's been a meta-shaping card throughout kind of its history. And yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see the meta without this sort of anti-fatigue and fatigue tool.
Right.
We were seeing a bunch of decks start putting this in. They kind of infected one another, right? As everyone had to kind of put in Remembrance to counter the other Remembrances that were out. It's maybe going to push Jarl up a little bit as we see fewer decks like Gravy Bones and Oscilio able to counter the fatigue power that Jarl represents.
And of course, just by virtue of Victor Goldmane being gone, that also might help that Jarl matchup out a lot, because there's no more inevitability in just visiting daddy's home and collecting your trust fund quite as much.
Nine times.
Right, exactly. And it's not just Classic Constructed that's been shaken up, it's also Silver Age 2. Pankaj Bhajwani has been saying, I told you all to banish Gravy Bones, and now Cash-In is in the mix. You should have listened to me. Now, there's also a new-ish build of Chain that is available, and is, of course, the old one, because of all colors of Seeds of Agony coming back into the mix. And all of a sudden, it's not just Runegate Chain that you might have to be worried about. The King is back, and he's back in force. Steelblade Shunt also rejoins. All of a sudden, those Dorinthea players might be dusting off their Great Axe and seeing if they can do battle again alongside Vigorous Smash Up, a card that was banned on site when Silver Age really came onto the scene.
Yeah, these are all powerful, powerful cards. I think I'm really excited to see what decks do with Cash-In in particular. It's a generic. A bunch of decks can run it. I would love to see some exciting brews in Silver Age.
Indeed, and gold tokens are utilized by so many heroes in the game of Flesh and Blood nowadays. Legal Tender is sometimes the most powerful thing that you can be using in our game. And now, Mercy, you talked about our metagame. You gave us just a little bit of spoiler. Now, let's throw some extra spice into that metagame soup and lay it bare for you all at home. It's going to be really exciting because, once again, we have a fairly flat field. Even though we had a huge shakeup just now with 2 heroes LLing and also a huge Remembrance ban alongside a couple other cards that could shake things up, not over 10% for the top represented in the room, which is, of course, Syndra Drakai of Retribution. Only by 1 copy, 32 there, followed very shortly by 31 copies of Oscilio Constella Intelligence. Honestly, no surprises there. What is surprising to me, Mercy, is that right below that is Arachne Marionette. What does that tell us something about maybe the particulars of the Japanese local meta?
Maybe a little bit. I think Arachne has been a very popular hero in Japan for a long time, but it's also just been a popular hero for a long time everywhere. Marionette has continued to be quite powerful, and with Victor shifting out of the meta, they might prove to be even more powerful than before. We also see some very interesting heroes rising up in representation, like Dash.io, Vincent, Iron Maiden, and Jarl Vetreiði. I'm very excited to see these decks, especially above Gravy Bones, who has traditionally been quite heavily represented in other tournaments.
Another question that was given to us when Victor Goldmane left was, oh my goodness, Gravy Bones just lost a good matchup. And further, a lot of players have been talking about the rise of aggro back into the game now that they don't have to worry about running smack dab into a test of Iron Strength. And now all of a sudden, maybe Gravy Bones stocks go down just because he can't prey on as many things in the metagame. You mentioned Jarl Vetreiði, but I also want to add a little bit of Guardian landscape to our story. We've got Jarl Vetreiði in the mix. We've got Valda. We've also got Pleiades over there. We've got ourselves Betsy in the mix too. Lyath Goldmane. The only Guardian seeming to be missing from this metagame graphic is the original one, Bravo Showstopper.
Poor Bravo. We have quite a roulette of Guardians here, and a lot of them viable in this meta. I'm very curious to see how it shakes out, and if we might see some of them go head-to-head at some point.
Jarl Vetreiði just with such a deep card pool at this point, but also Valda Seismic Impact having a particularly good matchup, I would say, into Oscilio, who is one of the perceived bad boys of the metagame. Every time he's going to activate that hero ability, discard a card, draw a card, you provide value to your opponent, possibly even giving their most potent on-crush effects dominate.
That's right. Valda says, go on, draw your cards.
Draw your cards.
I'll get seismic surges. Don't worry. Valda's very exciting to me, especially, she has some very powerful, big attacks. I'm curious to see also with the amount of Guardians we have, who's going to bring in that talk a big game that we keep wondering about. Who is going to find a way to break that card if there is a way?
Which brings us to our lower representation Guardians. That would be, I would say, Pleiades and Lyath, the potential biggest benefactors of Talk a Big Game, at least in the Guardian class. There's also Reinar, who could be taking advantage of it, but that remains to be seen. For now, all we can glean from this is that maybe it hasn't unlocked these heroes in quite the way that people had anticipated. However, it's our 2 of Lyath and our 2 of Pleiades that could show us the difference. And now we are going to be proceeding down to the feature match area where we're going to get a look at one of those low represented Guardians. We're going to see if we can run that Guardian roulette and give you each one of them. We'll see if it can happen because, of course, going X and O is a tall order for low represented heroes. But we're going to kick it off with everybody's favorite. Betsy, skin in the game, is in the feature match area in the hands of Masay Toda, going up against Kumagai Takuya, Oscilio, Constella, Intelligence. So we've got fringe of the meta and also top of the meta. Choosing to go first is Masay Toda. Perhaps going to see if he can sneak in some sort of aura setup or maybe even just crash in with log with overpower. What do you think the advantage of going first for Betsy?
Well, Oscilio is running a lot of instants, a lot of cards that don't block. So traditionally going first into Oscilio can be, quite valuable because you can leak a lot of damage, even discounting the fact that Betsy can throw on overpower in there. But Betsy's also got the wager effect, right? Betsy could potentially go over what Oscilio is able to block and get some equity in the form of gold, might, or vigor, for example. Oscilio also generally has good plays on turn 1. So you kind of take away some equity from him when you go first.
Now, we've been talking about Oscilio. It feels like forever at this point, but still, he's only accumulated 135 living legend points, and the multiplier is going, I guess, in his favor if you want to see him LL faster at this point. But his latest victory was in the hands of Cadu Amaral da Silva at Calling São Paulo. Betsy, on the other side, 7 points to her name and now has the 1.5 times multiplier. Still can't seem to get it done, but maybe our competitor here can make the difference. But we've got to find out with all of you at home. We go down to the match to see if these questions can be answered. Masay does have the difficult issue of course, trying to sideboard into an unknown Oscilio. Which version of the deck is Masay going to be going up against? But with Lightning Greaves down there in the foot slot, I do think that, and Aether Bindings, Kumagai might very well be on the Gone in a Flash variant.
That is interesting. A lot of the Gone in a Flash variants of Oscilio have started running a different arm piece because Aether Bindings isn't quite as potent when you don't have a lot of sigils coming out, right? The Arcane version of Oscilio is relying on the Sigil of Fates leaving to pump that Aether Bindings. So I have to wonder, is it a mix or are we just dealing with a little bit of equity that we're getting from the Aether Bindings?
Immediately, Masay probably says his favorite single syllable word in the universe, it is, of course, Log. Pile Driver crashing in here for 6 points of damage. No wager, however, for, excuse me, it's a forced wager. No, it is a you may wager. So Masai probably not going for that wager, just allowing Kumagai to block that out because, of course, just didn't really have the resources to cleanly send Pile Driver with the overpower clause with the Betsy activation. Of course, because we have a red and a blue in the pitch. But Masai has gained equity by resolving a Sigil of Solace as well. It's back over to Kumagai. 39 plays 43.
Yes, that Oscilio was able to punish a little bit by having 3 blocking cards and then sending the Sigil of Solace. Quite a good turn 0 to be up 3 life and deny any damage from Betsy. We're also going to see...
It's also a discard of Echo Flash here for Kumagai, which every time it enters the graveyard, it'll deal 1 arcane damage, but not before Kumagai goes ahead and activates Volzar Meteor Storm because, of course, he can respond to the arcane damage rider on Echo Flash. So it's 2 arcane. Masai goes ahead and throws a blue into the pitch zone immediately to cover that up.
Right. Let's talk about Betsy's equipment a little bit. Clearly, Masai is expecting to see an Arcane Oscilio here, right? We have the full Arcanite set and Null Rune as well. So very focused on Arcane prevention.
And now test of Iron Grip. Can it get done? Ripple Away meets Gone in a Flash. It's a tie. Big ups for Kumagai Takuya right here in his first affirmative turn of the game. Scar for a Scar, of course, had go again, and now will not lose any cards from Kumagai's hand. Masai definitely would have liked that to go a little bit differently, but hey, it's still a card that blocks 4 on its face. Flow State Embodiment is the follow-up from Kumagai. Anytime he plays an instant this Chain Link, which Oscilio's got a few instants in there, he will have the opportunity to generate either a Lightning Flow or an Embodiment of Lightning. My money is on Embodiment of Lightning here, as Lightning Press is the chosen instant to not only leave behind essentially an action point on the board, but also eke through 7 total points of damage on Masai, unless, there it is, Fate Foreseen out of the arsenal, sees that Ripple Away, which was already revealed, and leaves it on top.
Yes, Masai might be looking to keep that Ripple Away simply as a blue. You know, Betsy's very blue hungry, or potentially to prevent some token creation. You know, we already saw the Embodiment of Lightning get created, but we may see it come out as well next turn to prevent something. But my money is on just wanting a blue in the hand as well, because we're seeing a lot of reds get pitched as well from Masai today.
It is yet another Pile Driver. Masai Toda says Log already for the 2nd time this game, but yet again, a little bit hard up for resources. So it is a blue and a red in the pitch. This time, however, it is a wager of the gold token.
You know, I also noticed, you know, the red that is pitched there is one of Betsy's favorite cards.
Drink 'em under the table.
Yes, exactly. That is a very powerful card. And, you know, with the ability to sort of just swing Log every turn and stop any arcane coming through, it's looking like Masai's angling at more of a long game here, right? A little bit more fatigue. Just send 6 every turn while setting up a powerful pitch stack for later in the game.
And also, it seems, keeping his arsenal zone clear for defensive pieces like defense reactions. And I don't hate this posture because Oscilio Constella Intelligence in this new Gone in a Flash form, without the ability to amp a spell to incredible degrees of power, is probably fatigable.
Yes, very fatigable. Oscilio has to pull off quite the combo. You know, one of the powerful things you can do with the Gone in a Flash deck is use Astral Bridge as an instant to pull back Gone in a Flash, and then to get another instant off the top of your deck and keep going. You know, you'd have to see that kind of turn where Oscilio is going very wide, and yeah, Astral Bridge is there as well. And we also see Kumagai playing a Flittering Charge with Natural Go again off of the embodiment that was left there last turn.
Nerves of Steel gets in the way. That tells me a lot about the composition of Masai's deck. He is a defender for sure. 1 damage will leak through, though. 38 plays 39 now. Flittering Charge, of course, given go again to the embodiment of lightning that was left behind on the previous turn cycle. And now, Gone in a Flash on the combat chain. Kumagai could very well be sporting an instant in the arsenal to flicker that gun on a flash back to where he wants it to be. All of that damage accepted by Masai, who is now down to 35. And in the damage step, there it is, Astral Bridge out of the arsenal, just as you mentioned it, Mercy.
Yes, and Kumagai doesn't have to have one big turn, especially if Masai is saying, send me the bill sometimes, right? We see Masai keeping cards and taking that Gone in a Flash damage. That is a way that Oscilio can chip in here and try to bring Betsy's life total a little bit down. I do wonder if Masai is purposefully keeping that CNC in hand in order to threaten the Gone in a Flash that's gone back to Arsenal now.
Certainly a valuable proposition. If there's one thing that Oscilios don't like to see, it is Arsenal disruption after they've put together that namesake combo piece. Now, one of the things that we missed on that previous term cycle was that Kumagai resolved the Astral Bridge, unfortunately discarding a Fate Foreseen off the top of the deck, and not only losing a valuable defensive piece, but also not getting the Starfall trigger, the one, probably two Arcane off of that Volzar Meteor Storm. Now has to contend with Command and Conquer. I guess the one saving grace, of course, is that there's no non-playable defense reaction in the hand.
That's true. Fate Foreseen is also valuable to have in the deck precisely because of cards like Astral Bridge. That opt becomes incredibly valuable to know and be able to set up an instant on top there and go a little bit wider, just get a little bit more value.
And here we go. Just like Majin Bay before him, Kumagai Takuya blocks immediately with that Crown of Providence, sending a Gone in a Flash to the bottom. Will the Fates be a little bit more kind to Kumagai and allow him to see a Gone in a Flash again before the bottom of the deck? That remains to be seen. What is happening, though, is 4 damage to the face. Down to 34 goes Kumagai. A very important threshold here. Probably wants to stay as behind, well, not as behind on life as possible, but always behind at the start of the turn cycle so that all of those Scar for a Scars can be given an easy go again.
Yes, it's interesting to see the Crown of Providence block come out so early. Oh, also, so interestingly, in Masai Toda's hand, we see an Amulet of Echoes, a card that we had long thought forgotten in the meta, coming back to threaten these Oscilios that are saying, nope, I'm still Gone to Flash comboing. That's very important to have out this early. Masai was able to threaten that Gone in a Flash in Arsenal and send it back to the bottom of the deck. That buys space in order to establish pieces like Amulet of Echoes, which will prevent Oscilio from having these really wide turns and chipping away at Masai's life.
Amulet of Echoes, seen as not exactly the same silver bullet it was into old forms of Oscilio, but nevertheless still incredibly potent when your main game plan is this Gone in a Flash combo. Now it's 2 electrostatic discharges for Kumagai Takuya. Coming in, 34 plays 35, but it's 10 Mercy go again on this Entwine Lightning.
That's right. It's lucky that Kumagai had a target for these electrostatics. I didn't quite see the hand before the Crown of Providence block, but I almost wonder if he was fishing for a target for that hand. But we're also going to see some clashes on Betsy's side. Ooh.
Now, no real stakes on this clash, of course, because Clash of Bravado would destroy an Aura token had Masai Toda won that clash. None to be established on this board so far, so it's just 6 meets 10 in the arena.
The thing that's so interesting about the clashes, though, even when there's no clash benefit, is just that we're able to see the top of the decks, and the players can as well, right? Oscilios can sometimes use that information to plan and see what they're going to draw on their turn. Here, though, we're just going to see the Sigil of Brilliance get developed for hopefully a larger turn for Kumagai on the next hand. It looks like he knows that Betsy is playing this fatigue game. He knows he's got to set up just as wide a hand as possible, but he's got to be disappointed to see this amulet come down.
And even though Kumagai remains stoic, his eyes do dart back and forth when that bell hits the board. And now Piledriver comes in for yet another wager after Masai Toda cracks the first gold token he was able to generate with this big bad log. And it's 6 once again for Kumagai's consideration. We finally had our life total update there. 31 plays 34, of course, after 4 damage leaked through on that 10 power Entwine Lightning.
those gold tokens are just so valuable, right? Pile driver costs 4. Betsy wants to pitch 2 blues, crack a gold to get a good arsenal card, right? And then she can just send pile driver again and threaten to keep getting gold, right? I think also the prospect of giving gold to Oscilio in cases like this is not that scary for Betsy because Oscilio is so heavy on reds generally that it can be a little bit hard to leverage that gold. But, sometimes having gold comes in real handy when you've just got a clunker of a hand.
It seems like with this build that Kumagai might be sporting, the best he can hope for is maybe cycling away a yellow like he is right now by activating his hero ability when he doesn't want it. The key piece of that, of course, by pitching a yellow, you're not going resource positive if you continually crack gold tokens. Now, it's still good to fix your hand. I mean, that's why that's the hero ability printed on Constella Intelligence. But, of course, Kumagai, with every activation of Oscilio, digs himself further, possibly, into the hole of fatigue.
Yes, but, it's kind of a balance because Kumagai has to get back to, we saw the Gone in a Flash go to the bottom. That's not necessarily the Gone in a Flash that Kumagai is going to be looking to play. But Kumagai might be looking to set up some sort of stack of Gone in a Flash as kind of a last resort if he doesn't find a natural combo in here. And especially with this amulet out, he's going to have to hope that Masai cracks it before the major combo turn, right? But if Masai is disciplined, he likely won't. He will likely keep it around until those greaves are gone.
Sigil of Brilliance going to pop at the beginning of this turn. Of course, Masai had the opportunity to respond, but there's not a whole lot in the Guardian card pool that is going to warrant a response. And now Kumagai draws up that card, starting off with a Ravenous Rabble, another card that is fantastic for glimpsing the top of that deck. Right now, it's not going to provide any respite for this turn, I don't think, because it is a Fate Foreseen. Not super relevant on the affirmative, of course.
It can be a little frustrating when something like a D-React gets revealed on top of the deck, because then your opponent knows that you've got that extra defensive capability, especially Betsy, who occasionally likes to overpower as well, right? That D-React is immune to that overpower effect and so lets you cover up some bigger attacks. It may signal to Masai that this is a turn to just sort of block a little bit and maybe prevent that Fate Foreseen from being very usable. But it looks like Oscilio's also not going to have a super aggressive turn because we see the Sigil of Solace coming out.
Important bit about staying under in life is not just for Kumagai and Oscilio. Of course, Masai Toda has himself an Arcanite Skullcap, which will only, of course, get +1 defense alongside its battle-worn keyword. When he is lower in life than Kumagai, it also unlocks that cheeky bit of Arcane Barrier 3. But with the other two in the equipment zone, I don't think he's quite as caring about that little bit.
Yes, we see, he is reaching, though, to get that value off of the block on Arcanite just immediately because he knows it's likely that Oscilio is going to end up lower life total for most of the rest of the game.
So Arcanite Skullcap with a -1 counter after the combat chain has been closed for Kumagai Takuya, establishing yet another Sigil of Brilliance, which... that is one of those cards that you would love to see kind of all at the same time, right? Especially when you're looking for a massive turn against a stalwart defender like Masai Toda certainly is, who seems to be fairly red-locked. It's 2 reds in the pitch zone, but it's not all bad for him because it's yet another Command and Conquer. Kumagai no longer insulated because Crown of Providence has already done its single block of the game.
Yeah, and it really looks like Kumagai is sort of just fishing for some sort of big turn here. The more smaller turns that Oscilio has, the more space he's giving Betsy to find these very, offensive pieces that prevent Kumagai from being able to kind of combo off as he pleases. And, notably, we've already seen 2 Astral Bridges go to grave here. And this is going to be the second Sigil of Brilliance as well. These are some important pieces for being able to go very wide with a Gone in a Flash. And so seeing so much of it go already, may not be a good sign for Kumagai.
And this was one of the things that I wanted to keep my eye on when it came to Guardian play against the Constella intelligence, because you can see very clearly from the equipment zone, you can reasonably hedge a good amount of Arcane Barrier against the Spellcilio variant and still potentially have game against the Gone in a Flash variant.
That's right. You still have a fair amount of armor. You know, I'm sure you'd probably rather have some
Sure.
real armor in those boots and arms at this point. But Betsy's able to just kind of use a lot of defensive pieces. You know, she's got some 4-block cards. She's got plenty of D-reacts. She may even have, you know, staunches in some matchups. So unless Oscilio can go really wide, there's just not much to be scared of.
We've got an Oasis Respite in the hand for Masai Toda, and also a Sync below. Of course, Oasis Respite usually brought in when there's a convenient Fiandel Spring Tunic to make it essentially free.
Yes, it is a little bit more awkward here. There's not a lot of clean ways to, you know, usually if you have a piece like Oasis, you either want to use Tunic, as Bryce mentioned, or you want to be able to use it with something like a Rampart of the Ram's Head to be able to get more value out of pitching a single card. So that Oasis is a little bit awkward, but it's an important piece if you think you might be fighting Spellcilio, because it can prevent 4 spell damage, right? And that's especially important if you think they're gonna do an Aether Flare combo.
Chainlink 1 is blocked out perfectly. Flittering Charge with Go again, thanks to Constella Contemplation, meets Sync below. No Sync for Masai Toda, and then the follow-up is Enlighten Strike. Bottoming card is Kumagai Takuya. Chosen mode, Go again.
Go again is, you know, a very important part of Oscilio. You need to be able to kind of go wide, but also, you know, E-Strike packs a lot of power in one card. If you're scared of getting fatigued, sometimes you are forced to use that +2 mode in order to just threaten more damage out of a single card, right? But we are going to see a follow-up from Kumagai in the form of a Comet Collision, which is going to present 5 arcane damage, I believe.
Yes.
And this is where Masai is going, yes, I'm so glad I brought as much AB as I did, and I have the Oasis in my hand, right? So he is able to get some of that equity by ABing 1 on top of the Oasis.
The one downside for Masai is he wasn't able to reduce his life total below Kumagai, so he couldn't get the 1 life as well. But, you know, beggars can't be choosers when you are perfectly covering up a tall arcane spell like Comet Collision. Now it's 29 plays 29. Kumagai, with that Comet Collision locked and loaded, was probably really happy because, of course, that Arcanite Skullcap would have been turned off because these players were at life parity. Just so happened that Masai had the Silver Bullet locked and loaded.
Yes, unfortunate for Kumagai. But, you know, if Betsy can't be lower life, the next best thing is being equal life, because Scar for a Scar is still not on. Here, though, we are going to see that Echo Flash?
Correct.
Echo Flash come out and chip away a little bit more. Betsy's saying, you know what, I have better things to do than pitch a card right now to that. Is Masai out of cards here?
I believe this is at the end of Masai's turn.
Okay.
Kumagai is doing
Yes, so
Wizard's
Kumagai,
favorite thing. Yeah.
Right, yes. I constantly mix up which turn I'm on when I'm playing Oscilio. Fun fact. You can ask my opponents at the last tournaments I've played and the judges who have had to correct the game state. But Kumagai is able to kind of use that end, you know, that end step when, or not the end step, but when Betsy doesn't have any cards, right, to chip in just a little bit more with that Echo Flash. It is worth it, right, just to be able to chip in 2 points there.
And it's another Oscilio activation on Kumagai's turn now. 29 plays 27 after Echo Flash connects. A discard of Cloud Cover into the graveyard, which is interesting. I think Kumagai was perhaps expecting a little bit more interplay from Masai rather than as defensive of a stance as has been presented so far.
You know, when you have these Dark Horse heroes in the meta, sometimes you just have almost no reps into them. You don't really know what to expect, and you're sort of looking at your sideboard and you're like, I'm just going to throw in every defensive tool I have because I know Betsy has overpower and can wager. I know she can do nasty things. You don't necessarily know what her game plan is going in, right? Betsy could have been coming out very aggressive. A lot of people who play Betsy are very excited to play Betsy and excited to kind of send these really big, exciting attacks. You don't necessarily expect to sit down across from someone who's going block, block, pile driver, right? Even though that is a very classic Guardian thing to do.
And now we see a stance change from Kumagai to Takuya. This Enlightened Strike doesn't have go again, and he's holding back a card in hand. Finds, yet again, a Fate Foreseen on top of the deck. Clash of Vigor, though, doesn't seem to have been won by Masai Toda.
It was
a push.
Test of Iron Grip on top of Masai's deck there. So we got, a tie. So no Vigor will be gained here.
But Lightning Press over the top, off the top rope is Kumagai Takuya trying to sneak through as much damage as humanly possible. Lightning Press, of course, one of those cards straight out of Tales of Aria, a historical one in the game, but there is still a Sink Below in the hand of Masai Toda. Will he deploy it here?
He's kind of debating. He's looking at it versus the Oasis that he had in Arsenal. There is a little bit of a debate there, right? If you don't play the Oasis, it's potentially getting stuck in your arsenal. But if you do play it, you leave yourself a little bit more vulnerable to big arcane attacks, right? But Masai decides, you know what? I better get this out of here. I've got the Fate Foreseen in my hand. I would really like to send that to my arsenal instead because I probably don't want to be pitching it on my turn.
Masai is a value gamer on the defense. Did get the 1 life gain off of Oasis Respite in addition to the 4 prevention effect, but also gained an additional life from Heart of Fiendal, the OG gem from Welcome to Wraith. Did go into the pitch zone at the perfect time. So Kumagai's Echo Flash at the end of your turn. Gambit did kind of bite him in the end. Echo Flash revealed on the top of the deck for this Ravenous Rabble. Now only 3 go again for Masai's consideration.
That is one downside to having all these great yellows in Oscilio's card pool. Now you do get more Ravenous Rabbles for 3, which can be quite unfortunate when you're trying to chip in every amount of damage, right? 4 is a break point. It is easy to block 1 card with 3 power. Of course, both players know that Masai does have that Test of Iron Grip in hand, so Kumagai's got to be looking out for that a little bit too. We know Echo Flash is on top of Kumagai's deck, so he's guaranteed to at least not win that clash and potentially lose it, right? So I think Kumagai's going to try to do everything he can to prevent that Test of Iron Grip from being relevant here, but he may simply not have a choice as well.
Sometimes it is left to the top of the deck, but Masai, instead of deploying it immediately to try to figure out exactly what the rest of this blocking turn could look like, I think astutely holding it back to see how wide Kumagai might be going here. Because, of course, if you're able to block with Test of Iron Grip as your last card, then you don't have to worry about potentially losing the clash. But instead, Kumagai passes with 2 cards in hand, establishes the arsenal. I think he's reading the writing on the wall, knows that these turns have to be bigger than what he's been able to put out so far. But Masai able to just pitch a red and a blue yet again and send log.
Sometimes you do end up in these situations where you say, I could send the rest of my cards, but what would be the point? I'm simply losing cards out of my deck and getting myself closer to fatigue. I need to hang on to these good cards, whatever they may be, and hope to set up something bigger. Because at this point, Oscilio's life total doesn't necessarily matter. Betsy can send Pile Driver every turn or maybe occasionally a bigger attack if she would like, but it is quite difficult for Oscilio to be worried about his life total here when his deck's got to be getting extremely thin.
Oh, but Kumagai is able to provide enough pressure to force the Test of Iron Grip out of the hand of Masai Toda. I was going to say that is something that is definitely not going Oscilio's way, but the Echo Flash will still leak in for 1 damage, of course, because Test of Iron Grip will only block 1 of that arcane damage. 25 plays 32 now, but still 6 damage on the combat chain. Kumagai, will you let it hit and give yet another gold token? It is a Fate Foreseen in the reaction step. Kumagai checks the top of the deck, finds Lightning Surge, a fantastic card, but not unless it's starting the turn in the arsenal, or you don't need any extra action points.
And we also see the Sink Below come out, so we can sink 4 and park it in Arsenal now. I love that play. It lets us set up a bigger turn. I also, as you pointed out, Masai was willing to let go of that Test of Iron Grip. It is a very powerful card, but I think it can sometimes be a hard thing for people to grasp that holding on to a good card is sometimes worse than simply using it for 1 value in the moment when you can, right? Especially when your opponent has intelligence about it. And, you have a fair amount of misses in your deck as well. We have seen Masai has not won a lot of clashes this game. You could simply miss as well. And And so it is good to kind of like let go of that and drop a new hand so your opponent doesn't have quite as much information.
He also has the possibility, of course, based on the way he's been playing, to find it in the second cycle. And clashes are way better when you can fix them, kind of like Victor Goldmane did, but the old-fashioned way in this case for Betsy. Back over to Kumagai, who deploys the third copy of Flittering Charge. 4 damage on the combat chain. Consigned to Cosmos Shock, going to give go again. Cannot be amped up with Volzar Meteor Storm, though, because, of course, a instant card has not entered the grave yet, and, of course, it remains tapped because of the Echo Flash discarded on Masai's turn. 1 damage will leak through. Down to 24 goes Masai. Still has to consider this Flittering Charge, now given go again. It's a sink below out of the arsenal. Happy to just block out 4 meets 4, but Kumagai is burning through his deck much faster than Masai.
You mentioned, Masai possibly getting back to second cycle. I'm not sure we're going to see that in this game. Betsy is able to put a lot of cards back in deck, and Oscilio, on the other hand, is burning through cards like crazy with these discards. So I'm not sure we're actually going to get there for Betsy, but it's conscientious. That
Nailed
word.
it.
I got it. It's important to hedge against any possibility sometimes. Or maybe you just say, you know what, I don't need to ever see this card again in this game.
There's a brief respite from these players as I try to pull my co-caster out of the linguistic tar pits. And then pile driver once again for Masai Toda. 24 plays 32. It's yet another wager. Masai undaunted after giving 1 gold token over to his opponent. The risk is worth the spoils, it would seem, and it's a Shelter from the Storm still in hand for Masai. Happy to be plunking that one in the arsenal, I'd have to imagine. In addition, of course, to an Oasis Respite.
This is always, I see Masai just kind of going like, oh, which one, This Oasis can be quite annoying when your opponent is not sending arcane damage. It becomes a little bit of a liability because, it often gets you lower equity from your cards, right? So if Oscilio does combo off and that Oasis is stuck, you might be in trouble.
And it is curious, Masai had the opportunity to activate Betsy there by pitching 2 blues, had 2 floating, and Betsy says whenever you wager an attack, you may pay 2 additional resources in order to give that attack +1 and go again. Instead, leaving those 2 resources up, I don't know for the final Echo Flash, but I think already 3 have been used.
May just be hedging against any sort of like,
sure.
There could be other Starfall effects as well that Kumagai could try to sneak in. I think it's very heads up to keep those floating resources because, as I mentioned, Oscilio's life total, it doesn't matter a lot at this point of the game. We're still looking at probably Oscilio fatiguing before Oscilio dies. It matters a little bit, but the other thing is if Oscilio is blocking, you are quite happy. You have no reason to kind of disincentivize blocking or force through the on hit with an overpower because you think it's probably going to hit anyway.
Enlightened Strike follows up the Lightning Surge that was blocked out perfectly by Masai Toda. Another inane Clash effect from Clash of Bravado. No aura tokens, but the Clash is also not won by either player. Enlightened Strike crashing in now for 7. Kumagai posturing to just set up yet another arsenal. And now I gotta think about those Aether Bindings of the Third Age. 2 Sigils of Brilliance already used. Do you think there are any sigils left in the deck of Kumagai?
Unless there's a surprise, I'm forgetting the name of the card, but the card that produces the Sigil of Fates, unless we have a surprise one of those.
Future Sight.
Future Sight, yes, thank you. There's not a ton. We do see a sigil come down right now. So this might be one of Kumagai's last opportunities to kind of get any equity out of that Aether Bindings, but it hasn't been blocked with yet.
And we know, of course, about that cloud cover. That deck is looking awfully thin for Kumagai, even though both players are remaining above the half-life. 24 now after a Sigil of Solace is resolved for Masai, right next to Kumagai's 26. And this is what I'm talking about. It is so I mean, ask any Dash.io player going up against Fatigue. Honestly, there's pretty much any deck in the game that can fatigue either her or Oscilio Constella Intelligence in this new build, at least if things don't line up properly.
That's right. Kumagai has been struggling here to get things to line up. We had that Gone in a Flash parked much earlier in Arsenal, immediately threatened by CNC. We had 2 Astral Bridges come out. Neither one was a hit, if I recall correctly. So we're just kind of fishing here. We're fishing for something to line up, and we do have a Gone in a Flash in hand with another 4 cards and a card in arsenal, right? This is a 6-card hand. This may be Kumagai's last opportunity, right? But that Amulet of Echoes is still sitting on the board.
Amulet of Echoes can put a Gone in a Flash combo into the dumpster before it's even able to reach full power. And now Kumagai Takuya also, I believe, only had 1 instant in the hand, and it was the Cloud Cover, which is not going to gain any extra value on that Gone in a Flash turn. And yes, there it is, the count. It's just north of 10 cards for Kumagai Takuya, and it's now or never. But it might just not be enough power left in the deck.
You know, Betsy has a lot of raw power in her deck, so the unfortunate thing, right, is you're sitting across from a Guardian that has a 4 for 6 weapon. There's really no way you're winning that fatigue battle ever. You have to combo, and as you mentioned, you know, Kumagai just doesn't have the hand. You know, it looks like we
Comet Collision in the arsenal.
Yes, Comet Collision in arsenal. That's a little bit of arcane, but Masay is still lower life as well, so that Arcanite Skullcap is on. That Comet Collision's not presenting a lot of true damage. 2 Cloud Cover. Gone in Flash, is that a Scarf or a Scar behind it? And then we have a Flow State embodiment. Yeah, not the hand you want to see for the combo for Kumagai. And it looks like he's just trying to string together a turn and kind of think through, you know, what is my possibility here? He does have some potential tricks, right? We have 1 gold from winning a prior wager. You know, Kumagai's got to be considering, you know, is there any way I can kind of set up this hand? But that Amulet still at the end of the day presents a kind of an insurmountable challenge. Oscilio has managed to get Betsy down to 24. That's a decently low life total, but you know, thinking about how much Masai can block on a given turn, you know, even if we consider a lack of D-reacts, you can still block upwards of 12 or more, especially with those D-reacts. So, you know, the threshold that Oscilio has to meet is very high.
Now, Kumagai may be using this as the opportunity for Lightning Greaves, of course, because he would only have the opportunity to send 2 Gone in a Flashes anyway, but based on the fact that he hadn't blocked with it on the log and gotten the 1 value from Battle Worn. But there, all of a sudden, it is AB5 presented for Masai Toda because he is, of course, eclipsed in life by 2. So that Comet Collision deployed by Kumagai, utilizing his action point and just forcing him into yet another setup, is completely blocked out.
You know, I don't hate just sending the Comet Collision. As we mentioned, life total is kind of immaterial at this point, although the CNC coming out.
Card drawn off of gold from Masai Toda, and then the final copy of Command and Conquer. Look at him. He's feeling himself right now.
You know, if Kumagai did park one of those cloud covers in Arsenal, this might not be so bad. But if he's been caught out here with you know, a Gone in a Flash there, that could be very rough.
Oh, it's no blocks declared though. No cloud cover thrown in front of the CNC. 20 damage. Oh, excuse me, 20 life down for Kumagai, and it was a sink below in the arsenal. The perfect answer for Masai Toda. Things are coming up, Betsy.
You know, there is one upside to taking that CNC damage. Scar for a Score is online.
There we go. 4 go again now because Kumagai is lower in life. Oh, but wouldn't you know it, Masai has another card that blocks for 4, and there happens to be yet another one in the hand, in addition to a boulder drop, and thankfully for Kumagai Takuya, a Pearl. But if he sends any sort of arcane damage, that redundant Amulet of Echoes can be converted into even more defense. Boulder Drop gets in the way of Flow State embodiment. I like this play from Masai. He's holding back that 0 for 4 defense reaction just in case Kumagai has found the last copy of Lightning Press.
I have to think here that Kumagai is likely going to spend a cloud cover just to create an embodiment, to be able to give that Gone in a Flash go again next turn, maybe squeak out a little bit more deck damage before trying to combo. But you know, I think Kumagai's kind of in a spot where he's just, you know, he's hitting a wall.
Yeah, and the wall's name is Betsy Skin in the game. Still at 24 life, now 23 after 1 leaks over the damage. The blocks of Boulder Drop. It's just a cleanup for Kumagai, Takuya. The arsenal now a little bit more safe now that 3 Command and Conquers have been played. And Masai, with an Amulet of Echoes in hand, plays it out, adding insult to injury if you ask this caster, stranding a Sink Below in the hand. Masai feeling very, very good in this spot.
Yeah, it is a little bit hard to see a path to victory for Kumagai here, right? He can't really combo. Those amulets are just going to stop him dead in his tracks, and he has almost no cards left. And, you know, sending these 4s isn't really going to do anything because Masai's just got so many D-reacts. You know, we've been seeing it over and over throughout this game. Every 4 seems to be met with another 4. We've got the D-reacts, we've got the block 4s in the form of those clash blocking cards. It's very hard to chip away at a Guardian that has such an immense defensive suite. And, you know, we were talking about the equipment earlier. This is the power, right? You're able to hedge with the equipment and put in equipment that doesn't block because you know your opponent is just so unlikely to be able to chip through the immense raw power in your cards.
In truth, it's almost the power in the hands of Oscilio, but it's being abused by Betsy. Of course, that hand filtering ability requires you to get so much more value out of your cards than you otherwise would in, say, like an aggro mirror when your opponents can't defend you out like this. Nerves of Steel now meets Gone in a Flash after Ravenous Rabble is completely blocked out. 20 plays 23. Masai might be proceeding down to 22, but with only 3 cards left in Kumagai's deck, Masai knows that victory is in his sights. It's 2 more blue block 3s in the hand for Masai, and I believe still an Oasis Respite in the arsenal.
Yes, we love those Oasis Respites. You know, they're there just to protect you, just in case. But we're likely not going to see it be incredibly relevant in this game.
Yeah. I could see a world where, of course, it was utilized on the turn where Amulet of Echoes was in the hand. But things as they are, Kumagai forced to pass yet again. And now in the hand we know is a second strike, the last copy of Astral Bridge, which in order to get maximum value, Kumagai's got to use on this next turn cycle because there's only 1 card left in the deck.
And I believe that was a Gone in a Flash in the hand as well.
Correct.
So, you know, we are seeing, you know, back to that Gone in a Flash that went back in deck. And, you know, it is a pretty potent hand, but I just don't think it's going to be enough.
Oh, why? Could it be the 2 bells sitting in Kumagai's way?
You know, it could be a very exciting turn, though, if we just pretend the bells aren't there.
Ding dong, ding dong. The Amulets of Echoes are ringing, much to the chagrin, of course, of our original Lightning Wizard. 14 plays 22 now, but Kumagai is not worried about the life totals anymore. He is instead worried about the sonorous sound of his round 1 potential loss to the hands of Miss Betsy Skin in the game.
When I'm in a position like Kumagai and I know I've lost a game, but I just hit my combo and I know, you know, normally I wouldn't be able to do it. Here's what I do. I say, I concede, but can you please let me play my combo now? I would just really like to play the cards.
I just want to see if I could have done it if you didn't have tech pieces against me sitting on board.
You know, we're here to play cards. It's just fun to see it all come together, even when it doesn't work out, especially in a combo deck. Like
do folks usually let you do it?
Yes, yes.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, I mean, who's going to say no? Say no. Lose like you're intended to.
I can think of a few. Gone in a Flash, met by Boulder Drop. 1 damage threatens to leak through. Kumagai Takuya in the Brain Blender, trying to find any way to piece together a meaningful turn. Not that'll at least leave a dent in Masai's life total. Make it look like it was close, darn it.
That's right. And we, you know, the text on Betsy's card hasn't mattered a whole lot this game. Mainly just the numbers in the bottom right corner are what's mattered so far. So, you know, we're still seeing just blocks in every hand. Not as many 4 blocks this time around, but you know, that's what the amulets are there for.
Lightning Greaves popped with the free resource from Fiendel Spring Tunic. Lightning Press played out to beef up the power of this Gone in a Flash. I think this makes sense. because if Kumagai were to bounce the Gone in a Flash back, wouldn't get that damage in addition. And he knows that he's got to play around these Amulet of Echoes, and so deploying yet another Gone in a Flash isn't really in his interest. The follow-up now is Second Strike. Because Lightning Press pushed some damage through, that Second Strike has +1 and go again. It's met by a Ripple Away. 1 damage going to leak through. Now down to 17 is Masai Toda. It is still a giant mountain the size of Mount Fuji that Kumagai has to climb. Second Gone in a Flash out of the hand, and in the layer step, activation of Amulet of Echoes. Kumagai Takuya forced to put the last card in hand into his graveyard. It's Astral Bridge, and the writing is on the wall. He's screaming from the rooftops, let the bloodletting stop. Down to 14 is Masai Toda, and 1 card left for our Oscilio player. This is an important lesson for anybody trying to bring this deck to Pro Tour Las Vegas. And if this isn't bad enough, drink them under the table. And it is 8 overpower. Wagered, of course, is the last card of Kumagai Takuya. He's down to 8, but he's completely shields down. There's nothing left in the deck. He's played it all. Masai Toda, however, is going to have to get this done the old-fashioned way. It is going to be yet another card. Disable played out now, and Kumagai forced to just take it.
You know, I really do respect the players for playing it out as well. You know, Kumagai says, I'm going to let you have the joy of killing me now. With the cards that you've been pitching all game, you're allowed to play some of them now, right?
And the amazing thing is that Kumagai just threw his hands up, and Masai still couldn't get it done with his Guardian cards. He still needed 2 more turns to make it happen. But Pile Driver will end this game in a storybook way for Betsy Skin in the game. She is looking great with a brand new weapon, and now she is 1-0 at calling Shinjuku.
That's right. You know, it's really exciting to see Pile Driver come in. It's a bit like Sludge of Anvilheim. It presents a lot of value in 1 card, right? But it's also got that wager effect on top, so it's
literally just better.
Literally just better for Betsy. That's right.
And she's the only one that is allowed to hold it. And so if you want to get your hands on a log and try swinging it, you're going to have to be playing one of the oft-overlooked heroes in the metagame. Betsy Skin in the game is 1-0. Now, CC is not the only way you can play our amazing game of Flesh and Blood. Of course, there's also Silver Age, and that will be featured very shortly in Skirmish Season. Skirmish Season 15 will be starting August 8th and proceeding all the way through the month to August 23rd. Get your hands on a Silver Age deck and play Flesh and Blood in the most accessible way possible. And also, wonder like me and Mercy Bickle, what the heck is the card that's depicted in this art?
You know, not actually sure, Bryce, but
No, we
it's
don't know
really
yet.
cool. I mean, look
I'm
at
not
that
baiting you, I
skull
promise.
with the blue. You know, I never know.
Well, I do think that is entirely possible that Dorinthea is felling the minion of a Shadow Necromancer. Don't put my words, you know, don't quote them at all, but that is at least what I'm hoping for.
What noise do you think he's making as he's being, you know, sliced in half?
He's going, you've bested me. I think he's kind of a polite skeleton to die, you know? Now, at Skirmish Season 15, you can get your hands on brand new cards and old cards with a facelift. Dorinthea Quicksilver Prodigy will be available in cold foil. Shove Off, brand new warrior attack reaction is there for the taking. And of course, Arcane Polarity. Sure, this is a generic common from Rosetta that you can find anywhere, but gosh, look at that fresh new printing, Mercy. I want to play a set of those.
It is beautiful. I absolutely want to play a set of those, especially in Silver Age. You know, my Briar deck could show you some of those when I'm fighting my other Briars.
Yeah, enjoy it while you can. You're going to be sitting on the bench next season. I tell you what, Mercy. It's not just that, folks. You can also get your hands on some beautiful playmats featuring our heroes from Omens of the Third Age and also that gorgeous Arcane Polarity art to boot. Get out and play Skirmish Season 15 and also get yourself some Gem Pack 5 for your participation. There's lots of ways to play Flesh and Blood, and this one is coming to your local game stores very soon. So it's just Briar and Silver Age for you?
Pretty much just Briar, but we'll see.
Okay. Maybe a young Betsy, perhaps, in your future?
I was thinking more along the lines of Aurora, but,
Okay.
you know, maybe Betsy. You never
All
know.
right, well, we'll see if we can pry that rune blade out of your cold, dead hands. But in the meantime, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back, of course, with more skin in the game and more Flesh and Blood after this. We're trying to pull a giant tree off of Oscilio Constella intelligence, but he remains looking kind of like he did in his core reaction art. Betsy's skin in the game ascends to 1-0 at calling Shinjuku. Bryce Platts back, of course, with Mercy Bickle. Mercy, was that everything you had hoped for?
It was. It's really exciting to see Betsy succeed. It's especially exciting to see that brand new log in action. We've been waiting for it for such a long time. It's very cool to see the power of it, especially over the course of an entire game.
Well, we're going to have a very different flavor of Guardian. Yes, we are still hitting our bingo card. It's going to be Jarl Vetreiði taking on Ira Scarlet Revenger, another very popular potential pick for Pro Tour Las Vegas.
You know, Ira, classically good hero, just very good numbers, a lot of powerful tools in the form of cards like Bittering Thorns, some very cool things that she can do with Edge of Autumn potentially. And yeah, on the other side, Jarl, who, you know, is our double element guardian, has a lot of powerful cards. You know, you thought Felling of the Crown was gone when Verdance left.
Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for the technical there. We're preparing that game for you, and it just got a little bit too cold. So we've gone ahead and put some icy hot on our servers, and that is hopefully going to sort it out. I don't really know how it works, but bottom line, we've got a game locked and loaded for you. As mentioned before the technical issue, it's Jarl Vetreiði versus Ira Scarlet Revenger. So let's wait no longer. The icy hot seems to be doing its job, and it is Tatsuya Okanishi of winner of a calling in Japan in his own right, previously on Florian Rotwood Harbinger. In this case, it's a very different visage for this gentleman. He is a hairstylist by trade, but he is now hiding it under a very fearsome helm with Jarl Vetreiði. On the other side of the board, Masaaki Ochi going up against him with Ira Scarlet Revenger. The greatest new old hero that we've seen in a long time, of course, was only CC legal with the advent of Armory deck Ira, which was incredibly exciting for a lot of people. As of yet, has not been able to make a huge splash in the metagame so far. Tatsuya Okanishi has chosen to go second, so I think that shows us that we're in for a kind of a push and pull match rather than hyper defense.
That's right. Ira is traditionally very mid-rangey, able to step into a more aggressive and defensive role as needed. Jarl, you know, has a lot of angles. You know, traditionally we see sometimes aggro Jarl, we see fatigue Jarl, and probably we see mid-range Jarl as well. So, you know, he is kind of able to meet Ira in that regard, being very flexible with his game plan, and able to send just a lot of big, good numbers at Ira, whereas Ira is looking to, you know, spread out the damage a little bit more across the combat chain.
Now, Jarl can't just kill you with a deadly stare. He's also got access to some of the most potent cards in the Flesh and Blood world. Old, Felling of the Crown. He's the only hero that can pack these in his 80, and as of yet only has 268 Living Legend points. But at the end of this national festival, this might be when he's hitting his stride. And ironically enough, the amount of text on Jarl Vetreiði does not equate to relevance, at least in the way that Ira's single sentence does. Jarl will, of course, require Ira to have lost one of her head, chest, arms, or leg equipment slots in order to have real hero text. Ira, however, has a simple but very clean and reliable hero power of the second attack gets +1 every turn.
That simplicity is a reason a lot of people have fallen in love with Ira as a hero, right? It's very approachable to just pick up an Ira welcome deck even, you know, and sort of just sit down and play. Whereas Jarl, you know, there's a lot more complexity in that text, as you mentioned, and in the amount of cards that Jarl can pull in.
All right, now we proceed down to the feature match area. I do want to pull attention to the fact that Jarl, of course, had many champions, both champion the deck and also succeed in the National Festival. That little blurb at the bottom of your screen was, of course, in reference to specifically World Tour stops like Callings and Tier 4 events alike. Both players pulling out the dice and making sure that they're ready to represent a heck of a lot this game. It seems, yes, of course, Masaaki Ochi is on the play, and it's two Kodachis in the hand, and Tatsuya bringing out Summit the Unforgiving and Stalagmite Bastion of Eisenloff. For my money, I really thought we would see a Rampart of the Ram's Head in hopes of insulating himself away from the inevitability of these Kodachis. What does this tell us, Mercy?
you know, it's very interesting. As you mentioned, during the national season, we saw a lot of Jarls coming out with Titan's Fist or Sledge of Anvilheim and not even putting Summit in the list at all, right? So I think this kind of tells us that perhaps Tatsuya is hoping to, you know, get Ira's equipment slots empty.
And may very well do so. There is Gloves of Astral Sanctuary in the arm slot, but I could see a world where Masaaki is just bringing that as a piece that Jarl can't interact with. He, of course, has to put a -1 defense counter on a piece of equipment, and then, well, now that I'm thinking about it, I think that would still work with things like Frozen to Death and Mangle. So Summit, in my mind, does tell us that Tatsuya is going to be trying to remove pieces of equipment, like you said, from Ira and start capitalizing on constant disruption, frostbiting his opponent into submission rather than just blocking out.
That's right. You know, Summit the Unforgiving, in case you don't happen to read Japanese, it is a 6 cost to attack. It comes in for base 4, and if it's the only card in your weapon zones, it gets +2. So that Stalagmite does have to get out of there before this kind of gets its full value, but then it also works to just create those frostbites, which is why we're talking about clearing away Ira's equipment. There needs to be an exposed slot for that to work properly.
Yeah, it's not like Winter's Wail of old. It's not just you can pitch an ice card and have that work. Command and Conquer now, though, is the retort for Tatsuya, who is at 38. Did take a little bit of damage on that turn 0. Masaaki, like our friend Oscilio before, does take the full brunt of that Command and Conquer, and it's a defense reaction in the arsenal. 34 points of life now for Ira. Ticks up Tunic and gets ready to do some bloodletting of her own. Harmonized Kadachi, the first on this combat chain. 1 go again, of course, with a Soul Bead Strike in the pitch. There is a 1 cost there with go again. Bittering Thorns is in the hand to continue this turn cycle.
And this is the beauty of Ira. You get that +1 on your second attack, right? And Bittering Thorns kind of just keeps the train rolling. You know, 4 is considerably easier for some Guardians to meet than 5 because of how many D-reacts they are running. So that 5 is kind of just, you know, you throw that down and you're like, all right, let me get 1 more value here. And we also are going to see the first block of Stalagmite here. One of the valuable things about Stalagmite is simply its threat, its presence throughout the game is very scary because you can kind of mess up the resource curve of Ira at any point in the game. And we're also seeing the Omnis Ward block,
which will mean that these boots will break and no longer be for walking at the end of this turn cycle. But Tatsuya has the opportunity when the combat chain is closed to go ahead and crack them, tap his hero, and prevent the next one of any damage. Doesn't have to be arcane, and it might as well be this Harmonized Kadachi, very cleanly covered by Tatsuya Okanishi. And like you mentioned, Mercy, it is, of course, early blocks of that Stalagmite for Tatsuya because I do think he wants to get that Summit online earlier rather than later.
Yes, it's very good to get rid of that Stalagmite. You may also be sitting here wondering, doesn't Guardian have access to better boots than Omnis Ward in this matchup? It's an interesting question as to why Guardians are bringing this in, but notably in a lot of the lists that we saw come out of the Nat season, Jarl is only running boots of Omnis Ward in the boot slot, I believe, at least in some popular lists like Pablo Pintor's winning list for the Spain Nationals. So you know, Guardians may simply be okay with taking that 1 block.
And now it's a suspicious mangle from Tatsuya Okanishi, of course, because he didn't pay into the Gauntlets of Boreal Domain because there was a pummel there, but the response from Masaaki Ochi is 3 defense reactions covering all of that damage up and protecting his equipment for now, but more importantly, the cards in his hand. Ira can do defense just as well as any Guardian.
That was such an immediate just, I'm going to lay down the 3 cards that you really hoped I didn't have in my hand this turn. We also see a Sound the Alarm coming in from Masaaki. This is likely not going to be super relevant to Tatsuya, but it can reveal a pummel on occasion.
And more importantly, it reveals no pummel in the hand for Tatsuya. Of course, it could be tucked safely in the arsenal. Masaki now does not have the opportunity to go ahead and find a defense reaction and put it on top of the deck. Tatsuya does, however, deploy one of his defense reactions, draws up, I believe that was a Channel Lake Frigid, but without the requisite ice card in the hand to pair with it, probably not going to be deployed on this turn.
No, Channel Lake Frigid is a very important piece to kind of slow decks like Ira down. Ira wants to go wide, right? That means a lot of individual actions and a lot of individual actions to pay for, because Channel Lake Frigid is going to make each of those actions cost an additional resource. But as you mentioned, he may just have to park it for now. Jarl does have a lot of Ice Blues in the deck, but maybe not in the hand right now because of the amount of defensive pieces he's playing as well, right? Sometimes those can just clog your hand and kind of put you in a position of just blocking and waiting. That CNC, though, it is quite potent. We saw it in the last game, too. CNC is always a good card to keep in your hand if you can play it.
Now, it's an Everbloom Life resolve for Tatsuya Okanishi. Unfortunately, because he... no, it's got to be an action card there, Tatsuya. Unfortunately, cannot put a Sink Below back in the deck from resolving Everbloom. So, unfortunately, there is no action card in his graveyard that has less cost than the amount of life that he gained, which, of course, was 1 from the life side of that card. Masaaki does respond with 2 cards on defense, now down to 34, but did not take damage on that turn. It's a response of Harmonized Kadachi for 1 Sigil of Solace in the hand after pitching Pain in the backside.
We also see 2 very powerful cards in Tatsuya's hand, a Felling of the Crown and an Oaken Old this turn. So notably, Felling is not online. This would be the first decompose if Tatsuya is able to decompose. I didn't quite keep track of the earth count there. But, you know, we do have the ability to possibly fuse Oaken. Yes, we can pitch the last blue in our hand and fuse with Felling plus Winter's Bite in order to send that Oaken for, what is it, 9 Dominate. That's on right. Hit, you lose 2 cards from your hand. That is a very potent threat, but it requires keeping the hand, and then you kind of just got 2 cards sitting in your hand afterwards. So we'll see if Tatsuya decides that he likes that value proposition or not.
Now, he's choosing, I think, a good moment to block with this second Stalagmite, even though it's not going to stuff the turn of Masaaki. I think it's too tall of an order to, you know, do the thing that you used to do where you would turn off like a Rosetta Thorn swing from Briar. Instead, Ira just has too many resource cards in the deck. And so getting rid of Stalagmite right away and getting a more efficient weapon than the opponent online is exactly what Tatsuya is going for. But more importantly, he made sure that this play would be unlocked. A fused Oaken Old, which is incredibly powerful on its face. But like you said, Mercy, you've got to hold back a lot of cards. And because Tatsuya already has an arsenal established, he's essentially going to IP 2 cards. But because Masaki's output was so inefficient, he just has full steam ahead to make this play.
That's also why that Stalagmite block there is beautiful. It kind of prevents Masaaki from being able to punish the fact that Tatsuya wants to keep the hand there, right? You know, sometimes it can be hard when you've played Starvo to realize that Oaken Old does not have natural go again. Yep. A very fun line you can do when Oaken it does have go again is you can go Oaken into Felling, and that is a brutal line to pull off. But instead, we're getting the more fair line here.
Right. Just a fair 9 Dominate, make you discard 2. I'm sorry, not discard 2 random cards. They go to the bottom of the deck. There is some sort of a silver lining here.
It is also interesting that, you know, Masaaki gets a little bit of information here. Tatsuya, of course, keeping 2 cards left over, and we know it's the Winter's Bite and the Felling. You know, we know it's not super great for Tatsuya to play the Felling right now. We do see an Earth card block, I'm suspecting, because we really need to get that Decompose online. Tatsuya would much rather find one of his Root Bounds and Decompose before he cashes in this Felling. So he may be looking to kind of possibly set it in Arsenal, but he may also just be forced to play it out.
Winter's Bite played out first, though. Masaaki must either pitch a card or discard a card. In this instance, Winter's Bite also in most ice heroes can do some extra double duty. An Icelander of old would generate a frostbite token for the opponent if played out of the arsenal on the opponent's turn. In Lexi, if you were to flip it, that would be an additional frostbite. For Jarl, you've got to wait for that additional frostbite until one of those equipment zones is clear. So instead, Tatsuya just getting his decomposition online, sending Felling of the Crown only for 4, but Masaaki still has to put a card on the bottom, effectively still generating 7 points of value, even though it's not fully powered. You missed this card, Mercy?
I do. It's a beautiful card. I'm not upset to see this card get played. It deserves
I definitely got Felling fatigue.
It's also it's good that Tatsuya is able to play the Winner's Bite on this turn because Tunic is onto on Masaaki's side. Once it hits 3, that Winner's Bite doesn't get nearly as much value because Masaaki can kind
It's
of
literally 0 almost.
right. Masaaki can keep that Tunic up as a counter threat to that. Masaaki, we've seen throughout this game, has been playing quite quickly and also happy to defend as needed and sort of play this mid-range game that we know Ira so likes to play. And you know, it's a very efficient game plan, right? But we do kind of see Ira's life total just going down and down as Jarl stays very healthy.
It's a discard of Shelter from the Storm. Some splash damage from this card is, of course, Harmonized Kodachi losing a little bit of equity. All of those little chips and stabs here and there can be covered up a little bit more cleanly by Shelter from the Storm, but Tatsuya losing a tiny bit of value on it because Masaaki just wants to send a 2-cost instead. Weakest Link will get over the top by 4. Tatsuya reveals no cards with defensive power without a base defense, so no card discarded, no card drawn for Masaaki. Tatsuya Okanishi feeling very good here as he deploys Sprout Strength. One of my favorite tech cards that I've seen from Jarl, and one of the most surprising ones, but when you pair it with the second Felling of the Crown, this one fully online, it is going to be a whopping, I would call it 14 points of value on this card.
It is an immense amount of value. And here's where we see Jarl gaining some of that equity, right? Jarl's already healthier than Ira in this position. So forcing a card to the bottom and potentially forcing Ira's life total to nearly half itself, right? It puts Masaaki in a tough spot. I think Masaaki has to kind of be looking to possibly play a little bit more defensively here and kind of wait for a good spot and a good turn. You know, we had the overcrowded and the dual threat in the hand with a flick back. It's not the best 3-card hand to play out, so I think we're happy to just block with this.
But one of the things a lot of really astute players have learned playing against Felling of the Crown for so long is that when it comes in for its full power, you gotta block it.
Yes, it is very unlikely to be worth it to just sort of keep the hand. You have to have a really killer hand to want to do that. We're also seeing the first swing of Summit and fully online at that. But unfortunately, no on hit because Masaaki has been quite diligent, about keeping his equipment alive.
Summit the Unforgiving, for my money, one of the coolest weapons in the game of Flesh and Blood. Featured so well by Jarl Vetreiði. It is oozing with flavor even as it is dripping with blood and ice.
Quite the mental image you produced there, Bryce.
Just look at Mangle. You don't have to paint a word picture. It's right there for your viewing pleasure.
I love to see Summit played in Jarl because, you know, it's in the Mangle card art. Like, how can you not play it? I understand the allure of the classic Guardian weapons, but it's just so classic when you see a hero paired up with its with their intended weapon.
And it cleaves Life Force away from Masaaki Ochi. And then the follow-up is a discard of Fruits of the Forest. Is that? Yeah, that is in the blue. It looked a little red to me for a second, and I was like, huh? But extra value eked out for Tatsuya Okanishi, even though he didn't have any extra action points to spare. Harmonized Kodachi, the retort from Masaaki Ochi, as one would expect from an Ira. Another Bittering Thorns in hand alongside a Cut Through. This could be a very potent turn.
We'll see if Tatsuya is heads up about this Cut Through. No flick shenanigans, but we do have the dual threat. Dual threat will be fully online if Masaaki attacks with a weapon, check, and an attack action, which he has 2 of in his hand.
And there it goes. Cut through. Now coming in for 5. Go again. +1 from Ira's hero ability. +1 from the fact that a dagger has connected this combat chain. And all of a sudden, Masaaki is going to really put the hurt on Tatsuya when this combat chain closes and dual threat for the first time gets laid out on the arena. And that's exactly what Masaaki needs to be doing. It was a huge boon to Tatsuya that the first dual threat was drawn up on the turn where he was able to send a fully powered Felling of the Crown. Masaaki priced out of using that card.
It's quite the perfect curve as well. We have 2 resources floating. Dual threat costs 0, of course, and then we can follow it up with the Bittering Thorns and the Kodachi swing as well. Possibly what's in the arsenal may come out as well. I didn't quite see what it was, but yes, the beautiful Japanese text dual threat coming down. That's going to give this weapon +3, and it's going to give the next attack action +3 as well. That is a 0 for 6, folks.
A-OK in my book. Eat your heart out, Prismatic Leyline, even though that is definitely the more played card, I think, at this point. Shelter from the Storm gets in the way from this Harmonized Kodachi for 4, but then a whopping Bittering Thorns. That does hint that there's more gas in the arsenal. Masaaki Ochi, 7. Go again.
And we've got, we've got our tunic counter at 3. So there's a lot of things that Masaaki could be threatening right now, and Tatsuya's got to be thinking about that as well. What to preserve in his own hand if he's going to try to swing back. One of the downsides of Summit the Unforgiving is that it does demand 2 blues out of your hand, which means that when you're wanting to block these big turns, you're often not swinging much back, if anything at all.
Now 7 go again for Tatsuya's consideration. If it is not blocked out entirely, we'll give +1 to the next attack this turn. Now Tatsuya is probably running the options through his brain of what could be in that arsenal that I would actually care about. There's very few, I would say there's a lot of really effective on hits in the 2-cost variety of Ira, but the 1-cost, honestly, Bittering Thorns is the one I'm most afraid of.
Right, there are a couple 1-for-5s that we've seen, like Sound the Alarm.
Sensor maybe.
We're not necessarily very afraid of those. Take the tempo.
That could be a good one, yeah.
Yeah, potential inclusion. I think that would probably be the most punishing.
Tatsuya is not afraid, though. All 7 damage taken, down to 23. He goes, and out of the arsenal, it's Gravekeeping. Tatsuya says, banish any one of my cards. I could care less. He gestures immediately.
It is interesting. Sometimes Gravekeeping would actually help heroes that wanted to decompose. But in Jarl's case, he doesn't care about being decomposed. He wants the fuel in his grave in order to be able to send those plow unders and fellings.
And without Remembrance, there's not even the counterplay there for Masaaki. I guess there are copies of So Tomorrow likely in the deck for Tatsuya.
Yeah, possibly. But yeah, there's not really much you can say to a Gravekeeping. You just have to, at this point, you have enough earth gas in your graveyard to fuel any future possible decomposes. You don't really care about this effect, and you're probably happy to see this come out. It looks like Tatsuya's really thinking about sending the hand here because he was willing to take that 7 damage.
There is a Terra Sunder there. I do know I caught wind of that. And I believe also a Sprout Strength. The part I didn't catch was the attack, which could, of course, just be Summit. One of the things I do love about a 6-power weapon as well is that you don't have an inane, say Titan's Fist for 5 Dominate, which can be easily covered by both equipment and a defense reaction for Dominate. But there it is. Mangle is in the hand.
Oh. The interesting thing about Terra Sunder, though, is it can affect a weapon because it simply says Guardian Attack, but it does cost 3, and Summit costs 6, so that's a pretty tall order.
It is.
So I think that Mangle is much
Mangle's
more likely
more enticing,
in this case. Yes, and a much cooler card to be able to play. But we also have the Plow Under in the hand, which, Masaaki currently does not have an arsenal, so it's not going to be super relevant here. We're just going to see it pitched.
Instead, Plow Under is pitched for Gauntlets of Boreal Domain, which means that after Sprout Strength does its work, all of a sudden this Mangle is coming in for a whopping 13.
That's right. You're very happy to pitch the Earth card. Here, you'd rather have the +2, I think, than the Dominate. This is already such an immense amount of damage. And into a hero like Ira that can traditionally be quite aggressive, but needs the cards to get, needs a bigger hand to get full value out of her cards. You're happy to see her block a lot of the time. Hence why you'd rather just have the extra damage.
Especially if you're thinking this game could very well come down to who can swing their weapon the best. And I mean, with Summit in the equipment zone and no longer heavy, or I guess it's still heavy, but you're happy about hefting it, I guess is the way I should put that.
You don't have to carry as much else, so you're able to lift the heavy thing.
Unencumbered.
Unencumbered, there you
is
go.
Jarl Vetreiði. And so all of a sudden, I do put the long game in his favor.
Yes, we did see Ira. Ira was able to close that life gap. They're now, equal here. It's very exciting. Obviously, the crush effect on Mangle not active here because Ira, again, has full equipment. Very important because if Ira loses a single equipment slot here, that could spell doom in terms of the amount of frostbites she starts getting and the equity she starts losing.
Because all of a sudden, your Vetreiði has real hero text.
Yes.
And I keep harping on that point a lot. I think the real hero text in your Vetreiði is Essence of Ice and Earth, which unlocks... Yes, one of the most potent card pools in the game, previously held just by the likes of Oldham and Bravo Star of the show.
It is a very potent line of text there at the bottom, but I don't want to discount, Jarl's other text. Even, and we see the Oaken come out as well.
In pitching a Pulse of Eisenloft, there's no fuse for Tatsuya.
No, he didn't have the resources. He had to pitch the red Rootbound alongside the Pulse of Eisenloft here. Otherwise, that Pulse would have presented a one-card double fuse for Oaken, which is such a potent play. But, Tatsuya's got to be thinking, so close. If only this Rootbound were a blue.
Those double fuse cards, so important, not just for making the fuse easier, but also it allows you to play a much more efficient turn. You pitch one blue, send Okanold, fuse with that one card. Usually it's one that you're happy to arsenal, like Pulse of Eisenloft.
That's right. Pulse of Eisenloft, it can be... occasionally somewhat awkward into Ira if she's not sending a big attack, but her play pattern often is, small attack, large attack, right? So you can get full equity there. Pulse of Eisenloft also has a very relevant piece of text on it in increasing the block value of your other cards. But yeah, unfortunately, just ends up in the pitch there.
Tatsuya happy that he did not arsenal that Pulse of Eisenloft, though, because the follow-up to this Harmonized Kodachi likely to be Command and Conquer.
For 7, no less. 7, very powerful breakpoint. It's why part of the reason people love Ira is because they get to send CNC for 7 instead of 6, right?
And back in the day, it was a very rare thing to be able to pump Command and Conquer without something like a pummel. And that's why I think Ira was the terror of the Blitz format in its previous form. And now Command and Conquer out on the combat chain, and with a defense reaction in the hand is Tatsuya Okanishi, but he's still insulated from at least one of these potent swings with this Crown of Providence. He is blocking with it now, likely going to sink away that Arsenal card that he must have liked after going for the play pattern that he did. I would have to imagine it's a pretty juicy card if he was playing a unfused Okanold to keep it around.
And I noticed Tatsuya's hand, it has a lot of those blues that are kind of not often played out. They're a bit awkward, right? We've got a Frozen to Death in the hand alongside the Sink Below, and then we've also got an Imposing Visage. That is a card that lets you search your deck for another aura card and put it into the arena. That can occasionally be relevant, especially if you're trying to force through a -1 counter. You might go find... what is the aura? The Crumble to Eternity.
That's the one.
Specialization. And possibly try to force out Ira's equipment, right? Because once you've crumbled, you can also play Frozen to Death. Likely not in the same turn cycle. But anyway, that is just one possibility for Jarl's hand. But instead, we're just going to see,
Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
That is only 2 blues with a pummel. It's a Frozen to Death, Imposing Visage, and a heck of a lot of defense and attack reactions. I was really hoping to see Fireworks with a 5-card Jarl hand, but this hand is not it.
One of Ira's strengths is that her brick, her variance possibility. She can play well off of many hand sizes. Jarl, on the other hand, often needs to keep a lot of cards to really play out his hand, and a lot of his blues are not great in isolation, right? Like Frozen to Death. That is a blue that costs 3, and you need to fuse, and it's only relevant once there's already a -1 counter, right? That's just not an appealing play, right? So what does he have to play? He has the Imposing Visage, right? That's kind of the only super playable card in the hand. The rest is likely going to go in Arsenal or get blocked with.
Now, Mercy, we've been talking a lot about how much we love Summit the Unforgiving. One of the issues, one of the drawbacks of it, as opposed to something like a Titan's Fist, is, well, if you draw a pummel without any attacks, at least you could sink it into the hammer. In this case, look at the bottom right of this card. It's a pole arm, not viable to be used with a pummel. That's got to be a club or a hammer very specifically.
Yes, polearm, very unique weapon in the game, not targetable with pummel, as you say, although that would be a hefty 8 resources regardless. So Tatsuya's really got to be thinking, gosh, what the heck do I even do with this hand?
So what would you do with this hand? I know you were eyeing that Imposing Visage, but I'd imagine the only thing you're really going to be able to fetch out, unless you pitch some of those defense reactions away, is Crumble to Eternity. It does look like, yes, it is Summit the Unforgiving. Tatsuya holding back both of his defense reactions, at least posturing the possibility of like a Sigil of Solace or a Fruits of the Forest in the hand. But the way he was thinking about this turn cycle, Masaaki knows it was an awkward draw.
Yeah, part of the problem with playing Imposing Visage there is it is one of only 2 blues in your hand. So you can't really use the other cards. So that's why we see the overpitch with the pummel, right? We really don't want to get stuck with it, especially when Masaaki has presented D-Reacts that could potentially cover that pummel eventually. Instead, Tatsuya is opting to keep the defensive tools because he knows he's kind of on the back foot at this point, right? Ira's life total is relatively low, 17 to Tatsuya's 11, and this polearm is coming in for 6, which could potentially bring life totals back to equal. But you're kind of on the back foot. You have to keep those defensive tools in order to buy the space you need to regain some tempo.
Now, I did not expect quite as long of a tank from Masaaki Ochi. That must indicate some awkwardness in the hand. Does finally go ahead and snap off the block of Sound the Alarm, and that is it. So 3 damage comes across the line. Even though Summit has swung 2 or 3 times this game, it was once again just looking for entrails. No frostbite to be generated because, of course, Masaaki is still fully clothed.
Masaaki must be thinking through must have been thinking through some tricky sequencing here. We have another Bittering Thorns, which we've seen be a very powerful card throughout. We're going to see the classic Kadachi for 1 come in.
Yeah, and I believe I spied in an Enact Vengeance. Nope, sure did not. It was another Sound the Alarm alongside Bittering Thorns. I was kind of hoping that Masaaki would show us that maybe there's a switchboard plan with Edge of Autumn, but I think Ira players have figured out that if you want to commit to harmonized Kadachis, you need so many 0-cost blues in the deck that the Edge of Autumn, the 80 just doesn't work for both.
It's very difficult to build a switchboard that can support all of Edge of Autumn's combo cards in addition to just the regular good Ira cards that you want to be playing. So yes, unlikely though. A beautiful dream to have, Bryce. I think also Masaaki's got to be thinking about putting on the pressure versus Jarl's immense blocking ability. That's been a constant theme, right? These Guardians, they love blocking. They have D-Reacts galore. They've occasionally got the 4 blocks. And so it's really tough to break through their defenses, although Ira is one of the heroes who is able to do it particularly well because of that extra +1 every turn and the ability to go wide and send very awkward break points.
Now, I was saying I would give the long game to Tatsuya, but the way he's been taking this damage, I don't know if we're going to get to 2nd, 3rd cycle unless this game comes to a grinding halt right here and now. It's a Sink Below deployed in the face of pain in the backside. Tatsuya has got himself Rootbound Carapace. Can he finally deploy one? Also a Blizzard.
Blizzard is a very powerful card. In many Jarl lists, it's only been a one of. So this may be Tatsuya's single copy of that card. Blizzard is very scary for Ira. In case you don't know what the card does, it says target attack loses and can't go again unless the attacking hero pays 2 resources. So it can really just shut down Ira's turn entirely if played at the right time. But it can also come at a time where Ira is happy to just send another card to pitch. And especially if you have Tunic, you know, it doesn't hurt quite as much. So you have to be very, very heads up about when to use that tool.
Now, if Tatsuya had gone for it, he would have robbed Masaaki of his arsenal and the potential for this play, Bittering Thorns into Sound the Alarm, because both, of course, are payable by Fiendal Spring Tunic. If Blizzard had been played, however, Masaaki would have had a difficult decision, would have had to activate Tunic and pitch one of these reds in order to play out the hand. Instead, Tatsuya gives him the go-ahead, does block out that Bittering Thorns completely with Rootbound Carapace, and now the hand is out for Masaaki, who draws his eyes immediately to Blizzard. Wants to make sure he doesn't get caught out by that card, I believe, on the next turn cycle. Imposing Visage will get in the way of Sound the Alarm. 2 more damage, and Tatsuya down to the dregs. 7, plays 14 when it goes over to his turn.
Often the way you think about Blizzard, because it is you know, often only a singleton, a one of in your deck, is you save it for when you really need it, right? For when Ira is going really wide and you simply don't have the cards to block. Otherwise, you're looking to kind of just block and be steady. Basically save it for a rainy day, right? But when Masaaki knows about it, there's a lot more ability to kind of play around it and be careful about how you sequence in order to prevent the least amount of blowback from that Blizzard.
And now, because Tatsuya only has Blizzard and Enlightened Strike, yes, he does seem fairly priced into sending the Enlightened Strike and bottoming the Blizzard. But what mode will be chosen? I think it is so risky for Jarl Vetreiði to go for the draw a card mode.
It is very risky. I do think Tatsuya is in a position here where he may have to start taking some risks in order to get back in this game. He could play it safe, excuse me, and just send 7. But you know, you opt for that draw because you know you just need something a little better than 2 extra damage when you're this far behind.
I am desperate for Tatsuya Okanishi. Just show me the card drawn. He hasn't looked at it himself yet. Perhaps trying to will it into the card that he wants, much like I would say Eugene C does with his discards on Reinar, flippantly throws them into the graveyard. Ooh! Autumn's Touch. I believe it was Autumn's Touch, which probably means that it is in the blue, so not great, not the worst.
No, it is a playable attack, but not what you necessarily want.
It's pummelable. That's kind of cool.
That is true. That is true. Masaaki, though, has to be feeling pretty good in this spot, kind of getting Tatsuya close to a Kodachi lock. Tatsuya is running out of block here as well, right? We have 1 block left on the arms, which we're going to see come out in front of the Kodachi. We also have 1 block left on that tunic if we need to press that button.
Now there's further go again in the hand of Masaaki, Enlightened Strike, and also take the tempo. But
Torrent of Tempo.
Excuse me, Torrent of Tempo. I do think the capstone of this turn will probably be that Enlightened Strike, just coming in with buffed power, because that very cleanly utilizes the entire hand, yes, and it is one of those cards placed on the bottom. So here we go. No, it's 5 go again instead. Masaaki just wants to put as much hurt on his opponent as possible. Censor will be the follow-up. And if Masaaki can sniff out the felling of the crown in the hand of Tatsuya Okanishi, this could be one of those turns that makes this game.
I have to think that if you're in Ira's seat and you have Censor and it hits, you kind of have to name Felling. It's one of the few cards Tatsuya could send at this point to get back into this game, right? Felling is an enormous amount of value. There's only 1 copy left. We're getting pretty low in the deck, right? We've gotten through a lot of cards, so that's going to be a very interesting decision.
Right. Especially because there's still an Okanold left in the deck, and Tatsuya has not seen any crumble to eternities, at least from Masaaki's point of view. There is one in the hand, we know, which is one of those cards that can fuse an Okanold with a single card. So the issue here Tatsuya is going to have a card in arsenal at the end of this turn. If he keeps 2 cards in hand in order to play the Felling of the Crown, Masaaki won't be able to tell if it's an Okanold or if it's a Felling of the Crown. Because, of course, one is a 2-card play, one is a 3-card play.
Right, and both are equally likely at this point, so Masaaki is going to have a bit of a forked decision to make. Although Tatsuya's blocks may also inform that decision somewhat. Tatsuya may opt to simply block out the sensor. We'll see if he decides to let this he can't let the E-Strike hit completely. Obviously, it's presenting lethal right now. So Tatsuya is definitely in a difficult spot.
It's a blizzard, though. Apparently, it's not a 1 of. It is a 2 of at least in this man's deck. And all of a sudden, Masaaki Ochi must make a difficult decision that has no real answer. He will just lose go again because, of course, it's just a red left in the hand. And then all of a sudden, Tatsuya just has to block with 1 card. The Felling of the Crown is safe in the hand alongside a blue. This could be a big turn of the tables. 3 plays 9 now after only 2 damage comes across. Felling of the Crown, the last copy, will be laid out on the combat chain. This one coming in for whopping 8 points of physical value, but that's discounting the bottoming of a card from Masaaki Ochi. But can Tatsuya put together 2 meaningful turns? That's the question that he needs to get a favorable answer on.
You know, Felling is a very powerful card, but Masaaki does have a defensive tool in the form of Sync Below. He can block out this damage. He's opting to give equipment now, right? That can be very dangerous against Jarl because suddenly you have exposed equipment zones, right? The Pouncing Paw, no.
Correct.
Yes, Pouncing Paws, they are battle worn, so those will stick around. But the Mask of Momentum is going to go to Grave and leave an empty head slot. That means that Masaaki is exposing himself to being, effectively frozen to death. I don't mean the literal card, of course. But Masaaki has to buy the space.
Even bigger than that drawn up for Masaaki Ochi, which means that if Tatsuya takes the Kodachi that starts the turn, it could be a bad situation. But if he just feels it through the ether, then he can block with his Fiendel Spring Tunic and perhaps completely stymie the offense of Masaaki Ochi. There is, of course, the small matter of a sensor in the arsenal. So even if this Kodachi is not taken, Masaaki can always follow up with a 1 for 6, an arsenal that even bigger than that. But Tatsuya takes it right on the chin. Down to 2 he goes. Even bigger than that. Completely online now for Masaaki Ochi.
You know, it isn't, even though Tatsuya opted to take that damage, it's not completely out of the question to just throw Tunic in front of there because you're worried about cards like Cut Through and so on that get equity out of the dagger hitting. We're also going to see those Pouncing Paws get used in the form of a Crouching Tiger for 1. This is extremely valuable, even though it's just 1 measly damage. With Tatsuya sitting at 2, that's putting Tatsuya into Kodachi lock range.
The kitten is underfoot no longer for Masaaki Ochi. Yes, he is exposed even more to the elements, but when Tatsuya is in the blender of 1 power attacks over and over and over again, and he knows that another harmonized Kodachi is coming for his life, it's all coming up Masaaki. And now 2 damage has been dealt. 3 cards looked at on top. One of them, of course, will be revealed after the opt is resolved, and then Masaaki will be able to draw it and create a Quicken token. I'm seeing Looking for a Scrap. That pairs very nicely with the sensor in the arsenal. That could be 10 more points of damage on this turn.
That is a great curve. You know, Tatsuya could have possible answer. I think that Blue Autumn's Touch is still in arsenal, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right.
And I don't think I see a Blizzard in the hand.
I don't know if there's going to be respite on this turn. I don't think Tatsuya is dying necessarily, but this could be the tempo swing that Masaaki Ochi needed and a heads-up block of his equipment right when it mattered the most. I think Masaaki was thinking, I don't think you're going to give me another Frostbite. There ain't no way. Not if I do this to you, Tatsuya Okanishi.
Right. Masaaki's making the bet at this point that I am going to take your entire hand or close to it every single turn until I kill you. And you're never going to be able to take advantage of my open slots. And we're seeing that, you know, come true here with the 5 into 5. It is just a brutal amount of damage for Tatsuya sitting at 1. He's got to give up the entire hand here. And then with that Blue Autumn Touch in arsenal, there's really just not much to
Literally
swing back
nothing
with.
he can do. just hope and pray that the deck is not kind to Masaaki Ochi. But remember, there was an opt 3 on that even bigger than that. So Masaaki was even able to protect the next turn cycle. Fate foreseen in the pitch zone. The fates have been slightly kind to Tatsuya. It's an all red hand, but Ira is just in the driver's seat when it comes to this late stage in the game. Fiendal Spring Tunic finally jumps in front alongside the last copy of Okanold to cover up the pain in the backside for 4. 8 plays 1, but Masaaki won't stop. 1 damage on this Kadachi. Blocked out. Enlightened Strike for 7 is going to buy this game. It's a huge overkill for Masaaki Ochi and Ira Scarlet Revenger. The game didn't go quite as long as I think maybe Tatsuya had hoped, and that definitely played into the hands of the Scarlet Revenger.
Now, we saw a lot of back and forth that game. We saw at points Jarl being incredibly ahead on life, and then Ira is sort of just playing the classic Ira mid-range in order to gain back that life total a little bit and put Jarl lower, right? Until finally just putting him in that Kadachi lock.
Let's go back and talk about some of the plot points in that game. I think the majority of them were definitely won by Ira. Of course, we had a pummel on top of a mangle, blocked out very cleanly by 3 defense reactions, seemingly out of nowhere. And then, of course, a dual threat turn that got full 6 points of value. Of course, Masai did have to go ahead and block with one of those dual threats, but it was on a turn that couldn't really utilize it anyway. And then that final block of the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, Pouncing Paws, and of course the Sink Blow to save the maximum amount of life and strip every single card away from Tatsuya.
That's right. I think things lined up particularly well for Ira that game, but he also navigated that game state beautifully, right? But those 3D reacts could have lined up at a poor time as well.
Indeed so. But if you are a fan of the Scarlet Revenger, go ahead and raise up your Kadachi because you have got a champion, and they proceed to 2-0 here at Calling Shinjuku. One hero that we haven't really gotten to talk about, I think, as much as, say, Jonathan Magnuson would like, is, of course, Ziggy. And we're going to talk about Armory Deck Ziggy straight away. Not only do we have the first ever Lightning Illusionist in the mix, thanks to Omens of the Third Age, they have also got themselves a lot of unique cards with Armory deck support straight out of the gate. Ones that I think the devs thought would be a little bit too powerful for limited play. Instead, we get them right here. Stardust Spike pairs so nicely with Aphrodisias, and also, honestly, as professional Ziggy players have showed us, with Reality Refractor as well.
Yeah, Ziggy is coming out of the gate swinging, although, LSS has indicated that the next set might bring even more gifts for Ziggy, right, and really unlock the power of Aphrodisias. So I'm very excited to see where Ziggy's going to go. It's a very good time to pick up this Armory deck and start getting a feel for the hero.
It wouldn't just be Aphrodisias, it would also be the threads that enable it. Starfield Veil, Starfield Carapace, and of course Starfield Touch are all cards that help utilize Aphrodisias in more reasonable ways. And boy, do they make that weapon potentially fearsome. Right now, the community has shirked it for Reality Refractor, but you can expect extra power come in the way of Ziggy Starlight very soon. I, for one, am really hoping that Shattering Stardust gets in the mix sooner than later.
Yes, and classically, these cards are always beautiful. If there's one reason to buy the Ziggy Armory deck, it's simply because the cards are so pretty.
Yep.
I am a lover of pretty cards, as many fans of Flesh and Blood are, and it's enough to me that they just use pretty colors.
Yep. And, they're not just pretty, Mercy. Of course, Miraging Metamorph is one of the cards you can get your hands on, and that is a staple of the Illusionist class, one that you're going to definitely need to be bringing if you're going to be using any conventional Ziggy builds. We do have to go to a short break, but then the action continues at Calling Shinjuku. You can expect more mid-range, more daggers, and of course, more Flesh and Blood after this. A fearsome visage and a gouging polearm seem to not be enough for Jarl Vetreiði to overcome a very simple sentence. Your second attack every turn gets +1. Bryce Platt's back with Mercy Bickle at Calling Shinjuku, one of the many things offered at the World Tour stop in Shinjuku, Japan. We are so excited to bring you Flesh and Blood coverage all weekend long. And it trundles along. We have already found 2 flavors of Guardian so far, and I think we've got a third in the chamber.
That's right. We're running through the roulette of Guardians. But first, let's take a look at our schedule, Bryce.
Okay, shall we? We are smack dab in day 1 of coverage at this Calling Shinjuku. That means 7 Swiss rounds of Classic Constructed and a giveaway of a cold foil hot stamped drinking buddy. And then day 2 will not disappoint with even more rounds of Classic Constructed, 5 Swiss. It is going to be a swish with 5 Swiss rounds and, of course, a top 8 cut. And what is this? Another giveaway, Mercy?
That's right. Grab a drink, grab a buddy, because you could win Drinking Buddy.
I have neither.
You have me.
Oh, are you my buddy?
Yeah.
Oh, dear diary. Heck yeah. I am up big mungus because, ladies and gentlemen, I got myself a buddy. But we're not going to be drinking, though, because, of course, we need to keep our minds sharp for all of this flesh and blood action and, of course, the dancing card on your screen. Be active in chat at the end of each of our streams, and that will enter you automatically to win yourself a cold foil hot stamped drinking buddy. We will pull the winner towards the end of the stream, and we will announce it live for your viewing pleasure. So keep your ears and eyes peeled for that, because right now, this is the only way to get your hands on one, and what a token it would be for any player's collection.
It's a great card. You know, it kind of looks like almost like a villain support group, except Tough Nuts there. So
he just loves everybody.
Yeah.
But you better not be playing it right now if you're in Calling Shinjuku, because you would be escorted out of the building, unfortunately. Not legal in Classic Constructed, just a collector's piece, at least for the time being. Now, speaking of Classic Constructed, we're going to get right back down to it with Valda Seismic Impact facing off with one of those original Welcome to Wraith heroes in the hands of one of her major champions. Yuto, Suzuki, and Dorinthea Ironsong take on Ryota Kitanaka.
That's right. Yuto Suzuki has been on Dorinthea for a very long time. Perhaps somewhat famously got 9th at Worlds in Barcelona in 2023. So, you know, he is a big fan of Dori. I'm very excited to see how he's playing her with the new cards that Dori has gained access to.
And Yuto's influence extends far and wide. I know a particular player named Richard Trong in my own local scene who has really kept his eyes on what Yuto has been brewing with Dorinthea. These are the heroes before you. Now, Pro Tour Los Angeles did have a huge placement for Dorinthea back in the day in the hands of Maximilian Klein. Didn't have a Dawn Blade, though. That was a very different flavor of Dorinthea, much more value-oriented turn over turn with those 2 hatchets. One of mind, one, of course, of body. The main thing that Dorinthea wants to do is swing these weapons multiple times in a turn, and she must do so by connecting with one. Once per turn, when a weapon attack hits, she may swing an additional time with that weapon. Also important, whether you have yourself a Dawn Blade or Hatchets of Mind and Body. Run me through Valda.
Valda is trying to gain equity throughout the game by basically forcing draws on her opponent and then getting these seismic surges that allow her to give dominate to her cards with crush, right? And so she's just got these massive crush cards that have some very nasty effects, and they kind of just keep her rolling, right? Those seismics at the same time as giving her dominate are discounting her cards, and so she can play a game where she is blocking quite a bit and then sending very big numbers as well.
Well, will the big numbers be enough to slip through the defenses of Dorinthea Ironsong and also keep that Dawn Blade at bay? That's the question that Ryota Kitanaka must answer. He's activating a tectonic plating immediately, pitching a red boulder drop. And it is a pretty stock standard suite of equipment for Ryota. We do have Crown of Providence in the head slot, probably the flex slot for Valda Seismic Impact. Instead, it is tectonic plating, also important in getting those seismic surges online. But Ryota is also going to pitch away a blue pummel, which is going to get the eyebrow raise and head in hands of Yuto Suzuki. He says immediately, okay, I have to worry about more than just 3 red ones?
And not just a blue, but also a red pummel getting pitched away there, alongside a red boulder drop. We are potentially looking at a longer game here, where we could be reaching second cycle. Guardians, we've said constantly, they have great defensive tools. We'll see if Valda is kind of able to keep this Dawn Blade from spiraling out of control, right? Dori is often looking to start stacking these counters on Dawn Blade to a point where her opponent simply cannot keep up and cannot keep blocking out. Whereas Valda's going to have to choose her spots to be able to clear the counters off of Dawn Blade.
Yuto is trying to get out of control immediately by resolving Glistening Steel Blade, a Dorinthea specialization, which will provide go again to the next Dawn Blade attack. But also, whenever a Dawn Blade hits a hero this turn, just go ahead and put a +1 power counter on it. And if that Dawn Blade connects at all, Yuto will be able to keep around whichever ones he's been able to establish. And all of a sudden, it is Sword Master's Gleam. I want to say is the second word on that card. Most important, though, it's going to give a whopping +5 to this Dawn Blade, which is only blocked out by Testament of Valahai. It was Shine, darn it.
Notably, because Ryota does have these 3 Seismic Surges stacked up, the Testament is coming in for a block 3. It's great to just sort of like take the first block you can get here, because when you're lucky enough to get 6 or more Seismic Surges, you can block for another 2, right? Because of the guard well. But yes, unfortunately for Ryota, not able to cover up this 8. So we are going to get a counter off of Glistening Steel Blade immediately, and that does not look great for Ryota.
Definitely not, and it's not dreadful, right? I mean, it's the second Dawn Blade counter that is really going to make Dawn Blade a very fearsome prospect for Ryota. He always has the option, much like Dorinthea opponents of old, to just take a turn where you block that first Dawn Blade out and really hope that Yuto doesn't draw up the Twinning Blade, which doesn't seem to be in the hand for him now. 35 plays 40, though. Ryota gets to have his say. It's a disenchantment of the old ones in the arsenal, which is not going to have any relevant crush effect against a warrior that requires a guardian opponent, but it will still have dominate. So it is offering evasive damage through any potential defense of Mr. Suzuki.
It's also interesting to see the Sense Weakness get pitched on Ryota's side. That is not a card that is very relevant in this matchup. It's mainly a tech card for allies like Gravy. But it kind of shows, you know, Ryota isn't pulling that out. Kind of happy to just have it as a blue. Still, a card I'd love to highlight simply because it's newer. It's a very exciting card. And yes, this Disenchantment of the old ones, while it is effectively textless, 10 is a full quarter of Yuto's life total. We cannot, understate how impactful these numbers can be turn after turn, especially when Yuto, as kind of the aggressor in this spot, is wanting to keep swinging Dawn Blade and getting these counters by using a lot of combat tricks.
But the resources simply aren't cooperating for Yuto Suzuki. It's a yellow and 3 reds in the hand. Reds that starve for resources, much like the Dawn Blade, which will always require at least 1 resource to swing. So if Yuto wants to keep that counter around, he's going to have to really commit to no blocks and hope that Ryota doesn't draw up a potent defense. Now, one thing I will say about the Valda deck that we have come to know based on a number of months of testing and refinement, she doesn't have a lot of defense reactions. She can't really afford them.
Yeah, she can run some of the stock ones like Sink Below, of course, and sometimes Shelter of the Storm as well. But it's true, she's not going to be nearly as defensive. But we do see the pummel come out. We saw 2 pummels get pitched at the beginning, so we kind of got an idea of things. But here it's going to be absolutely brutal for Yuto, who decided to sacrifice equipment blocks.
Crown of Providence got in the way. I think Yuto was looking for that blue resource card, but instead found yet another yellow. Sharpened Senses joins the hand, which are now still facing down a disruptive on-hit of Pummel, discarding a card on hit. Yuto is not going to be able to block this one out. We're already in the reaction step, and there is simply no defense reactions. Not that they could pile up to 14 anyway. And insult to injury is added by Leyline of the old ones out of the hand for Ryota, which is going to generate a Seismic Surge token just by virtue of entering the arena, and also an additional one once damage is dealt. All of a sudden, Ryota is not only putting out a huge offense on this turn, he's also set up to do it again next turn. And that's exactly what Valda's got to be doing with these Seismic Surge tokens if she has a hope of carrying the day.
Yes, Leyline is a particularly powerful piece in Valda's deck. It is a legendary, so there can only be one in the deck. But importantly, it can stick around for a very long time as long as Valda controls Seismic Surges at the during her end phase. That thing is going to stick around and keep producing Seismic Surges whenever damage is dealt, which really helps Valda's engine go, right? Like, you have the tectonic plate, so you're able to produce one Seismic a turn. If Leyline lets you produce another, well, then finding your third isn't so hard.
Valda drives a natural gas vehicle, and right now, Ryota is flush with fuel. Flurry token generated for Yuto Suzuki, discarding, I can't remember the card's name, but it is going to generate it's very much like an agile wind-up effect. Gleam of the Blade, thank you. Discarded at instant speed just to generate the Flurry token, which you'd have to imagine is going to be utilized on this turn. Yuto Suzuki already able to swing that weapon twice, but unlike Zenith Blade, will not be able to be swung unless there is a go-again enabler, and that's not one. It's Singing Steel Blade. Yuto Suzuki not able to turn on the reprise effect even, so cannot go ahead and search up an attack reaction. Instead, he's just going to try to leak this damage through and keep his precious +1 counter.
Yes, that one damage is very impactful to keep her on that counter, as you mentioned. As soon as Yuto loses that counter, suddenly the breakpoints become a lot more manageable for Valda. So it is very important, even if it ends up with you have to play a card for 1 value instead of arsenaling it and potentially getting 4 on a later turn.
Which made me, Yuto was definitely hoping for Ryota to go ahead and block with a card from hand, because then that Glistening Steel Blade could equal Glint the Quicksilver, which would have provided go again and also draw a card. Otherwise, Yuto has essentially just donated an entire card, that Gleam of the Blade, to charity. He could have taken a more defensive line of swinging the Dawnblade, discarding the Gleam of the Blade at the end of his turn. Instead, went for the Flurry play, went for the as potent of an offense as he could, and was punished. Boulder Drop is now the retort from Ryota Kitanaka, which required no pitching whatsoever. The reason there's a blue in the pitch zone is because yet another Seismic Surge token has been generated by tectonic plating. This Boulder Drop, of course, has a relevant on Crush and Dominate.
Notably, 2 floating, 2 cards in hand. What does that represent? Pummel. And there is a blue pummel in the hand that's going to come down. And Yuto's just, he's kind of putting his head down. You got to expect it when you've seen them come out in the first turn, but it is brutal to have to keep discarding these cards.
Unbelievably aggressive list being showcased by Ryota Kitanaka, but hey, he is 2-0 here at Calling Shinjuku, and he is careening toward a 3rd win, at least if he can keep this disruption going. Yuto Suzuki does have a potent hand, but still without a blue.
Oh, he's got the Steel Blade Supremacy alongside the Blade Flurry. This is a very potent hand. But unfortunately,
just doesn't work.
It's just not going to work with the discard effect.
And unless my eyes deceive me, there was yet another red pummel in the hand for Ryota that he might have just placed in the arsenal. Yikes.
Oof.
Sharpened Senses out of the hand of Yuto Suzuki, providing +1 to this Dawnblade, but no go again because, of course, Sharpened Senses requires a
greater than twice its base.
Exactly right. So Dawnblade would have to be up to 7 in order for that card to give go again.
Yes, a tall order unless you've got, some sort of front pump or even more counters, perhaps. But a very potent card on its own, since it has the potential to buff both of your sword swings and give go again to the first swing.
Dorinthea, a deck that loves to play poker face and also do very unfair things, but the stance of Ryota Kitanaka has forced Yuto to play very unbelievably, painfully fair Flesh and Blood so far.
Ryota's blocks so far are also, they've been quite, heads up. Earlier we saw the 2 armor block when Yuto really wanted the reprise effect. That's something that you frequently see happen in Dori, where you're thinking about gosh, how can I get blown out from blocking this Dawn Blade? One of those ways is often singing Steel Blade. So blocking with equipment there is very, very heads up, but you're also, you're taking the bet that it's not going to be more relevant later.
It's yet another block. This time, turning on Reprise is Ryota with Smelting of the Old Ones. Blade Flurry going to get over the defenses, but there's a solid ground in the hand for Ryota. Defense reaction plus Seismic Eruption going to make the Spinal Crush that's left in the hand dominated and also free.
And that, that was very exciting for Yuto because it did give the sword go again, although I don't think it could have been swung again anyway due to lack of resources. But
Yuto does not like this. Spinal Crush as a 1-card 9 dominate. This is what your nightmares are made of. Yuto Suzuki, has he finally found a blue? Yeah, it's there, but in the alongside 3 other reds. And if there's one thing that Dorinthea cares a lot about, it's go again.
We may finally see ley lines go to grave since there is...
Of course, when damage is dealt, a Seismic Surge is left in its place.
And that is the brutal effect offered by ley lines. We've seen the power of it, right? And since it is a 1-of, you're not guaranteed to find it early enough to kind of have this engine going, but everything is kind of going right for Ryota, able to just keep the Seismics rolling. Where Yuto could potentially get back in this game, even though I know the life totals are quite far apart right now, is if Valda sort of just runs out of gas, right? If that ley lines goes away, and if Valda's unable to find that seismic creation, she may find herself in a tough spot since many of her cards are very resource demanding.
The wheels of that Seismic Surge train can certainly fall off and the train can be completely derailed. But right now, I do believe I see a promising terrain in the hand of Ryota Kitanaka, which is essentially Mordred Tide, but for Seismic Surges. And so that Tectonic Plating will generate 2 if it's activated, and if there are any other Seismic Surge effects, you can expect more where that came from. So maybe this is going to be a turn of a little bit of setup. I'm sorry, there's 2 promising terrains. What the F, David Blaine? And all of a sudden, an activation of Tectonic Plating going to generate 3 Seismic Surges and also turn on the life gain effect and draw a card effect of promising terrain. The follow-up is just Titan's Fist. It's the next turn that Yuto Suzuki has really got to be worried about.
At the beginning of this game, we talked about Dorinthea as an aggressor, right? And Valda being in a spot of having to block and stop those counters. Well, the tables are completely turned in this instance, right? Yuto is in a position of having to keep blocking until maybe that ley lines finally goes away, until maybe he can finally get some space to build his counters back up, right? But right now, he's just not in any position to really be threatening Ryota.
A super smart block by Yuto Suzuki, blocking out that Titan's Fist, because if it had drawn even a single drop of blood, then Ryota would have been even more flush with riches. 3 more Seismic Surges would have been left in its place. Right now, Steel Blade Supremacy out of the hand of Yuto Suzuki. This Dawn Blade is up to 5. Does not have Go Again yet, but if it connects at all, it will draw Yuto a card every single time it does.
We also still have Refraction Bolters on the board, which it looks like are going to be cashed in right now to give this sword Go Again.
And now all of a sudden, because Yuto also played out a Toe the Line and generated a Flurry token, he can now effectively swing this Dawnblade 3 times, as long as he can continue providing it Go Again.
It's a very potent turn for Yuto, but because Yuto drew, that also gave an extra Seismic Surge to Valda and put an extra 3 and put that shield in a position to give additional block value from armor this turn.
Yikes. Now, usually drawing cards is the greatest thing that you can do in card games. Valda flips that script completely.
Yes, and an additional 3, yes, because of the promising terrain. But, as you mentioned, Yuto does have a very potent turn here. I'm curious to see how Ryota is going to sculpt the hand. Because he's got the 6 seismics, he can pay for a very expensive attack if he'd like. And he is going to spend the armor here to buy some of that space and hopefully not let this Dawn Blade become lethal anytime soon.
But even though he has plenty of Seismic Surge tokens, he's holding back a heck of a lot of cards. He doesn't flip the card in the arsenal when blocking with Iron Fist Revelation, which adds fuel to my possibility fire that there's a pummel in the arsenal.
We have 8 seismic surges. You know, Ryota still has 3
He
cards.
also has a Seismic Eruption in the hand.
And the
He also missed one on the draw there for Yuto Suzuki. Could have been up to 9 technically, but not that it matters at all.
And these promising terrains are going to both pop because Ryota controls 3 or more seismic surge tokens. I think he's well met that requirement. He's going to draw 2 cards and gain 2 life here off of these promising terrains.
Now, it was kind of a weird draw up for Ryota. I think in that position, you would love to just throw every card you have except for 1 attack on defense. He did have non-blocks there. There was Grandeur of Valahai and also Seismic Eruption. So those promising terrains looking slightly awkward here as Ryota likely going to end this turn cycle with plenty of cards.
Yes, you might have rather have just thrown down more. Oh, and we see the Fable, the Authority of Ataya get pitched. That's going to be very relevant if Yuto has any defense reactions.
He hasn't
in his
seen
hand
any
this
yet.
turn.
I could imagine that they're there.
Yes, you often do bring them into Valda because you are scared of these really big attacks and you need some way to gain back value, right? Yuto may not care, but it's a nice pitch card to have on this turn. Although we are going to see the disable come in. It is the red pummeling arsenal, as you've been saying. So we're not looking at just 7 damage here. We are, in fact, looking at 11. And when Yuto's at 16, that's going to put him down to 5.
Now, you might be sitting there thinking, hold on, he had a smelting of the old ones in the hand. Why wouldn't he go for more damage? I think Ryota is very astutely just keeping Seismic Surges available. He's going to play out that Seismic Eruption, likely heave the smelting of the old ones into the arsenal, go up to a whopping 7 Seismic Surge tokens, and be ready to send something with Dominate to slam the door right in Yuto Suzuki's face.
And Yuto sending Dawnblade here, pitching his own Authority of Ataya. Perhaps not going to be very impactful here because, as we mentioned, Valda doesn't run as many defense reactions as some of her Guardian friends. But, Yuto's just kind of doing his darndest here to get as much value as possible, rolling back that Dawnblade swing slightly to send an Unsheathed in front of it. That is going to provide Go Again to it because that brings it to 7. So it is
Same clause as Sharpened Senses.
Greater than twice the base, but Ryota has an endless suite of armor to just cover up those breakpoints. So Yuto is not going to be able to do a lot here to Ryota's life total.
We'll just get 5 damage through with the second copy of Swordmaster's Shine and keep his +1 power counter. You can tell how much Ryota cares about that. He's like, just get me to my turn so I can do this to you. And yes, it is 10 Dominate. Ryuto Suzuki sees it. It's over. This dominated attack closes the door after the 5 that came before it.
Yes, Valda emerges victorious. But, Yuto put up a very good fight there. I think did as much as he possibly could to kind of get back into the space of that game, but Valda just could not stop the Seismic train from rolling.
No, and it rolls into 3-0 for our Valda competitors. So we have seen a Guardian win, we've seen one lose, and we've seen one win again. So best guess for the next round, I really don't know. But we're going to have to take a break, of course, from our Guardian roulette because there's somebody that I did not expect to see, even less so than Betsy in our next round. And that, of course, is going to be Uzuri Switchblade. Not in the hands of the man that took her to a Pro Tour win, Shomi Yamamura. He's sporting Kassai today, but new hands for the Switchblade. Going to be a lot of daggers, but very unfamiliar ones for quite some time. You excited about that?
I'm very excited to see Uzuri come back. As you mentioned, Shoma previously took Uzuri to a Pro Tour win. I think she packs quite a punch and has been overlooked for a very long time. So it's going to be very exciting to revisit her shortly.
Well, we will be revisiting her, but first we got to talk about the other formats in Flesh and Blood. Silver Age, baby. One of the fastest and most equitable formats in the game has just got a new injection of power. Chapter 3 is out, and with it, some incredibly exciting new heroes and down reses, I guess I should say, of certain cards in the game. I'm looking at you, Bolton. I'm looking at you, Raiden. I'm also looking at you, Blaze Firemind. Could not be more excited about this wizard coming to the People's format.
So many people have been waiting for Blaze. They love her as a hero. She's so much fun to play. And you too can play her if you pick up a Silver Age deck for Blaze Firemind in this Chapter 3 of Silver Age Precons. These are amazing resources to have in stores to allow new players to come in and pick up playing Flesh and Blood. I love that we have this format available to us.
We have indeed shifted Raiden Duskbane down in rarity to rare so that Mr. Bolton can play with his glowing lightsaber in Silver Age, and it could not come too soon for our Milber friends. Blaze Firemind, of course, has so many fans, myself included. Just can't wait to put more energy counters on my hero and do some nasty wizard things.
Nasty wizard things tends to be the name of the game often. Maybe your opponents aren't so excited about it, Bryce, but I'm glad you're having fun with it.
Well, I'm glad as well. Thank you, my non-drinking buddy. And if you take your power from the mountain of Volcor, or if, like Valda, you take it straight out of the ground, we've got more Flesh and Blood coming up. After a short break, it's Uzuri Switchblade. Don't go anywhere.
You wanna come with me? I can see it in your eyes. It's a feeling that you can't deny. I'll bring you high so deep, so we can feel alive. Leave the world behind. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe.
Natural gas is the name of the game. It is keeping Valda's car going. But what's it doing for you, Mercy?
What is it doing for me? It's letting me see some Guardians that we don't traditionally see perform really well at a very exciting tournament that is defining the metagame of Pro Tour Las Vegas.
Well, thank you so much for picking up that intro that I was clearly fumbling. Bryce Platt's back with Mercy Bickle at Calling Shinjuku, just one of the many great events going on at the World Tour stop in Shinjuku this weekend, where we are getting our first ever look at the Pro Tour Vegas metagame. And man, we have been putting on a lot of Guardians. They're looking fairly fearsome.
They are looking very fearsome. I would love to see how they're doing as a whole, though. Could we take a look at the standings?
100% we can. And a better segue I have not heard, Mercy. So your wish is our command. At the top, however, is a Vincent 3-0, accompanied by a whole host of X and O's here from all over the APAC region. It's not just Japan that's represented here. We've also got some fearsome competitors from across the pond. You may have heard of Jacob Clements and Brody Spurlock at this point, but my eyes are drawn immediately to number 16, Tsunoda Shingo on Teklo Vossen, esteemed magnate.
A 3-0 Teklo Vossen. You know, we've been highlighting a lot of these underrepresented heroes. Teklo is another one that a lot of people have been looking to see succeeding more and more with the new tools that he's been getting. It's very exciting to see him at 3-0. We also have an Uzuri at number 13 that is also 3-0. How exciting. And in fact, we're going to be seeing Uzuri next in this upcoming round as well, Bryce.
Now, for all of our talk of Guardians, Mercy, I'm only seeing one in page 1 of our standings. Are they coming out in page 2? There is Kohei Takano on Betsy, and of course, our featured player in the beginning of the day, Masay Toda on Betsy as well. And there we see Ryota Kitanaka, who we know is 3-0, and David Yao on Jarl. The Guardians are here in the X&O bracket alongside 27th seed Hiroki Miyamura on Fang Drakai of Blades, and yet another European, Evan Tanguy, holding down the fort on Gravy Bones.
We also see, you know, a Ziggy still hanging on there as the best 2-1 so far. It would be exciting to see them come up and really show their power right now.
Mercy, every single time I cast an event in Japan, there is some Reinar that comes out of the woodwork and does a quad intimidate turn that slams the door on somebody's tournament run. Will Shota Kajiro be the champion of the Brute class? We pursued into our X and 1s, who are still by all means live for top 8 at this point. I see a couple names I know. Hiroyuki Tensai on Oscilio, Constella Intelligence, Ryosuke Urase on Kassai of the Golden Sand, who I believe made top 8 with that hero in last year's Japanese Nationals. A lot of really cool stuff in the Land of the Rising Sun.
Yeah, we're also seeing a lot of Syndras performing. We haven't really been mentioning them. They are, you know, the most represented deck here. So we would expect to see them converting. It's great to see them converting. We're also seeing a lot of warriors, you know, form of Kassai, that, you know, one Fang perhaps. And in fact, we're going to be seeing a Kassai come up here shortly.
Okay, it's going to be Blood Sand versus Dripping Blades. Will the assassin class carry the day, or will it be the old warrior standard? Well, let's find out right now. Another match locked and loaded for you, and so we go ahead and fire it off. Uzuri Switchblade. Man, I have not seen her animated art in some time.
Yes, we have Noriyuki Sugioka versus Shiomeng Yip. This is going to be, I think, a very exciting matchup. You know, Kassai has a lot of defensive tools. I'm a big Kassai fan. So Shiomeng is going to be able to probably use a lot of D-Reacts to hedge against Noriyuki's tricks as Uzuri. In case you haven't watched an Uzuri on stream in a while, Uzuri does have a hero ability that allows her to switch out stealth cards for cards with 2 cost or greater. Is that correct? So he can... Uzuri can kind of pull a lot of tricks in throwing isolates, which have dominate, preventing their opponent from blocking with more than 1 card, and then switching them into much more powerful on-hit effects.
Now we're showing Noriyuki's tournament run so far, even though it's fairly early in the day, because what is this in round 3 but a victory over Pudding Tam, the champion of the, what he calls, Lightning Ninja class. Aurora 1, and now Oscilio Constella Intelligence. Apparently, Skyward Serenade was not enough to pull him away from Wizard. Uzuri Switchblade, as you mentioned, Mercy, does have that tricksy assassin ability, one that just encapsulates the class ever so well. She's got the tools that she needs, but she's not going to show them until the very last moment. Can switch out any attack with stealth and into a 2-cost attack. Think Command and Conquers, Erase Faces, and so forth. Now, that's tricky enough, but there's also tricksy stealth attacks that make blocking these so much more difficult. Kassai, on the other hand, is going to try to turn, as I said, blood and sand into legal tender. She will activate her hero ability, try to generate a gold token, and also some copper along the way for fearsome power cards like Blood on Her Hands and Raise an Army. Now, Kassai has chosen to go second. We'll have to see if it aids her in her quest against Uzuri. Down to the match floor we go. And of course, Uzuri Switchblade not really getting much airtime since the days of Shoma Yamamura, who surgically picked that hero to go up against the likes of Nu and, of course, Zen back in the Mistveil era. Hot Streak deployed by Meng. Yep. Blocked out by a Unmake the Underlings, thereby giving Hot Streak go again. Centauri Saber blocked out by Plunder the Poor. Will there be an attack reaction, though?
We see a Gorganian Tome and a Sink Blow in Xiaomeng's hand. That Sink Blow is likely just going to end up parked in Arsenal. Gorganian Tome, though, Xiaomeng is deciding to hold on to in this instance and just kind of keep it close. Noriyuki, I think, is happy enough, though, to just block out that turn and convert the Sigil of Solace for damage, waiting for something better. I wonder why. I think Xiaomeng just saw that Gorganian Tome isn't really doing much in that hand, right? You don't care that your swords are free, and you don't need the extra card because you've already got an arsenal card.
The drawback, of course, meaning that he's going into Noriyuki's turn with a non-block in the hand, which can be very fearsome when your opponent is prone to presenting so many fearsome on-hits. Now, Unmake the Underlings is definitely a card that targets Gravy Bones, but could have some equity here if Xiaomeng is able to establish a hefty army with the gold tokens generated.
That's right. We see the Crown of Dominion as the headpiece of choice for Xiaomeng. That's going to allow Kassai to start with 1 gold. That can be very, very impactful if you're looking for a raise an army plan, right? When you're fighting Uzuri, you might be thinking that you are going to get fatigued, right? Uzuri can play a little bit more of the huntsman style of milling your deck. And so having a plan in place in order to counter that is very important. That plan, of course, being raise an army with a boatload of gold.
Xiaomeng doing the prescient thing and reading the hero ability that he likely hasn't seen across the table from him in a very long time. Uzuri Switchblade, he knows now, is liable to swap out this Unmake the Underlings for something a little more scary. Now, one of the drawbacks of Uzuri's playstyle is that oftentimes, unless you're able to send something like an Isolate with Dominate immediately, your opponent can simply block 2 cards and likely stymie whatever you were going to switch into, like this Command and Conquer. But as it stands, Xiaomeng has only blocked with Valiant Dynamo, so 5 points of damage over the top now that his other blocking card was shredded to oblivion. And then 5 damage does come across the line. Down to 35 goes our man from Singapore. And there goes Gorganian Tome.
And that's part of what is so tricky about Uzuri. That shred, of course, can only target a card defending an assassin attack, which means you play it before you've switched, and then suddenly you're basically able to play something like a shred on a CNC. That's enormous value. And so, but Xiaomeng, takes it in stride and is able to kind of just send back the unsheathed saber here. So if you're unfamiliar with Kassai as a hero, Kassai has these 2 sabers, of course. Her game plan generally relies around a bit more mid-range. So you are able to block with almost every card for 3, and then you send your sabers for just decent numbers every turn, and you get back that Valiant Dynamo's counter, which requires you to have swung twice. So Unsheathed is a super bread and butter card because it's going to give +3 and go again to that next sword for a 0 cost.
Overcrowded gets in the way of Centauri's Saber, only blocking for 2 and also providing 1 point of value to the Centauri's Saber, so all of a sudden effectively blocking for 1. Oasis Respite is there to back it up, though. The majority of that damage shirked away. all of it, rather. And Hot Streak is the follow-up, only for 2.
We also see that Kassai was willing to pitch the Bloodfallow's Blade. As I mentioned earlier, the allies are a very potent counter to fatigue. Bloodfallow's Blade is one of those great newer additions to the Kassai deck that allows Kassai to start building up those allies. You are, of course, sometimes simply forced to pitch it by lack of having other resource cards. But Uzuri's going to have to be careful about playing around that and stopping Kassai's swords from hitting.
Scale Peeler coming to reduce the effectiveness of the equipment of Meng on this turn. Valiant Dynamo is very good, but not when it blocks 0. That damage taken, and a second copy of Eradicate sent by Noriyuki Sugioka.
Eradicate is one of those super fun cards where the more damage it does, the more cards it banishes. It's extremely scary to be facing down because you're not always sure how much power is really going to be behind it. And suddenly, if you find yourself 6 or 7 cards down in your deck, that can put you into a very fatigable range quickly, especially if those cards happen to contain some of your key pieces, like Raise an Army.
Like yellows in general for Kassai. Of course, yellows are required in addition to reds in order to activate the hero ability, and that simply can't happen if they're already in the banish zone. Luckily, there's a Sink Below in the arsenal for Meng, and that very fearsome yellow out of Noriyuki's deck is inanely put into the graveyard. It was also a boon to Kassai that there was no cards in the hand to back it up. Spoils of War now out of the hand for Meng.
Spoils of War is another piece of Kassai's game plan that is so potent. Kassai is able to leverage copper created by cards like Spoils in order to send one of her specializations, Blood on her hands, later in the game. Often you don't see the blood on her hands actually resolve because players are so paranoid about it, right? But it usually says, hey, you need to block the next swing, or at least you need to block one of the next swings, since Spoils of War does affect both sword swings for the turn.
Now, Mercy, I do spy Graven Gloves in the hand slot for Noriyuki. We haven't really talked about it yet, but with a hero that wants to, on its face, run stealth cards, is it too much of an ask to run a high enough density of contract cards to make use of it?
No, it's not too much of an ask. Graven Gloves is a very interesting piece of equipment that was released recently in Compendium of Wraith. If Uzuri is able to buy that back, it will block for 2 instead of 1. And Uzuri can keep buying that back if she's able to produce enough silver. The key there, though, is getting those contract hits in order to produce the silver. Currently, Noriyuki is sitting at 0.
41 plays 34 now. Noriyuki back on the affirmative, but it's just a Fate Foreseen in the hand. So I would be very surprised if we didn't see a simple pass. And there it is. Into the arsenal goes that Fate Foreseen. And now is Meng back on the affirmative. 34 plays 41 now, and I spy an Outland Skirmish, I think. No, it's a Draw Swords.
A Take It on the Chin.
A blue. Very importantly to pay for this Draw Swords.
And as a reminder, Kassai's text does say that when you draw a card, your sword swings are effectively free for the turn. So that draw swords means free sword swings and a +3. It's a very popular card to be playing in Kassai because of that powerful text. It lets
does
you,
all the things,
yeah,
right?
It does everything you want, and it gets you lower in your deck, right? So you're able to draw to your more powerful cards quicker in that case. We talked a lot about Kassai so far. I think we ought to focus on Uzuri's game plan a little bit as well. You know, when you sit down across an Uzuri these days, you don't necessarily know what kind of game plan they're going after, right? We talked a little bit about Uzuri's ability, but what we're seeing so far is more of a kind of Huntsman style play, right? With all of these contract cards and just a splash of Uzuri, right? So that your opponent never knows what's coming.
Very astute observation, Mercy. Yellow Draw Swords into the pitch to utilize the only go-again enabler that Meng had in the hand. Not sure about the arsenal, but Blue Blade Runner will do it with the best of them. Hot Streak give and go again, even though Noriyuki very smartly blocked with a shred rather than an attack action card to just gift that go again. Centauri Saber, the follow-up now, coming in for 4, thanks to that Blade Runner. Oh, there was an activation of Brave Forge Bracers in there as well, even though there's no tap of the Brave Forge Bracers.
Yes, Kassai has, that Grains of Blood spell and the Brave Forge Bracers that you just mentioned. They're amazing resource outlets for when you do have a hand that is a little bit heavier on resource cards or cards you simply can't use effectively, like this hit and run in Yellow Draw Swords. Yellow Draw Swords not being a great follow-up to the red one, it's because then you have no resources to pitch for that Blade Runner. So being able to use those resource outlets is very important for keeping your game plan rolling turn to turn.
Little bits of blood trickling away from our assassin. 3 cards in the pitch for Zhu Ming. He's utilizing that take it on the chin just to roll a resource into the next turn cycle, maybe when a card draw isn't quite on the table. Now, 37 plays 34, and it's Scale Peeler swinging in again, trying to chip little bits of damage in here and make whatever comes next all the more difficult to block. Noriyuki has held on to that Fate Foreseen in the arsenal, but Blunton is going to make it so nothing else relevant comes out on that turn cycle. Plunder the Poor would have loved to follow up the Scale Peeler, but as it stands, doesn't have the opportunity.
Yes, that Scale Peeler is normally extremely punishing to Kassai, who relies on her equipment suites and especially those Valiant Dynamos to get turn-to-turn value. But Blunton is a great new tool in Kassai's kit that is gaining her equity against these assassins that so badly want to pierce her armor.
And it gets a bad rap because oftentimes it's viewed as warrior-on-warrior hate, but Zhu Ming showing us that it can do the dirty to Noriyuki as well, even though they're not in the same class. Vigor token will pop for Zhu Ming. Was it simply a pass back? Curious.
I think we're still waiting to see what the Uzuri does here as well, since the Vigor has not popped.
Yeah, curious, but it was the block of the Blunton after the Vigor was generated on the previous turn.
Oh, yes.
Did Zhu Ming? I think Zhu Ming just passed.
Huh.
Very curious.
We do see...
There weren't any go-agains in the hand.
It's actually hot straight.
Gotcha.
Yes, I think... Yes. He refloated the Vigor. That's where we got... off our tracks there a little bit, Bryce. But yes, just didn't have to go again in that hand. So just roll the Vigor to the next turn. That's sometimes all you can do.
An unfortunate draw up for Kassai, a hero that we often consider to be ever so consistent. Unmake the Underlings is blocked out by blood on her hands. Is there a switch? Yes, Uzuri activation. Oh no. Zhu Ming might just be reading the hero text once more, but there it is. There's the activation. Card banished face down. Now Zhu Ming has the opportunity, yes, to go ahead and play out a Fate Foreseen now that a card has been committed one way or the other. Noriyuki must reveal it, and even if it's a Command and Conquer, Fate Foreseen will still remain a blocking card.
Yes, notably, that is why you play out the defense reaction here and not after the reveal, in case it is Command and Conquer. In this case, it's just going to be a Leave No Witnesses, which is already fully covered. So Xiaomeng's got to be pretty happy with that exchange there, not losing any equity there, not granting any silver to Noriyuki, which could allow that Graven Call, or sorry, not Graven Call, the Graven Gloves to come back with more blocks.
But still a minor win for Noriyuki, especially if his plan is to run Zhu Ming out of reasonable offense, because he did technically trade up one card in value in a sense, as Unmake the Underlings does go to the bottom of the deck. It does not get discarded. It will come back around again.
Yes. And we also saw a block with the blood on her hands there. Makes a lot of sense considering there's very little copper that's going to be created this game. We also saw the Justinik get blocked with a very, very powerful card in Uzuri's toolkit.
It was yet another simple swing of the hot streak for Zhu Ming and pass. Now what can Noriyuki do with a 3-card hand? I see a blue to send a Scale Peeler. I see a non-stealth card, unfortunately.
There is a blue isolate, I believe, in the hand.
Oh, is it a blue isolate? Okay, so maybe he holds. Yes, you are right. So maybe he holds back the weapon on this turn cycle.
And there's the shakedown as well.
Could even go for a tunic play. Yes. Pitch the contract card out of the hand, send Scale Peeler, and still get to have his cake and eat it too. Isolate would come down. Hopefully not run into a Blunton. No, it seems the damage is being accepted by Zhu Ming. Down to 32 now. Equipment is going to be harder to block with, which is huge because this Isolate also has Dominate.
This is a tough decision point for Shumang. I'm not sure if he was able to arsenal any direct, but if he wasn't, then he's got to make the choice whether to commit armor now, in spite of the Scale Peeler effect, or just block it. And I think it makes a lot of sense not to get the armor here, since it's just not worth nearly as much.
And yes, no defense reactions. Shakedown comes down. Zhu Ming must go ahead and read this card again. It's an Uzuri specialization that you probably haven't seen in a while. When it hits, as long as you've played or activated an attack reaction this link, which the Uzuri hero text counts as. Shakedown has when this hits a hero, choose red, yellow, or blue. There's one of each in the hand, so Noriyuki is going to be able to choose his choice to banish of the chosen color, which was yellow. Makes a lot of sense because all of Zhu Ming's power cards in this deck are yellow. Yes,
and you know, it's very likely to be in the hand. A lot of the yellows, like Sharpened Senses, can be go-again enablers as well. It's a smart, very safe choice to take that away, potentially run them out of Raisin armies, Bluntons, run-throughs, so on. Or even Blood Follows Blade. Yes, as you mentioned, many of Kassai's power cards are indeed yellow.
And you're insulated from making a wrong choice just because she's got to run a certain density of yellows to make her hero work. Hot Streak once again swung for Zhu Ming. 29 plays 35. And I think that means he's holding back a Glint the Quicksilver in the hand.
On Uzuri's side, though, we do have the Codex of Frailty, a card we haven't seen so far this game, but mustn't be forgotten that Uzuri is an assassin, which means she can run Codex, which is an incredibly powerful tool in any deck that's allowed to run it.
Noriyuki, however, does have to clear the Fate Foreseen out of the arsenal and deal with this Blunton, now blocked with on the Scale Peeler again. Will it be a discard of the defense reaction or a brand new head jab for Noriyuki? Knife through. Yes, just want to keep the cards that have 4 printed value on them. At some point, Zhu Ming has to start swinging something reasonable at Noriyuki.
Yes, as you mentioned, the D-React was stuck in the arsenal there, rendering Codex. Not a very useful card there. It's going to get pitched back to the bottom, but we might see it again. No worries there. Kassai, on the other hand, is going to be doing one of her first activations in order to try to get some gold, right? So in addition to Kassai's many lovely effects, she is able to basically get a gold on hit from her Sword Sings when she activates.
And so will Noriyuki attempt to block out this hot streak for 3? It can be more difficult than one might think. I do think that Noriyuki has a good shot at it because there are 3 total defense reactions accessible, the 2 Sink Belows in hand, and of course the Fate Foreseen parked astutely in the arsenal.
It's very unlikely that Noriyuki isn't able to block out here, but he does have to be worried about the follow-up as well, right? That, you know, he may be sacrificing a lot of his defensive tools in one place just to stop one gold on hit. You know, I think a key part of Kassai that I've experienced as I played her is you want to spread out those on hits, right? You don't want to put them all in one basket, so to speak. Like if you're sending a Spoils of War, you don't also want to activate Kassai a lot of the time because then it's just too easy to block out both effects.
Some classic Flesh and Blood here. Attacks, reactions in the defense, in the attack. Hot Streak is blocked out by Sink Below perfectly, but Zhu Ming has Glint the Quicksilver in the hand, so a card will be drawn because, of course, a card was blocked with from the hand very specifically. And then Blade Flurry gets over the defenses by 1 for Noriyuki. Is he going to commit an entire card that could get 4 value just to stop this gold on hit? Will he be able to do it again the next chain link? Zhuming? He does. Sink below the second gets in the mix. No gold token yet for Zhuming. Will be able to swing yet another sword for 4 thanks to Blade Flurry.
For 6 off of the Slice
Thank
and
you
Dice
so much.
yellow.
Yes, of course. Slice and Dice providing an additional 2 value to the second weapon swung in the turn. Graven Gloves now blocked with, alongside Shakedown, getting this up to 6. And then, of course, Fate Foreseen gonna jump in front, say, get down, Mr. President, and cover the rest of this up.
And this is sort of what I mean about you have to be careful about committing all your defensive tools. It may work out very well for Noriyuki in this instance, but Xiaomeng does have one mystery card left, right? And if in the scenario where that is another attack reaction, like an In the Swing or an Ironsong response, you're in hot water.
Another interesting thing at play there is that Noriyuki could have blocked with the Fate Foreseen first, thereby not allowing Zhuming to get the additional draw off of Glint the Quicksilver, because technically it wouldn't have come from hand. Reprise requires the card to be blocked with from hand. But as it stands, there was an extra card generated, and Zhuming back on the offensive. 2 yellows in the pitch, both of which are Raise an Army, Mercy. We're going to have to keep our eyes out for that pitch stack coming back around again.
You know, I think Kassai has realized that the way the game state is, it's going to be a long time until he's built up enough gold to really make those cards worth it. But it is a bit scary to stack them together if, you know, if Uzuri is able to line up an effect that could possibly mill off the top of the deck with both of those cards there.
Something like that, Eradicate, that we know is in the pitch stack, for instance.
Exactly. Some Kassais are also only on the 2 Raise an Army, some are on 3. So, you know, those could be the only copies we're looking at, in which case Noriyuki might be thinking, I've got a long time until I have to worry about allies coming down.
It's no blocks on this hot streak, but an Oasis Respite played out, responded by a Provoke, and Noriyuki laying out his cards even though he didn't have to. Zhuming averting his eyes as best he can, a very gentlemanly player, because of course Provoke only requires you to lay 1 card down. If it is an action card, you block with it on that chain link. If it is anything but, then you will discard it kindly. Very thank you much. And Centauri Saber will... It will also provide go again to the hot streak, thanks to the fact that it was an attack laid down by Noriyuki Sugioka.
This is one of the powerful aspects of Kassai's 2 swords, right? You're able to switch them out depending on what you need and get more go again than you have naturally in your deck, which is another important aspect of the fatigue matchup. If you're not able to raise an army, you sure as heck want to be swinging those swords as many times as you possibly can, which requires those go again sources.
Talk about an efficient use of Fyendal Spring Tunic. It'll be cashed in for excessive blood loss, going to get maximum respect from Zhuming, all the way up to 5 blocks with Valiant Dynamo and a Shelter from the Storm. No life total change, but a lot is happening here. One of the other things that is going on in the deck of Zhuming, besides extra uses of Go Again, is of course a Blunton and 2 Raised Armies next to each other in that second cycle, which I dare say we will see, Mercy.
Yes, it's not the most appealing hand to draw into, but it could be just fine as well.
If Zhuming's able to get some of those gold tokens, of course.
Yes, I think the most brutal response to that would be an Eradicate at just the right time, because of course it is looking for those yellow cards with Contract. That could produce a whole lot of silver for Noriyuki eventually. But for now, we're just going to see Kassai keep swinging those swords with these pumps. Slice and Dice, of course, giving +1 to the first sword and +3 to the second. So it's the second swing that Noriyuki has to be a little bit more worried about. We're also seeing Noriyuki bring in these Oasis Respites. I think a common inclusion.
Oh, and a blowout from Zhuming. Jagged Edge. This hot streak is going to go all the way up to 6 and be unpreventable. And what prevents damage? Oasis Respite. So it was essentially a 2-card 4 that Noriyuki offered. And Zhuming says, I'm not even going to let you have that.
It's a brutal swing back. Jagged Edge, you know, has its place in the deck. Before, it was often for Prism. It may be still in for Ziggy, but it's also sure as heck useful against Uzuri when she's got an Oasis staring down your sword.
But you know, the benefit, of course, for our Uzuri player is that no go again from Zhuming, which means that the majority of that slice and dice is just donated to charity, an entire one card one for Kassai of the Golden Sand. I dare say these hands have not really been lining up for Zhuming.
No, it seems like there's been a distinct lack of go again. You can run into that issue and then they kind of clump up later. It can be quite unfortunate. It also happens when you're running a higher density of D-Reacts because you just don't you have those coming in and they just don't really do anything to make your hands function. They just buy you space, right?
Knife through now for Noriyuki Sugioka. Will not have go again because a dagger has not connected on this turn cycle. There's a sharpened senses in the hand of Zhuming. That is a source of go again, but only if you can push those swords up even a little bit more. Looks like it's going to be yet another hot streak swing, and that might be it, except for a vigor token generated from Grains of Blood Spill for our warrior player.
Now, keep in mind, we are on turn 10, and these life totals are looking very healthy for both of these players, right? We are certainly not hurtling towards death on either side anytime soon. We are in this long game that we've been talking about.
We're also over half of our time elapsed.
Yes, over half the time elapsed, so these players are going to have to keep an eye on the clock. We have seen Kassai get to that second gold. One card we have not seen so far, I believe, is Riches of Tropaldani, which is an expectation for Kassai to draw that before being able to cast, or before being able to play Raise an Army, right? That will get you a third gold. One way that you could approach the Victor matchup as Kassai, back when Victor was still legal, was to try to force through to 3 or 4 gold and then play a Raise an Army at the very start of your second cycle, right? So that may be the same kind of game plan that Xiaomeng now is employing against Uzuri, transferring over that kind of knowledge and skill set from the Victor matchup.
It's still just a hot streak for Noriyuki's consideration, but he's having a tough time with this block, it would seem. No blocks is the choice. He'll be rewarded for this decision, I think, especially if he can utilize the entirety of this hand. He knows now that there are no more Bluntons for him to worry about. 2 have been blocked with, 1 at the bottom of the deck now, and it's life parity. 29 plays 29. Uzuri with a 5-card hand. What can he do with it?
And a double persuasive prognosis alongside a CNC, that presents a very interesting decision tree, right? Persuasive by itself has a very powerful on-hit effect, but Kassai is able to relatively easily block it. So unless it's backed up by a card like Just a Nick and perhaps other buffs, it's just not going to do that much.
Knife through the follow-up. A tricky thing for... Oh, interesting. It is blocked out by an action card. What I was going to say was that Scale Peeler's effect could have somewhat been shirked away should Zhuming have blocked with some equipment on that knife through, but as it stands, Scale Peeler's effect still active. Persuasive Prognosis now on the combat chain gets a card from Zhuming. Activation of Uzuri. Will there be a defense reaction? Yes. Shelter from the Storm is going to handle this Command and Conquer very handedly.
Yes, and very important that Xiaomeng is so heads up about playing those D-Reacts before the card is revealed, because of course that was a CNC. So I think Xiaomeng comes out a little bit ahead in that exchange, although Uzuri presented a very interesting problem with that, that knife through having go again, saying, am I going to switch down this link or am I going to switch on the next link?
Now, unlike the assassins of today, Uzuri doesn't have access to quite as many attack reaction pumps. And now we have already seen 2 of them, these cut to the chases, which can only target contract cards, mind you, go into the graveyard. I would imagine that Noriyuki would have loved to line these up with his Eradicates in the second cycle, but they've been devoted to blocking duty.
Yeah, and you know, Shred is also kind of a, pseudo pump in that it brings down
A fair point.
The block value of your opponent's cards. So that is also, something to consider in this scenario. But like you said, it, for cards like Eradicate, the actual value of the card matters quite a bit as well. And here we're just going to see 2 dagger swings.
It's based on the length of this game so far in turn 12. I'm surprised we haven't seen it sooner.
Yes, because Kassai does have these 2 swords that can each swing for 2 every turn. Uzuri has to be a little bit careful, right, about getting back value with thrown daggers. But Codex is another way to gain back value in this matchup.
And that is going to be the linchpin of this turn for Noriyuki Sugioka. We'll also refresh that arsenal thanks to the Ponder token generated by reading the book. Command and Conquer crashing in for 6. One of these daggers is going to be much more relevant than the other. Nerve Scalpel, of course, will reduce the blocking power of reaction cards, which can help with attack reactions as well as defense reactions. But as it stood, 2 action cards donated to the cause for Zhuming. Arsenal protected, and Riches of Tropeldani in the pitch stone on the affirmative. Hot Streak only coming in for a measly 1 thanks to the Frailty token. Noriyuki stuck on the arena.
Hot Streak is a really key sword to have in this matchup in particular. While Noriyuki does have non-attack action cards to block with, he also has a lot of attack action cards, right? Which means sometimes, unless he wants to take the hit, he's simply got to give the sword go again, which buys cards effectively for Kassai.
It may be a pass after this for Zhuming. There's just a sink below in the hand, and if he were to deploy one of the standard Blade Runners that we haven't seen a whole lot of, then he would not have the requisite resources to swing the second sword. So yes, it's just a stranded sink below in the hand and a Vigor token generated for our warrior, who is taking this game very slowly. 28 plays 26 now. Noriyuki with 4 cards in hand, 1 in the arsenal, and back on the offensive. 2 of them go to the pitch for Scale Peeler. There's an excessive blood loss in the hand. I want to say another copy of Sigil. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's an Already Dead. Yes, now Noriyuki thinking, maybe I need to hold this Sigil back in reserve to make sure I get maximum value on this turn.
Yes, Already Dead, another one of those powerful payoff cards for Uzuri to switch in.
We'll go ahead and banish all blocking cards straight away. So if Zhuming tries to block with some yellows in order to give more material for Kassai activations, then of course might lose those if the attack connects.
We are going to see the Dynamos finally get a little bit of opportunity to block here because the Nerve Scalpel was swung with instead of the Scale Peeler.
Already Dead could technically banish Valiant Dynamo, we should mention, because of course it'll banish any cards blocking it if it hits. Is it going to happen, though? It's an activation of Uzuri. Sink below, jumps in front, says, get down, Mr. President. But there is 1 more point of damage to deal with. Already Dead, sticks the landing. Will it connect for 1 more point? There's another opportunity for defense reactions, but they're just not there. Gives a knowing and respectful nod from Zhuming. 1 damage dealt. Valiant Dynamo's banished?
You know, sitting in Xiaomeng's seat, you have to be wondering, why swing the Nerve Scalpel when you can swing the Scale Peeler? It's precisely to bait your opponent into blocking like this and getting their Dynamos banished with Already Dead. One of the huge payoffs that Uzuri can achieve. The life totals are still quite high. That's an immense amount of value that Kassai is now going to lose over the course of the game.
Holy cow, we have seen a fantastic and niche interaction out of the Switchblade. She still has tricks within her trench coat, it would seem. Hot Streak now coming from Zhuming, who is bereft of shoes, which he certainly didn't think that he would be in this game. 2 slice and dices, though, before that Hot Streak. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Zhuming.
Yes, and unless we have the Go Again in the hand, which we do with both the run through and the
Redundant
Glen.
even.
Yes, redundant, because as we saw earlier, a lack of Go Again, we're going to start seeing some of it clump up a little bit. You're totally happy to have these 2 cards together because you can choose depending on how your opponent blocks. In this case, we're just going to get our nice Go Again and +2 on the next sword. So this next sword swing is going to be coming in for +7?
Yes, correct. So total of 9 with the base power of 2. Looking much more like a hammer than a sharpened weapon. It's a fairly non-functional hand for Noriyuki, unless, of course, he has a stealth card in the arsenal, which I didn't quite spy. I want to say it was the excessive blood loss held back.
I don't think it's a stealth card. So, yes, the shakedown is not going to be incredibly useful on this particular turn.
Could still be saved for the arsenal, of course, and second D-React and Sigil of Solace could get on defensive duty.
It can be saved for the arsenal, though we should keep in mind that Uzuri's ability only allows it to banish from hand, so it's not going to be able to be switched in. It can simply be played out, but then you're relying on another attack reaction in order to actually turn on its text.
Which, you know, Noriyuki has one on board, but those Black Tech Whispers are probably going to help him go wide in the latter stages of this game. So probably going to protect it until he knows his opponent is out of potent defense reactions.
Yes, and I think we are going to see Uzuri very shortly kind of start throwing on the offense a little bit more. It depends, you know, because I can hit these hands that are just not incredibly potent. Because I can also run out of yellows in Grave to actually activate Kassai with, right? And you need those on-hit effects in order to get your opponent to throw down their cards.
Now, my head is being scratched a little bit. Not by me. I don't know who's behind me doing that. But the reason being is, of course, Fate Foreseen was not utilized. And I can't see a world where Noriyuki is fully converting this hand unless he, yes, goes ahead and sends the shakedown instead. Is it an attack reaction in the arsenal? Was I wrong? It could
You
be.
see Tunic plus a red here paying for the shakedown. As you mentioned, we can use the black text regardless. So, you know, this is definitely a threat to Kassai.
But it is a face-up block. Noriyuki, very happy, just goes ahead and plays that Sigil of Solace, making a play for deck damage there, forcing Zhuming to give up cards and also tempo in order to block out that shakedown.
Also potentially scaring Xiomeng, right? Like with that Sigil of Solace, that could be, you know, a shred or something like that, and potentially baits Kassai into giving up even more cards. Although Xiomeng just says, "Oh well, if so."
And even though Xiomeng has downshifted to, say, first gear and is just sending a lot of hot streaks, in this case, every time Noriyuki gives a card up to that sword, Zhuming has made a win for the long game. Right now, though, its Scale Peeler connects into Command and Conquer, threatening the arsenal in a world where there are a lot less defensive tools. But, you know, Kassai has a lot of cards that do block for 3, so it's an easy 2-card give up and a pass back over. Noriyuki has yet another combo of Eradicate and Codex of Frailty on the bottom of the deck.
Also importantly, Kassai is up to 4 gold. Xiomeng's objective at this point is to survive till those Raisin armies come back around, and he's able to, you know, bring in his buddies, his sellswords, to help him gain back the value that he's lost throughout this game. You know, aside from the couple of tools that we've seen previously from Uzuri, Uzuri cannot efficiently clear those sellswords. They are at 2 life apiece, which a single dagger does not cover.
Oh, you mean 4 resources to clear 1 ally isn't a good rate?
No, you know, maybe Uzuri players would not think it's so bad, but I don't think it's a great rate.
Now, there are ways to upset that dynamic. We have, for example, Unmake the Underlings in the pitch zone right now. The other one, though, would be something like Knife Through. Really easy sources of go again, but Noriyuki has either blocked or played every single one of them, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we also see a Bonds of Attraction, a card that I dare say I haven't seen in quite a while.
It's kicking around in some Mario lists.
Yeah, for sure. And Noriyuki potentially looking to switch that card out. Let's see if we can. You cannot switch in the Eradicate here since it is a 1 cost. So kind of just looking to.
Wait, yeah, it's 2 or lower.
2 or lower.
We saw it with, of course, the Leave No Witnesses early.
Yes, 2 or lower, excuse me. So can switch in that Eradicate, although, and does in that case.
Okay, hello.
Currency. That is another beautiful blue that Kassai can put in the deck to steal away 2 Tunic counters from her opponent and make 2 gold, which is incredibly essential in these matchups where you're sometimes starved for gold and just really trying to look to make allies, excuse me. So if Kassai is able to live until finding that Raisin army, I don't think Uzuri is going to be able to stop her.
And that was the perfect moment to send that high current currency, of course, because if Noriyuki had 3 energy counters on the Fandel Spring Tunic, could have just popped it at instant speed and nullified the effect of high current currency. 2 knives have connected, Nerve Scalpel and Scale Peeler, not necessarily in that order. And then the coup de grace is excessive blood loss. Could really hurt the deck of Zhuming, but he says, I'd rather not give you 2 cards on the hit. I'd rather give you 2 cards on the defense. So that one is blocked out nicely. Where is the last copy of Raisin Army for Juming? That is the question.
There may only be 2 copies. Not everyone is on 3. There's potentially a 3rd copy floating around there, but we'll just have to find out. We are going to see this Blood Follows Blade, though, which Noriyuki has the shelter to answer. That would have presented an ally right now that Uzuri would have had to deal with.
Why not have him now and later, says Juming, but luckily Noriyuki can stem the bleeding. It's 20 plays 18. Noriyuki back on the affirmative, but like you said, Mercy, the story of this game is not going to be told completely in life total. Instead, it's very quickly going to be looking a lot more like an illusionist game than Warrior v Assassin.
We also notice Kassai has been extremely disciplined about the armor blocks, perhaps other than the one, snafu to lose the dynamos to already dead. But the Grains and the Braveforge are both sitting at 2 block on board apiece. That's very, very important to be able to stop effects that might mill the Raisin armies that we've talked about that are still in the deck.
Draw Swords draws a card, gives the next warrior attack +3, makes those swords free, and also a Kassai activation means that these swords are going to be turning blood into gold, something that King Midas sure would have loved to have in his arsenal. 6 go again now, thanks to sharpened senses.
Here's where we see Kassai start to pull back a little bit of the tempo. It is important to do that so that you can, as we mentioned, live to see those Raisin armies and not give Uzuri the space to set up counterplay to it. So Uzuri, 20 is fairly healthy, half your life total, but it's not incredibly healthy. You do still have to be very careful. At this point, though, I don't know that you care very much about the gold on hit. To be honest, Kassai's
a little redundant.
Yeah, swimming in gold. What Kassai could start doing, though, because she has so much gold, is start actually pitching into the gold pieces to draw deeper in her deck and get to those Raisin armies faster and prevent Noriyuki from doing anything about it.
The follow-up now is Hot Streak for 3 after Centauri Saber is blocked out by 3 cards out of the hand of Noriyuki. Sugioka, and then Shelter from the Storm gets in the way. Blade Flurry over the top will convey 1 damage to the opponent, and also yet another gold token. 7 now on the board for Kassai of the Golden Sand, an embarrassment of riches into a deck that just can't clear allies as efficiently as others.
Yes, and notably, Xiaomeng kept that Blade Flurry for the second hit, even though it could have buffed both swords, simply because that on hit is so very valuable, right? The Leave No Witnesses, though, can be a bit annoying since Kassai no longer has her dynamos. She does have the Take It on the chin, so it looks like it looks like Xiaomeng is angling to give Braveforge plus Take It on the chin, which she does, and that's going to produce an agility as well, a very needed source of go again for Kassai.
And, even though those early draws weren't quite lining up, Kassai is just such a durable hero, can hold on until they're coming in droves. And that's exactly what we see, because there's a second Take It on the Chin in the hand. The one played, deployed, of course, from the arsenal. It's an activation of Kassai again. Go again, not a problem. Already an agility token popping at the beginning of the turn. So here comes Centauri Saber with go again. There's also a blue. And I do see another Blood Follows Blade in line with a jagged edge. Could it line up nicely with something like an Oasis Respite again?
I don't think Noriyuki will be blown out so hard this time, given there is no Oasis in the hand. But we do see those Persuasives again alongside a Shred. Cards that would have been fairly potent on offense are just going to have to be thrown down in front of the swords to keep the life totals high.
No gold and no dude for Xiaomeng right now. 19 plays 17 now. Uzuri back on the play. Scale Peeler. 1 Persuasive Prognosis in the pitch, and I imagine 1 to join it on the combat chain, but no. Noriyuki wants to save it in the arsenal for when he has the opportunity to do the old bait and switch.
We see another draw swords, another key aspect that it's drawing deeper and deeper for Xiaomeng. Also, notably, our clock is sitting at 7.5 minutes. These players are going to very quickly be running into time issues unless they pick up the pace a little bit.
A whopping 19 turns from the beginning of this game, but it's got to careen to a finish before time is called. In the game of Flesh and Blood, it is not beneficial to either player to have a draw.
That's right. It effectively counts as a double loss for both players. And once time is called, you either have to concede right then or you take a game action and you are locked out of conceding. So it can be, very tricky to kind of try to reach an equitable result at that point.
First sellsword created by the hit of a Blood Follows Blade on this hot streak. Noriyuki now thumbing a block for the ally. Yes, Isolate gets in the way. Still remains at 19, but man, the damage has been done. It's an activation of Kassai because Shumeng is not done yet. Centauri Saber is the follow-up now. Free, of course, because one of those 7 gold tokens was popped at the beginning of the turn. 3 damage accepted. We are waiting for a life total update on the board. I think we're going to be all the way down to 12. Yes. Nice. And also, why not a vigor token for my troubles?
I mean, there are blues galore in Kassai's hand. Some of these go again blues. I think we might be at second cycle at this point. So they are going to end up clumping together. And all you can really do is sort of make vigors, activate Braveforge Bracers.
2 knives connect with the Centauri Sellsword with the help of Fiendal's Spring Tunic, Persuasive Prognosis, the follow-up, and we found the almost all of the all-yellow hand means the next card drawn will be a Blunton for Shumeng.
Notably, there is one source of go again in hand, Glint the Quicksilver, which is also your only blue in the hand. Of course, in order to use the Centauri Sellswords effectively, you need to be able to pay 1 apiece to swing them. So simply making them may not present the biggest threat on the following turn, but it's the turns after where you have these clumped up blues that are so scary for Uzuri.
Shumeng blocking out that Persuasive Prognosis. We'll have to deal with the one in the arsenal at some point, but first he's going to have his say. All of a sudden, he has done enough in the deathmatch arena. We'll go ahead and draw up a card first. Is it the Blunton? Yes, indeed, that we saw pitch tacked with the 2 Rays and Armies. Hot streak now coming in after a Kassai activation. You can see the sweat on each of these players' brows. 4 minutes and 40 seconds left in this game, and they are picking up the pace. We're seeing shortcuts, and we are going to be with them at a breakneck pace. Glint the Quicksilver played before this fate, foreseeing no reprise trigger, but go again will be given to this hot streak. Swords are free because, of course, a gold token was utilized at the beginning of the turn. Raise an army. How much is he going to pay? It is going to be a total of, survey says, 6 gold tokens. Every single piece that Shumeng has been able to gain by killing his opponent, bloodletting all game long, will be sunk to buy an army worthy of a charge at Volcor.
He's got plenty of resources between the 2 vigors that he started the turn with to the Blunton that he's now pitching as well. He can swing a lot of these sellswords.
Okay, and we're representing sellswords that have swung and sellswords that have not. The tapped ones will be the ones that are attacking. Shumeng sending every last bit of his resources to do as much damage as possible. It's not going to be complete lethal on this turn because, of course, the capstone will be the free Centauri Saber to follow. Noriyuki should be, I believe, down to 3 on our life totals at this point, but he's holding back a lot of cards. Now down to 3, excuse me. And then, missing a little bit of value. Shumeng could have sent the Centauri Saber at the end of that turn.
Yes, when you're in these endgame situations where you have to play so fast, mistakes like that happen a lot. It might even be more impactful if you still have the Dynamos, but of course, that value does not get lost since the Dynamos are no longer around. But yes, both players just scrambling to get to a finish point in this game. I think if I'm in Noriyuki's seat, I'm thinking, I have no idea how I'm going to clear all of these sellswords, but gosh dang, I'm going to try.
And you have to laud him for trying. 21 turns into this game, only 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. You can see them flying this way and that with their cardboard across the arena. Gold token missed from the riches of Tropaldani, but Shumeng knows it doesn't matter. He brings a sigh of relief as the fist bump is extended, and Kassai of the Golden Stand Takes the entirety of that game to lock and load the kill shot, but when it was fired, it was still just as deadly.
Yes, we did get to see the amazing payoff of raising an army, calling in all those Centauri sellswords to send Uzuri to the grave. Uzuri couldn't quite pull off the game plan of milling Kassai's deck.
Now, this is why Kassai is come back to over and over again from regions like Japan, but also in the world of Wraith at large. She's got flexible game plans into whatever she sees, and she doesn't even really need to change the 80 all that much. Raise an army is useful in pretty much every match as a yellow that you can banish to activate Kassai's hero ability. It'll help you go long, and then if you need to go faster, Blood on Her Hands is there to foot that bill.
Yes, she's incredibly flexible, a very fun hero to play. And I wonder if we might see more of her at the upcoming events that we're going to be seeing throughout this year, Bryce.
Entirely possible, especially if we see more of six gold token raise and armies. Now, the World Tour trundles on with or without Kassai. You choose. Pick up Syndra, but leave Prism at home because she has, of course, hit the hallowed halls of living legend. Top of most people's minds, of course, is Pro Tour Las Vegas. Be like Olympia in the bottom left corner of your screen. See if you can gaze the ages and win some of this Guardian Roulette we keep talking about. After that, of course, is a calling in Edinburgh. I highly encourage anybody who has the means to get out to that city. It's one of my favorites in the entire world. Followed shortly, of course, by Bangkok, a calling with the Silver Age format, August 7th through 9th. And then we're over to Hamburg at the end of August and Kansas City at the end of August as well. Two classic constructed callings, both in the Americas and Europe. Really exciting stuff. Mercy, are you making out to any of these?
You know, I will be at Pro Tour Las Vegas next week, and then we're gonna see after that. We're gonna wing it. You know, we also have the very, very exciting premiere of the brand new set, Usurp the Shadow Throne, coming to you in Seoul. And you know, I have to wonder, did they put the Seoul set in Seoul on purpose?
You gotta believe it. You know the naming conventions in this game. They're on the nose, but beloved. And so the Seoul set in Seoul makes a lot of sense to me. That'll be September 11th to 13th. Then we're over to Bilbao in Spain for Usurp the Shadow Throne Limited at the end of September. Incredibly exciting to see yet another limited calling in the docket for us. Then it's over to Kyoto, and I am so excited for Mexico City because I'm going to be there, Mercy, and it's going to be hashtag Fab2Latam all the way. So many regions in South America have newly been supported by our game, and they are so excited to join us on the World Tour stage. And then over to the World Championship in Paris at the beginning of November, 5th through 8th. I hope to see y'all there, at least from the coverage booth. I'm probably sitting at home on the couch.
Yes, and don't forget, Paris has lots of great food, so definitely you don't want to miss that one. That's also going to be with a classic constructed calling and, of course, our Silver Age Showdown.
Ain't no way. Get yourself some flesh and blood and also some well-buttered food. Also, a Razor Reflex promo in Rainbow Foil. It looks like the spider is really giving it to Fang right there. He has a fairly worried look on his face, but I know he's no slouch, even if he is depicted as one on this card. But gotta hand it to Isuardi Taranto because holy, is it a beautiful piece.
That is a beautiful rainbow foil. You're definitely going to want to get your hands on that. So make sure you show up for the side events available at World Tour events during all of the Omen season.
That's right. We already talked about the world premiere in Seoul, and boy, is it going to be an event to behold. Definitely be there or be square. Also, that goes double for the World Championship in Paris, November 5th through 8th, 2026. So many exciting things for all of us in the flesh and blood world going on all year long. 2026 goes to show that it will be one of the best. And speaking of the best, look at this coverage team for Pro Tour Las Vegas. You've got mainstays Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bajwani, and Brian Gottlieb, including Scott Howling Mines and Mr. Hayden Dale, one of the two halves of Arsenal Pass. And then moving on, calling Edinburgh will be taken care of by Mr. Scott Mines and Gabe Schur, one of the most dynamic duos in our casting repertoire. And then, oh, hey, I forgot about this one. Calling Bangkok will be brought to you by me and DM Armada. That'll be August 7th to 9th, 2026. That's, of course, going to be the Silver Age calling. And DM Armada is the man to bring that action because, boy, does he love the Silver Age format. Makes a lot of content for it. Calling Hamburg will be brought to you by Mr. Scott Mines once again. Erica Frostlove, very happy to see her returning to the coverage desk. One of my favorites in that European region. And then Kyle, Cody Cass Mullings. Can't say I know his casting stylings, but always nice to see a fresh face.
Yes, we've got teams of phenomenal casters here to bring you the action at every event for the rest of the year, right? I'm so excited to be watching or playing in these events as well.
That's what we're all about, entertainment in the Flesh and Blood world. If the games weren't enough, we also like to have people who know their stuff flapping their yaps. So I don't know why I'm here, but we do have more Flesh and Blood coming at you in just a little bit. More Guardian Roulette. Let's go.
You wanna come with me? I'll bring you high so deep. You wanna come with me? I'll bring you high so deep. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the light. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the light.
Unfortunately, Uzuri's Switchblade is crumbling under the weight of a lot of mercenaries. They didn't even need to use their weapons. It was just a giant dog pile.
That's right. And we're back here, flapping our yaps, as you so said, something like that.
That's what they pay us to do, Mercy. Bryce Platt's here with, of course, Mercy Bickle. All of the action from calling Shinjuku is what we're bringing you all weekend long. This is just day one of the fun, so you can expect a lot more. But the story so far is told, of course, by our metagame, which we will show you once again. It is only 10% of the field that the top two decks represent. Still a very flat meta, which is kind of what we've come to expect nowadays, isn't it?
Yes, but it is a very diverse meta. As you're saying, flat, the percentages are spread around pretty flatly. We have not seen a Syndra play thus far, nor a Marionette, two of the most represented decks. We have seen an Oscilio, but we're doing our best to bring you some of these more underrepresented heroes that are doing very well. Very exciting games so far.
We have the opportunity to run the Guardian Gauntlet, and so we're taking a shot at it. We're going to see if we can unlock an achievement this stream. And so I direct your eyes to the bottom right of your screen. That is going to be Lyath Goldmane for your viewing pleasure in this next round, which I cannot wait to see. One of the biggest benefactors, if he should claim it, of the Talk a Big Game unbanning.
I am so excited to see if Lyath has anything cooking here to be able to make who knows how many mites and send his opponent into the grave.
Now, in your opinion, does might make right?
That is a very complex philosophical question, which we do
Why don't
not
you
have the
stew on it?
time.
Yeah. Why don't you stew on it?
discuss.
That was a very healthy dodge, but we're going to come back around to it. Now, this is only a piece of the story. Of course, the standings are where we need to turn to see how the conversion has been going. Syndra was top of mind for you, Mercy Bickle, and we do have 2 copies in this first page of standings, all at X and O, but lest my eyes deceive me, do I see an esteemed magnate still trundling along at X and O?
We also see both of our Betsy's still at undefeated at X and O, alongside a couple of other underdog heroes like Vincent and Fang in number 13.
Incredible stuff. And Kassai of the Golden Sand, not just in the hands of our previous feature match. Zhu M. Yip, of course, Lee Ming Han and Shoma Yamamura remain undaunted and unblunted as well, at least for now, until they start running into one another. Hiroki Miyamura in the 13th seed is going to be taking on our Lyath as Fang, which is incredibly exciting for me and all of you Fang gangers out there. 3-1 is our Reinar at the 33rd seed, finally taking their first loss in the previous round. And I am seeing a couple Dash IOs in the mix as well among, yes, a healthy helping of Syndra's.
A healthy helping of Syndra's and her similar counterpart of Phi in number 29 as well. We're also seeing a fair smattering of other heroes such as Jarl, Ira, which we had the pleasure of seeing earlier, and Reinar. I know we're all hoping to see Reinar do some big numbers at some point, so hopefully Shota Kajiro sticks in here with us.
And hopefully Noriyuki Sugioka sticks it out as well. It was such a pleasure to see Uzuri Switchblade on coverage, even if they took maybe a preordained loss in a way. And now we continue, of course, to the arena for, yes, more battling of flesh and blood. Excuse me, we're going to take one more look at the standings here. And we proceed, of course, to now page 4, where we see a whole host of X and 1s. I'm seeing a lot of Guardians. I'm seeing more Draconic Ninjas. And, of course, Slippy at X and 1. That's pretty cool.
It is exciting to see so many Assassins represented here. We also see our Puffin at number 62. Very exciting.
And 2 more Valdas, Yusuke Asama and Ugo Henson. Really exciting stuff. We know that there's a healthy blend of Guardians at the top tables. Will they be able to carry the day into top 8 and beyond? That's the real question. Tatsuya Okanishi still only with that 1 loss that we saw on stream. But if I know something about Tatsuya, that's not going to stop him. Luke Van Gilder as well in the 80th seed, the one of Max in the field. If there's one thing I know about people that play that hero, they just won't stop.
I mean, that's how it always goes with the underdog heroes, right? You have these dedicated players that go on basically a hero's journey with their heroes. Yes, with their heroes, and it's very rewarding when you see them do well.
Indeed so. So we'll put a pin in our Max the Hype Nitro and see how they do as the tournament progresses. But right now, as promised, it's Lyath Goldmane versus Fang Drakai of Blades, and I'm just teeming with excitement. So let's stop talking about it. Let's be about it. Let's get down to the feature match area and see what these folks have got cooking. I know that Fang is definitely going to be trying to prove his loyalty to his emperor, and Lyath, of course, is going to try to make might be right. And I'm talking about bury their opponent under a whole heap of might tokens. It's Eiki Sugai versus Lewis Glenn. Fang Drakai of Blades versus Lyath as promised.
I have to think we're going to see talk a big game in this Lyath deck. But if we
It's got to be there.
It's got to be.
Will it be resolved? That's the question.
That is the question. You know, Eiki Sugai on Fang. Fang has been another one of these sort of underdog heroes. Hasn't accumulated too many points so far, just sitting at 153 points, no multipliers. And as we see, awaiting their first champion in the World Tour. Lyath, on the other side, even sitting at lower amount of points, only 3 points with a half-point multiplier, also awaiting their first champion. So we have two underdogs here. Who will rise to the top?
Well, one of them certainly has the advantage in terms of height, and that is, of course, Fang. But, you know, the way to the top can, of course, be paved in blood. And that's the way Lyath likes to do it as a reviled Guardian hero. He also, like others of the reviled talent, kind of does a bizarro world version of the class. Of course, all of his base power and defense of his cards will be halved, much like his stature. And then, of course, if he pays 2 resources, taps the hero, he gets a boo from the crowd, which will generate a might token, and then all of a sudden his defending action cards go back to the way they were. But the most interesting thing about this hero is the number at the bottom left. 5 intellect, the only 5 intellect hero in the game. But with great power comes great detriment.
Yes, Lyath does have this halving debuff, essentially. So even though he gets an extra 1 card per turn, all of those cards are basically half as effective unless he can find ways around it, right? Cards that don't rely on the base value as much, right? Cards like Oasis Recite or Mocking Blow, for example, which starts at a base 1 and becomes buffed after meeting certain conditions. So Lyath's going to be generally relying on that sort of gameplay of using his specific pool of cards in order to get the most value out of that 5 intellect.
It's a bold strategy, Mercy. Let's see how it works out for him. And the bloodletting will continue, one with a blunt weapon, the other with a very sharp one. In this case, it's a Decimator Great Axe, though, from this Fang. I do expect us to be seeing a lot of blocking on Eiki Sugai's side of the board. Lewis Glenn will definitely have a mountain to climb here, because while Lyath does have 5 intellect, he does, by virtue of having 5 intellect, really burn through his cards. And man, if his own halving of his defense is not enough, Decimator Great Axe is going to provide even more of that.
You know, do the effects stack, Bryce?
Well, have the base. So, yeah, I believe Lyath does reduce the base power and defense.
Yes.
So it should stack on top of it. A card that would block for 3 would effectively block for 1 on Decimator Great Axe.
Yes, yes. So even worse blocking prospects for Lyath. So sitting in Lyath's seat, you know your attacks, your cards in general are not able to block for very much versus this Great Axe. That means you need to be the aggressor. You need to be using your cards for their attack value, not their defense value generally. Meanwhile, Fang is going to be playing a game of sending Great Axe and chipping away at Lyath's health total while simultaneously likely blocking quite heavily to try to stay ahead on life total. Staying ahead on life total is incredibly important versus Lyath because he has cards such as Mocking Blow that rely on his opponent being lower life.
Reinhardt's not the only one that can do Intimidate. Leave Them Hanging is an aura of suspense that will intimidate as it enters the arena. So Eiki Sugai, all of a sudden, with 2 cards intimidated, battered, beaten, and broken, and is going to try to rob him of one of them, but Shelter from the Storm is going to make that difficult. But Leave Them Hanging still established for Lewis Glenn. He's going to have to be doing somewhat of a Valda-esque game plan where he is constantly outputting offense, but also protecting for the future.
Yes, we see that Lyeth is going to be building up these powerful attack-adding effects in order to achieve very strong on-hit effects on his cards. We may see some of these tower cards as well that want to reach 13 power in exchange for having extremely powerful effects. Kind of a quest that Lyeth has to go through in order to get great payoff. But on the other side, Eiki Sugai's going to be generally taking a game plan of sending damage whenever possible, but protecting his own life total.
5 go again from Eiki Sugai. Enlightened Strike established.
We see a second Leave Them Hanging come down as well, intimidating a card out of Eiki Sugai's hand.
This is the maximum benefit of Leave Them Hanging. Granted, it's nice to find on turn 0, but you really want to make it so that your opponent can't do the offensive play that they would like and also set up big power for a future turn. And buffs are not affected the same way on the Lyeth hero ability. So you pair it with a low power attack and you kind of circumvent the issues that Lyeth has because of his massive intellect. And it does look like the correct card was hit on the Intimidate. I do imagine that Eiki was hoping to swing the Decimator Great Axe after that Enlightened Strike. Otherwise, why give it go again? Lewis may very well have stripped the blue facilitating that play away.
Yes, and we're going to see both of these Leave Them Hangings popping for +4 apiece. We're looking at a total of +9 with the Might included, and a Nimblism, another way that you can get around this Lyeth restriction. That is just a straight +3 to the next card coming in. So this is going to be for, I'm going to let the players do the math, for an Escalate Violence, which is going to create 3 more Might tokens on the back end, and is in itself coming in with a base of 2.
Correct, exactly. So total of 5 kind of at the base, and then 4 Might tokens. Let's see. Oh, I see what he's representing here. Okay. The Might token on the left there is the one that popped at the beginning of the turn. Lewis is representing the ones that he's created this turn on the right side of the board.
Yes, yes, over with the Leave Them Hangings. This, unfortunately for Lewis, does not have any sort of nasty on-hit. It is basically just vanilla damage for now, just the 6. And the Leave Them Hangings also are...
It's going to be an additional +4 on those when they leave the arena, of course, as all suspense suspense auras do. So 5 Might tokens when all is said and done for Lewis Glenn after activating Lyeth Vile Savant. Back over to Eiki Sugai, who has 2 cards in hand, 1 in the arsenal. But I would imagine the one in the arsenal might have been a defensive piece. Yeah, it is just Decimator Great Axe here.
And a Shelter from the Storm in the hand. Yes, these defensive pieces. Eiki has got to be getting ready for the massive attack that's going to be coming in. He can't really do much other than just send the Decimator Great Axe. There's not a great amount of ways for him to disrupt Lewis here, but he can just try to set up the defensive pieces that will hopefully, with his armor, allow him to survive the onslaught that is coming in.
Because with 2 Leave Them Hanging and 5 Might tokens, it's going to be at least 13 damage. And that's only if Lewis sends an attack for 0, which we would have to imagine is not going to be the case. Tension in the air, the response from Decimator Great Axe, pitching a blue. That is yet another aura of suspense that at a delay will go ahead and provide an additional +4, but Lewis can get it going quicker than that because Beckon Applause is coming out.
Attention Grabbers.
Excuse me, Attention Grabbers going to block there, remove a suspense counter from Tension in the Air, so all of these auras of suspense are going to pop at the same time.
You know, you expect Pleiades to be the hero managing all the suspense counters, but Lyeth can do it quite effectively as well, using those Attention Grabbers. And here we're going to see it to great effect. I'm very excited to see if Lewis is possibly going to be able to stick any greater on-hit effects on this attack. I'd love to know what he's going to play next.
I would imagine you want one of the tower effects, one of the ones that benefit from being 13 power or greater.
Yes, such as cut a long story short.
That would be the most ideal one, but I think I saw a short shrift. There is a bully tactics, though, which has the opportunity to intimidate 3 cards out of the hand of Eiki Sugai. This could hurt, Mercy.
This could hurt immensely, and bully tactics only costing 0, right? That leaves a lot of space for Lewis to play.
There's a blue.
Is it the card we hope it is? I don't think it is. I don't think that's a talk a big game.
No, unfortunately not. I believe that is 2 steps ahead. One of those auras that requires 2 turns to get its full payoff. Will leave behind a might token and a... Oh, it is!
Oh, it is
the
talk a
arsenal!
big game!
It's talk a big game! We're seeing it! It's happening, Mercy! Oh, I cannot tell you how excited I am right here. Okay, Lewis Glenn is going to have the opportunity to say a number. That number is incredibly important because the next time he deals that much or more damage to a hero this turn, he'll create that many might tokens. This is something that I think the developers were trying to protect us from when they banned it preemptively at the advent of Super Slam. What is Lewis going to say, though?
And notably with the bully tactics, intimidating 3 potential cards, Lewis has a lot of math here to do with the armor that is still available, the cards that Eiki has. What is the number?
8. 8 is called on Talk a Big Game, and there it is. Bully tactics. 3 cards are going to be intimidated out here. We have to assume that Eiki Sugai has himself a defense reaction in the arsenal. We know he has the shelter from the storm, but will it survive the intimidate? There's a lot of cards in the fridge. It's Sigil of Solace. This has gone from bad to worse for Eiki Sugai, and he knows it. Look at the body language.
And this attack is coming in for 19, if I counted correctly. 19, and all he needs is 8 to win this Talk a Big Game. I think he's well and over that amount.
Huge, and now all of a sudden the boots of Unity can't even be blocked with for full power because they of course need a card from the hand to join them in order to get that Unity trigger. Lewis Glenn doesn't know it, but he probably could have even said more on that Talk a Big Game.
You know, it is definitely a win more at that point. I think 8 will be a very happy number for Lewis to have. Eiki is staring down at almost half his life total, and he's going to be throwing as much armor as possible, including the tunic, in front of this simply to protect his life total.
My goodness, it's 6 on blocks from the equipment. I have to assume an additional 4 from the arsenal. So Lewis likely was... Oh, it's a Steel Blade Shunt! A huge blowout for Eiki Sugai! It's 12 damage blocked, which means only 7 gets through. This is exactly why Eiki threw everything he could. He is denying 8 points of value on that Talk a Big Game, and it's just with a knowing nod that Lewis has to go ahead and accept this reality.
What an amazing hedge against this card. This Steel Blade Shunt coming in could not come in at a better moment here.
Holy, and that Sigil of Solace is all that Eiki needed to rob 8 points of value from Lewis Glenn. I thought he could have gone higher. It turns out he was doomed. Should have called 1 fewer. And I'm sorry, what? Oath of Loyalty in a Decimator Great Axe deck?
It is a 0 for 4 go again.
Okay, but that's... And you can still swing the Decimator Great Axe, right? Because it's not playing a card, technically. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Correct. You can still swing.
Okay. All right.
the
I'm a
Great
believer. That's actually sick. Why don't we see this more often?
Because Fang players love their daggers. That's why.
Exactly. Myself included. 4 go again now for the consideration of Lewis Glenn, but not before he throws out the last copy of Leave Them Hanging. My heart is broken and bleeding after that last play. Nothing against Eiki Sugai, but I sure wanted to see Talk a Big Game do its stuff.
You know, so did I, but seeing that counterplay, one of the most exciting moments of the day for me so far.
Really, really huge. Japan never disappoints. That's the one thing I know, Mercy. A block of Arcanite Skullcap will get maximum value. Decimator Great Axe cannot have its base power because it's already 1. Back over to Lewis Glenn. 28 plays 33. He's got to shake off the mental damage from that last turn cycle and put together a win. Villainous Pose now providing an extra bit of value. Also will provide a Boo might token generated because of that. Short Shrift, the follow-up. Likely only going to be a total of 6 damage here. Excuse me, 7 damage, because its power will be reduced to 2, but it'll get an additional +1 back to its base value, and then Villainous Pose will provide +4. 7 on Crush, it'll force Eiki Sugai to discard a card. But, you know, based on the defensive posture that we've seen so far, I don't think it's hitting. Not even in the slightest.
No, Feng is in a very good spot at this point. We're looking at 33 to 28. Feng is going to just be keeping this life total really high. Was able to fend off that Takuya game as we saw. So unless Lewis sets up another enormous turn like that, it may prove difficult for Lyeth to get back in this game. But there's still plenty of game to be played.
And, you know, that is what Lyeth is designed to do, at least in the form that Lewis certainly has brought. We have seen Fatigue Lyeth do incredibly well at callings in the past. Decimator Great Axe, again, for the consideration of Lewis, who has a lot of blues in that hand. But also a setup piece in Tension in the Air.
Looks like we also have a Cruel Ambition, another setup piece that can create 3 mites.
Also a Concealed Object, which, had it been there, could have changed everything on that last turn.
No, and
1 point, Mercy.
You know, I don't think we had seen any Steelblade shunts up to that moment.
No, we had not.
So Lewis may not have even realized Feng was running them, and probably did the math based on blocking 1 card from hand and 1 card from arsenal.
Maybe. Tension in the Air played out after Rampart of the Ram's Head and Arcanite Skullcap get in the way.
Getting that Skullcap value because, of course, Lyeth is lower life at this point. And it is important that Lyeth try to stay at that high life total and force Feng back underneath his life total.
While also attempting not to block with any cards from the deck, of course, because they lose so much value, not only from his own hero ability, but because of Decimator Great Axe.
Yes, it makes his armor all the more precious to him since they represent some of the only full power blocking pieces that he has available to him.
Now, I'm also looking at the foot slot of Lyeth because it is, of course, Crater Hoof. Will provide Dominate to an attack essentially on demand at the cost of a blue, which can be exactly what he needs for something like Talk a Big Game. But, man, you got to be shaking in those Crater Hoofs after seeing what Steelblade Shunt can do against you.
It's a tough piece because it does cost 3, but in Lyeth, where you have so many extra resource cards due to the 5 intellect, it can be very valuable at the right time.
But right now, the goons are in the mix. It's a goon beatdown for 10 total damage, but Eiki Sugai goes ahead and blocks with Overcrowded, Oath of Loyalty, and Shelter from the Storm. It's a perfect block on this one. No on-hit boo for Lewis Glenn, unless he's got a trick up his sleeve. I believe he held on to that Concealed Object. Maybe not.
Those boos are fairly important for Lyeth to keep setting up those mites, right? Because whenever Lyeth is booed, he creates a mite. So Eiki being willing to totally cover that up for what seems like, 1 mite, not a huge steal, is going to keep Lewis from getting those really big, tall tower effects.
Definitely not when you could have had 8 had things gone a little bit differently.
Eiki is cool as a cucumber over here on the left after fending off that Talk a Big Game.
Yeah, you got to be feeling good after that. You're doing a little dance in your seat. And doing it so early, you've got the gears turning, burning in the mind of your opponent, Lewis Glenn.
An Attention Grabber is no longer available as a setup tool.
Now, the silver lining, of course, for Lewis is that he did force Eiki to give up Vandal Spring Tunic, which can make those Steelblade Shunts so much easier to play out. In addition, the Boots of Unity got minimum value. I mean, maximum if you add the 8 on top of Talk a Big Game. But there's very few defense in the Sip slot, which is, of course, start in play, stay in play for Eiki Sugai.
Yes, they're both quite low on armor at this point. So we may see Lyeth able to do something here with the Terra Sunder here that's going to provide Dominate +1 and on hit, discard 2. We're going to see if Eiki has the defensive tools to fend off this next blow, which is coming in for +3, +4, +1. That's a +8. And then the Villainous pose as well for another +4. What is that, a +12 with a boo on top?
And it's a brand new weapon for Lyath, his signature weapon, the Lion Claw Maul. So it'll be essentially 2, because its power is definitely greater than its base. When it hits, the crowd will boo you, but more importantly, it's got Dominate and the Tear Asunder Rider. Will force Eiki to discard 2 cards granted of his choice upon any connection of this attack.
I don't see a way for Eiki to avoid this. Even if he had a Steel Blade Shunt in hand and in arsenal, he still wouldn't be able to stop it. He would need 2 more blocking value, which he does not have available in equipment.
But there it is. Steel Blade Shunt in the hand, Steel Blade Shunt in the arsenal. This is a total of 11 blocks on 14, also forcing through 2 damage for Lewis Glenn.
It's fairly valuable that Eiki has these together, right? Because as we mentioned, Tunic is gone. It's fairly inefficient to play these now. So you'd really like to be playing them together when you're playing them to get the most value out of pitching a card.
But it's a discard of both Ripple Away and Fate Foreseen. And so Lewis gets to proceed into the next turn cycle knowing that there's no defense reaction in the arsenal to get rid of what he's trying to do. Now, Eiki is probably still feeling pretty good about that turn cycle, given the amount of damage he was able to block. Lewis does need to kill his opponent at a certain point, lest he just be buried under Decimator Great Axe swings.
Now I have to wonder, did that Ripple Away discard come after the Might was created by Lyath? I see. Eiki asked for a rewind, and they did not rewind, as this is a competitive tournament, excuse me. So that's what happened there with the Ripple Away.
In the palm of your hand, deployed by Lewis Glenn. 22 plays 30 now. This one will draw a card when it enters leaves the arena.
It's the reason you would want to play it is to get that extra card, right? Card when it comes in, card when it goes out. So it replaces itself in the moment, then you get an extra card later on. That can also help you set up those even bigger turns by stretching Lyath's hand from 5 to 6.
It's yet another copy of Talk a Big Game, and my favorite from Super Slam, Spew Obscenities. Looks like I'm going to get to read that Fugger Grimes quote once again, which I am all too happy about. In the palm of your hand, looks like was played at the end of Eiki's turn because a suspense counter is removed from it. 2 Might tokens pop at the beginning of the turn. Will it be Spew Obscenities? And this is honestly an oft overlooked card, but those confidence tokens are just one of the means that Lewis Glenn can send evasive damage. So very fortuitous that it comes up with these pumps. Once again, Lewis trying to both present damage and also set up for the future. Talk a Big Game is getting played out here, but we don't technically have a way to provide something like Dominate. If Lewis had 1 more blue, he could pop that Crater Hoof on this turn.
We do see the number floating around 6 for Lewis. Fairly confident that he's going to be able to push damage through. Or perhaps thinking, well, I have to push this amount through, or I'm just in too bad of a spot. We're going to have to see. Does Lewis have any tricks up his sleeve?
Right now, I'm concerned about the tricks for Eiki Sugai. There's a Fiddler's Green. Oh, it was a bully tactics out of the arsenal with Fiendal Spring Tunic. Gonna intimidate 3 cards once again. Can Lewis get it done this time?
This is 10. So Lewis is predicting that after this, Eiki will only be able to block 4 at most. A very fair assumption given that Eiki has no arsenal, only 1 block on the gloves, and presumably no 0 for 4.
But it's doomed to fail because Oasis Respite is there, which will prevent 4, and then Brave Forge Bracers will cover up the exact amount that Eiki needs to get rid of yet another Talk a Big Game on hit.
Eiki yet again has the counterplay to Talk a Big Game. Got to be heartbreaking for Lewis Glenn, who has tried so hard during this game to show the devs that they should have kept this card banned.
Oh, but it's just 1 call each time. Lewis is talking too big of a game, it would seem. Too much smack talk in the deathmatch arena for Eiki Sugai. He has heard enough.
these are the moments where you have to be thinking, I just didn't account for that, right? What is the worst possible thing that could happen to me in this moment? That's the question Lyeth has to be asking as he plays Talk a Big Game, right? So if he had chosen 7 on the earlier Talk a Big Game, he would have gotten 7 mites. Instead, he got 0, right? Those are mistakes you don't make in your next game.
That is very true, but Lewis Glenn at 3-1, battling his way through day 1 and calling Shinjuku, needs every single win he can get. And those mistakes definitely add up. That is 12 total value he technically could have had he just resisted the urge by 1 point.
Now Eiki is completely out of armor as well, though. So could there be a third Talk a Big Game price?
Goodness. Well, if there is, it could certainly be paired up with yet another Steel Blade Shunt and even the final Oasis Respite. So it's going to be really, really difficult for Lewis to shrug off everything that he has seen so far and just put the pieces together to make a win.
Yes.
Ugh.
It seems like we have a judge call right now about an interaction of Decimator Great Axe with Lyeth. With Lyeth's ability, the very thing we were wondering about at the beginning of the game.
And it is only coming up, of course, because this is probably the first time that Lewis has actually considered blocking with a card. And yes, we were right at the beginning of the game, Mercy. There will still be a halving effect from Decimator Great Axe because, of course, the key part of that is that Lyeth's hero ability will have the base power and defense of his cards.
The good news for Lewis is that you can only go so low. But on the other hand, any cards that had a base defense of 3 are going to become 1 instead of 2.
That's what they keep saying about me, Mercy, but I keep diving. 4 still for Lewis's consideration. It is Rampart of the Ram's Head, paid for by Short Shrift. So 1 card, 1 value, down to 17 now for Lewis Glenn. And at some point, he will have to start respecting that Great Axe, even if he doesn't want to, because, well, it continues to swing for 4, and that is a hefty amount of your life total when you're at 17. In the palm of your hand pops. Bully Tactics the third found 2 steps ahead. Cruel Ambition played out immediately for 3 might tokens, saving that bit of juice for the next turn cycle. Didn't have any that popped at the beginning of the turn or Auras of Suspense.
He did have the in the palm of your hand that popped for an extra card at the beginning of this turn, but let's see if it really adds up to much on this turn cycle. Because he wasn't coming in with very much extra damage, I'm not sure we're going to see a super potent turn from Lyeth this turn.
It's just a setup here. Escalate Violence, the follow-up to Cruel Ambition. Likely a Lyeth activation to follow. Just plenty of might tokens, and then 2 Fiddler's Greens get in the way. Escalate Violence blocked out perfectly, but then also, to add insult to injury, Eiki is going to gain 6 whopping life when the combat chain closes.
Fiddler's Green, a very powerful card, being effectively 4 value in 1 card, but it could have bitten Eiki on those Talk a Big Game turns. It just happened not to in those particular cases. But we do see it here happily thrown down to get that extra life. We're now sitting at a very comfortable 31 to Lewis's 17.
Yes, Lewis at 17 life and attempting to shuffle a Poison the Well into his hand. Unlucky he left it at home.
We also see Fang on the full fatigue plan, given the last-ditch effort that's just been pitched as well. In case Eiki runs out of cards, he really does have that one last trump card to pull out.
Decimator Great Axe yet again crashing in for 4. Lewis Glenn still has several of those swings to take.
Ooh, we are going to see a Crater Hoof block, perhaps angling to use it on the next turn when we have these 7 mites available to us. Getting that Dominate could be huge depending on whatever card Lewis is going to send.
Rampart of the Ram's Head and Crater Hoof, yes, jump in front.
We are going to have to see a pitch here for the Rampart in order to get that value, since Tunic is still sitting at 1 counter.
Okay.
Looks like Lewis has some debate about what to pitch, wondering what does Eiki have left in the tank, especially in terms of defense reactions, right? We know Eiki is on Steelblade shunts in at least yellow and red. I don't recall if we've seen blues. And Fate for Scenes as well. So how much can Eiki really block out on the next turn?
Well, doing some quick table math, I am realizing that these players are separated by 14 life, which is exactly the number of might tokens that Lewis Glenn has missed out on this game.
You really have to point that out, going for the jugular. Huh?
I'm sorry. I think Lyath, as a vile savant, would have liked it no other way.
That's true. That's
He
true.
can dish it out. I assume he can take it.
You know, go big or go home. You talk a big game. You gotta walk a big game.
And that is tough when your legs are ever so short. Lyath is definitely the corgi of the flesh and blood world.
Some people say short king.
I said it earlier, but I have to keep it colorful, don't I? Tear Asunder now played out, followed by Nimbalism. Tear Asunder has, oh my goodness, in the final copy of Talk a Big Game, in addition to, I think, Bully Tactics in the arsenal again. He's lined it up it's in the hand 3 times in a row. Lewis Glenn has lined these 2 cards up. Can he be hurt again for the 3rd time?
Now, we thought that he might be pitching to Craterhoof, but there's really no need if you're already going to intimidate 3 cards.
Talk a Big Game played out now.
Let's see what number will he choose this time.
Oh, is it going to be yet another devastating end to a turn cycle for Lewis Glenn?
We already see Eiki starting to count.
Lewis Glenn is leaving us hanging. It's 8. He knows he has got to go for this right here and now. Cut a long story short, all the way up to 14 power, has dominate. Upon connection, any amount of damage will force Eiki Sugai to discard the entirety of his hand.
Now, Lewis is predicting here that Eiki will be able to block no more than 6. But the thing is, if there's a D-React in the arsenal and a 3 block in the hand, Eiki could block 7.
There it is. Steelblade Shunt in the hand, Sink Below in the arsenal. It's a travesty once again for the Vile Savant. Lewis perhaps thinking that, well, I am in this deep. I'm going to try to dig my way out, go for one more Hail Mary, and I don't know. If I lose this one, I'll probably just walk out of the building.
You know, but he could get 7 might here, potentially. Maybe just praying no D-React. Otherwise, as you're saying, you're just in a losing position anyway. But I have to wonder, why not go for the value that you think you can get?
I'm so sorry, man. This hurts so bad. It's a total of 9 against 14 with a yellow Steelblade Shunt. 5 damage taken, 26 life still in the way of Lewis Glenn. Sure, those last 2 cards are discarded, but Eiki has done his damage.
Also went for the cut a long story short there without the dominate. And he does have the bully tactics in arsenal that he could have leveraged. Is that right?
He had it in hand.
In hand.
I was mistaken about that. Cut a long story short was in the arsenal.
Right. So kind of in a position where he needs to get some value out of that card, get it out of the arsenal.
Such a devastating turn of events for our Vile Savant, who I'm sure is being cheered on, even though he prefers the booze. Cruel Ambition establishes yet another 3 might tokens. Lewis has got to shrug it off, be like a goldfish, forget everything that has come before, and continue to piece together a win. There's still confidence tokens, there's still Crater Hoof to be played, and still a lot of power to be generated on the side of our only reviled Guardian. Captain's Call played out. Will either provide go again or +2, I believe, to the next card with cost 0 he plays this turn. Wouldn't you know, he has a couple. Is that Bad Breath? It is Bad Breath.
Bad Breath. Intimidate target hero. It's okay. So we're going to intimidate and possibly get a might from the next attack hitting.
Lewis Glenn Took a moment that I didn't see between those turn cycles to shove as much garlic into his mouth as he could. Battered, beaten, and broken the follow-up, so 2 total intimidates on this turn. Battered, beaten, broken. Going to go ahead and get a hefty +3 from its base power of 1. The +2, of course, from Captain's Call.
You know, this deck was viable before Talk a Big Game. So the fact that he's missed out on 3 Talk a Big Games does not mean that Lyeth has no viable game plan left.
Right.
Right? We still have these powerful Intimidate effects that directly counter Fang's game plan of just trying to block as much as possible.
And finally, something has gone categorically right for Lewis Glenn. Snipes a Steelblade Shunt from the banished zone as Battered, Beaten, and Broken does connect, albeit for a very small amount of damage. There's also a Lyeth activation. 5 total Might tokens carried over into the next turn cycle. Fiddler's Green, however, gets to do its nasty work on defense. Eiki Sugai gains 3 life when all is said and done. Saves 1 card for the arsenal or the axe. Arsenal it is. Back over to Lewis. Finds yet another Fugger Grimes in the palm of your hand.
Tear Asunder, Goon Beatdown.
And Short Shrift.
Short Shrift. The really hard part about playing Lyeth, normally when you play a 4 intellect hero, there are only so many ways you can combine your cards. When you add a 5th card to your hand, the number of ways you can combine goes up quite a lot, right? Sometimes the hands are still straightforward, they play themselves, but there's so many different possible combinations and sequences. It can be very difficult to pick the right line at any given moment. And I have to say, Lewis has been doing an amazing job picking the lines, I think, that get him most back into the game.
The lines are amazing. It's just the numbers that need work.
Yes. The math needs a little bit of work, but you know, every game is a learning opportunity, and you know, you don't know what you don't know.
And I apologize for throwing a little bit of smack Lewis's way, but with Talk a Big Game being the centerpiece of the game, I hope he won't mind. Especially because while this deck may have been viable before, may be viable now, it is complicated, like you've mentioned, Mercy. And Lewis shows that he definitely has the chops in order to make this deck real, but there's just so little data about it, and I'm sure so few people testing it diligently like Lewis is. There's so much to be learned.
We have a huge on-hit effect coming in here, too, with Dominate. We have 10 Dominate with discard 3 cards on hit because of that Tear Asunder on the front of it. We're going to see if Eiki Sugai may be able to stop the Crush effect if he's got the D-React in Arsenal, but the Tear Asunder effect is very likely going through.
Looks like out of the hand, it's just going to be an Enlightened Strike. No defense reaction in the arsenal, at least not for now. Eiki knows that he can't really stop what's coming his way. So the biggest cleave of the life total that we have seen this game for Eiki Sugai will save himself 1 life because Sirens of Safe Harbor will join the other cards in the graveyard. Down to 22 now is our man from Japan.
It's a great swing for Lewis, who also has it in the palm of your hand, popping on his own turn. That's going to get him an extra card in addition to the one he has in his arsenal. He may be in a position to have another huge setup turn.
But Lewis checking these 5 cards like the ones before. Does he like them? Has not resolved a single concealed object yet. And I see yet another aura of suspense. Final copy of Tension in the Air.
Captain's Call. Is that a
no, I believe that's concealed object in the Captain's Call. Yes, those are our blues. And then the far right card is cut a long story short with Villainous Pose.
Villainous Pose.
So there will be a boo on this turn. But it's not going to be coming from me. It's nothing but cheers for Lewis Glenn in my book.
You know, I'm very excited to see Lyeth at all. We are running through our Guardian.
So stoked.
Guardian Roulette. It's amazing that they are doing this well, that we can run through this roulette. I am, you know, I'm trying not to play favorites here, but I am really rooting for Lewis, who has just had some very unfortunate calls with the Talk a Big games.
Card drawn off of in the palm of your hand. Now we have that Goon Beatdown, Mercy. Villainous Pose. The crowd boos. A Might token generated in its place. 4 power conveyed to the next attack. One resource floating, of course, after pitching a blue. Now, we've been running the gamut of Guardian heroes, but we've also seen quite a plethora of strategies as well. Betsy was all about defense, fatiguing the opponent out, making them swing until their last. Jarl, very mid-range, trying to gain an edge here and there with things like Felling of the Crown. Valda, all aggro against Dorinthea. I mean, maybe that's just the way the cards lined up. And then Lyath, in a similar vein, trying to go tall, but creating offensive overlaps rather than cheapening their cards.
That's right. Such a diversity of game plans from the Guardian class here. It's very exciting to see that they all kind of have their own identity while still sitting within this genre of hero. We have a good bit of setup here with the villainous pose adding a +4 to this bully tactics. We're going to see we saw the triple intimidate come down as well. So this is going to be an 8. No real on hit here.
Literally none.
Literally
this is just a friendly 8 heading at Eiki Sugai. To pass. Yet another, defense reaction, but the one in hand was, of course, an Oath of Loyalty. So it's a whopping block of 6 on 8, only down to 20 now as Eiki Sugai. And tension in the air is laid bare into the arena. 2 suspense counters there. And Lewis, once again, sets up for another big turn now with cut a long story short, safely tucked in the arsenal.
Being able to simultaneously send a number like 8 damage at Eiki's face, in addition to setting up the tension in the air and the 1 might, is part of the reason Lyath can be so powerful. Just like we saw with Valda, where she could roll the seismics turn to turn to turn, Lewis is able to roll these mights and buff effects turn to turn to turn, while keeping Eiki purely on the defensive.
Decimator Great Axe, yet again, Rampart of the Ram's Head gestured for the combat chain. In the hand, still a concealed object, I want to say, on the far right. 2 steps ahead, overcrowded.
Lewis is kind of swimming in cards that he may not be able to use if he didn't have outlets like Rampart. And given that his life total is quite low, sitting here at 14, especially with all those Steel Blade chunks having chipped in, he really does have to be cognizant of getting as much value out of Rampart as he possibly can, given that his own cards are generally only going to block for 1.
Listen, he's, I think, about to block for the 4th time with Rampart. Technically, that's an entire Decimator Great Axe swing nullified.
That's true. That's true. He only has to give up an entire card to do it.
A-okay if you're Lewis Glenn. Bad Breath plus Overcrowded plus Rampart of the Ram's Head should equal a
2?
Clean. Well, so it goes back up to 2 because Lyath was activated. Then it is halved, though. So halved down to 1. How does the activation of Lyath work then?
You know what? I'm just going to wait to see the life.
No, they just get +1. So he waits for after the Decimator. Then he activates Lyath. It goes back up to 2, but then gets the +1 from the Might. Then Rampart will block it out cleanly for 4.
There you go. Worked it out.
I take back everything I've said about Lewis's math skills. That was freaking hard.
It's incredibly difficult to keep up with the amount of math that you have to be doing, and we have to be doing. And you have to remember that Lewis is sitting on the 5th round of gameplay at this point.
Oh my goodness, it's an authority of Ataya in hand. Live in a world with me, Mercy, where that was pitched on the fated turn cycle of 8 might tokens. My heart is bleeding even more.
Yes, things could have lined up a lot better for Lewis. I think at every turn, Eiki has had the answer generally, but Authority of Ataya could have been what Lewis needed to get this talk of big games through. But despite none of those 3 talk of big games connecting, essentially, we still only have a life difference of 6 right now.
Lewis has definitely stayed in this game. Authority of Ataya in the pitch zone, playing Juliet to Lewis's Romeo. Star-Crust lovers, fated never to be together when it matters most.
This Lion Claw Maul is coming in for 4, if I'm not mistaken, off the 2 mites, and then its own base power of 1+1.
Right, you are, Mercy. So on hit, there's going to be a boo in the crowd and a might token for Lewis Glenn. 14 plays 19 now. Lewis just needs to do that 19 more times this game, and we could be singing his praises still.
I saw Eiki blocked with a truce there. Truly on the full defensive build. I don't think there is any sort of switchboard plan here.
No way. There's yet another Oasis respite.
A sharpened steel coming out. Now, that targets just a weapon attack, I believe.
Even though it's a sword depicted, can convey that +3 to a Decimator Great Axe that would like it. And Eiki showing that last card in hand, daring Lewis to give it no respect when we know it is an Oasis respite.
This is a very potent 7. It is half of Lewis's life total. Lewis is not able to block very effectively beyond using Rampart or possibly, I don't know. Looks like he's...
Lewis says, look at the number of cards in my deck. I can't.
How many? 25. 25. So
25 cards. 25 cards in Fang's deck.
Lewis reacted like he was hoping it would be less, like 7.
If I'm in Lewis's seat, I'm thinking, do I try to claw my way out of this game, or do
Listen,
I go take a
I would be
mental
doing
break?
exactly what Lewis is doing and hoping that a bunch of my opponent's cards just evaporated when I didn't notice.
Yes. It's like when you open the fridge hoping more food appeared, but you have to open the fridge of your opponent's deck and see it's still there.
Well, at least he's burned through the technical fridge of Eiki Sugai.
That's true. The armor has not been relevant here for quite a while. We also, Eiki has not had a chance to activate this Balance of Justice. Lewis has been able to spread out those...
In the palm of your hand?
Yes, in the palm of your hand in order to prevent drawing 2 at the same time. So far, that's going to prevent Eiki from getting that extra value off of Balance. We're going to see the Rampart block at least. And it looks like we have a judge call as well, folks.
I can't imagine it's another Decimator Great Axe call because that one has already been cleared up. What do you think the players are deliberating?
I'm not sure.
It's okay to not know.
Surely it's not about Rampart since it's already
certainly
been blocked
not.
with.
Let's pull it back then. Is Might right, Mercy?
Okay, well, do you believe in a world that is dominated by strength? Or do you believe in a world of kindness and looking after those
Only
who
if
are
you're
weak?
this tall. Then I believe in that world.
What do you think? Which world does Lieth believe in?
Definitely the latter. Short Kings rise up in the hands of Lewis. We've got it all cleared up. We'll hit back at the match and stop philosophizing. How about that? We're not quite sure what the judge call was about, but we do know that Lewis is providing a lot of cards on the defense here. And so their power is going to be reduced by half, down to 1, because technically their base power is 2. And then the activation of Lieth will get both of these cards on the combat chain back up to 2, because of course they are action cards. And I'm sorry, only one of them will be halved. That's how Decimator Great Axe works. It would be ridiculous if it was all cards defending this.
Which could have been the judge call, potentially.
Because I think that was still... No, it was the second time that Lewis blocked with a card.
But perhaps the first time with 2 cards.
Exactly. You're exactly right. So I think you're right about what the judge call was about. There's a booze in the hand of Lewis Glenn. Something that we are restricted from, Mercy.
We're looking at a potential +6 here with the tension in the air plus the 2 mites. The question is, does Lewis have a potent effect to buff?
He still has, of course, the cut a long story short in the arsenal. But the nice thing about Lion Claw Maul is that you kind of have an onboard way to use all of the offensive resources that you've essentially generated. And there it goes. Lion Claw Maul now coming in. Should be for 4 plus the tension in the air. 8. Yes, there we go. Looking for an on-hit boo, but 2 sink belows, 1 from hand and 1 from arsenal. Will get in the way. No more boos for you, says Eiki Sugai. You're booed out.
We haven't really called attention yet either to, Lion Claw Maul is a very new addition to the deck, an expansion card in Omens, and it's been huge to Lyeth's game plan. We've seen that thing swung, 3-4 times so far, giving, as you said, an outlet for all of these buffs and a way for Lyeth to consistently push damage.
Whereas previously, the weapon of choice was Titan's Fist, which is so difficult to get that +1 power from for a deck that runs so many 0 costs, and it gets halved still by the Lyeth hero ability. So it was pretty rare for Titan's Fist to even be swinging for 3 in this deck.
Rare indeed, but Lion Claw Maul is here to save the day and be very thematic to Lyeth as well. I mentioned earlier, I love a matching hero and weapon. That's for certain.
One of the untapped potentials of it, too, is that it's both a hammer and an axe because of that cheeky sharp bit at the back. So if we get more specifically axe support to the Guardian class, like a little off the side, we could very well see some axe synergy in the Lyeth deck.
We could. On Eiki's side here, though, we're seeing another Decimator for 7. These have got to be so annoying for Lewis, who just is not going to be able to block them well. And but on the other hand, when it comes in for 7, you get more value out of blocking, since, as we mentioned, Decimator only has the first card that's blocked with. So he's at least able to get a little bit more value out of this than he normally would.
Unfortunately, Lewis, unable to figure those resources out, activates Lyeth, but because it was a blue, Spew Obscenities in the pitch zone couldn't also activate Rampart, even though it was blocked with. So down to 11, Lewis goes. Might token generated, however, as Booze leaves the arena, goes to the graveyard at the start of the turn. 2 Might tokens have been activated on this turn, and wouldn't you know it, it's yet another Booze. Cue it up and drink it up, I guess, if you're Lewis Glenn. Minnoism played out. Battered, beaten, and broken, the final copy. Played out will intimidate Eiki Sugai on attack, but just 1 card. It's not bully tactics. Will get itself a hefty amount of power because it does. Lewis does control 3 or more auras if you include the Booze and the 2 Might tokens generated. So all the way up to 4 plus 3 is back to 7 plus 2 from the Might tokens, 9.
Wow, you should be a mathematician.
I can barely count. Definitely not envying Lewis's math hurdles that he has to overcome on this.
No, this is why I use dice.
Yeah, 100%.
Religiously.
Okay, my downfall.
The cult of the dice is strong in this booth. And the cult of Decimator Great Axe is the place that Eiki Sugai wants to live. 4 once again, Rampart of the Ram's Head jumps right in front, as it has so many times before. And with each swing of the axe, it's not just the life total being cleaved, but of course, the deck of Lewis Glenn, which is looking so very thin.
Okay.
Earlier we had the deck count from Eiki versus Lewis. We knew at that point it was going to be very difficult for Lewis to kind of get back in the game. I think Lewis knows this as well, but when you're on stream and when you're playing at a calling, you just got to give it your all. Just see how it goes. It gives you a really good feel for how you play your end games out as well and what you're left with in the deck. So it's a good opportunity to practice above all else.
Now, when we're going back and doing the math on like the missed amount of damage, which right now, mind you, is 22 because 8 wagered, 6 wagered, 8 wagered once again.
Yes.
Now, if Eiki in our perfect world, say, was 1 life lower or had like a yellow steel blade shun on that first turn instead of a red, you do have to factor in the fact that he would have his fridge still available to him. He'd have the Endel Spring Tunic. He'd likely have the full power of the Boots of Unity. So it's not a given that the rest of the game would have steamrolled into overwhelming odds for Lewis Glenn, but yeah, it's hard not to look back with hindsight.
For sure. And if those Takabe games had been able to roll into one another, I think that's how you could really lock a game up in a way that would be hard to interact with. But as you say, Eiki had a lot of counterplay left. There was certainly no guarantee from one of those Takabe games connecting, and then it would have required a little bit more of the momentum to keep Lewis going.
Lewis pushing forward the rampart of the ram's head. And this is, I believe, the third time we've seen the cards in the hand now, as he has been doing a ton of pitching.
We see the double Sigil of Solace and the Oasis pitch on Eiki's side just to swing the Great Axe.
If that doesn't hurt, I don't know what does, folks.
Not only is Eiki sitting at a comfortable 19, he's still got plenty of life left.
He's also sitting
well.
incredibly comfortably in his chair. I mean, every time he pushes that Great Axe forward, it almost looks like he's putting his head in his hands and smiling across the board.
You know, there is only 1.5 minutes left in this round. We have not been looking at the clock much, but, you know, this could go to time if one of the players does not concede, because I don't think there's any way this game is getting wrapped up in the next 1.5 minutes.
6 might tokens pop at the beginning of this turn cycle for Lewis Glenn. What is the consideration, though?
We have a double concealed object, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
3
There's
cards in
also
deck.
few obscenities. There's still a hefty amount of cards in the deck, but the power level of them are incredibly low compared to the way this game started.
Yes, we just have 3 in hand.
And here we go, the last gambit for Lewis Glenn. Cut a long story short, in conjunction with Crater Hoof. No, it's not quite to that requisite 13 power to get its on hit. +1 on concealed object. Also a boo from the crowd. The crowd does not like that. Oasis Respite joins Steelblade Shunt on the defense. It was only 10 power, and ultimately, the majority of it is covered up. 2 damage will leak through. No relevant on-hit. Sigil of Solace. The third copy, mind you, from Eiki Sugai, who has not been able to resolve a single one. But this is, of course, the one that was pitched in order to ruin the dreams of Lewis Glenn on that first big swing of Bully Tactics.
Yes, the essential Sigil of Solace. Now, we are out of time here now, but the players may have a time extension from the prior judge calls. I'm not sure.
Looks like the round timer was indeed paused for the stream. This is time in the round. And in this situation, Mercy, the judge comes over, calls time, and the affirmative player gets a turn. The defensive player gets a turn, and then if it is not wrapped up, it is a draw. This is the opportunity for both of these players to call for a concession. If both of them decide to continue play, then it's over. But Lewis Glenn taking the gentlemanly approach after, of course, doing his due diligence, making sure that there is no way he can close this game out. Nods his head in approval to his opponent, Eiki Sugai, shakes his head, and goes into another loss. But that means Fang shall rise. The Royal Draconic Warrior stands stalwart in the face of a big game attempting to be talked.
Probably not the Fang build you were expecting to see, but a very powerful one, as we've just seen, able to shut down Lyeth's immense, huge attacks just with the pure power of those Steelblade Shunts and other defensive tools in the deck.
No tree is too tall for a Lyeth that will try, but this one certainly proved a little bit too slippery, I think, for those mitts. Unfortunate for our reviled Guardian enjoyers, you are not going to see that, at least this one, go the distance for now, but at X and 2, I do hope that our gentlemen will continue trying. And that is not the only Lyeth that is still doing well here. There's only 2 at the beginning of our day. The other one remains in a good spot as well.
Yes, we're seeing our underdog heroes performing really well. It's really exciting.
I want to build it so bad, Mercy. I will be the terror of my armory.
What's stopping you?
I guess nothing, ultimately, other than being afraid of talking too big of a game. Definitely being bad at math.
Yes.
Okay, wow. What did I tell you? Japan delivers, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a rip-roaring good time, and there is more to be had, of course. But we got to talk about our latest set. Omens of the Third Age has made quite a splash in the competitive scene and also in your local armories. It's in stores now. Go and get yourself a box and enjoy beautiful Marvel printings of our latest heroes. This one looks a little bit familiar, but she's got new threads. Mercy, you've been messing around with the Legacy of Tempest?
A tiny bit. My focus has been elsewhere on some other heroes, but I am very excited to see how Aurora evolves. I love this Tempestuous Kiss. It is such an exciting card, and I really love all these quick strike effects that present the split damage that we've come to know and love from our Rune Blades.
So far, all we have seen is kind of a older shell of Aurora. So far, a lot of 0 for 4s, a lot of go again and the like. I cannot wait until we see a quick strike build. Give us what we really want to see, a new flavor of an old hero. And speaking of, Oscilio Forked Continuum is here to show us what Oscilio can do if he's juiced with an omega amount of power, it would seem, because, man, look at those abdominals.
I mean, he did fuse with Aurora's sword, so you have to expect a lot of power coming out of that.
Pretty epic indeed. So with the power of Starfall, Cosmic Suture, Astral Bridge, and brand new weapon, Volzar Meteor Storm, the Forked Continuum attempts to place his stamp on the metagame. So far, it is his older self that remains dominant. Ziggy Starlight, of course, we've talked about, our one of Lightning Illusionist hero in the game. Still kind of waiting for his day in the sun, but not if you ask Jonathan Magnuson and several others that have taken Ziggy to even wins during the National Festival season. No, it's not quite in the way that the Armory deck implies that we want Ziggy to be played, but Reality Refractor in a suite of Lightning cards like Fleeing Starbreeze is a fearsome prospect indeed.
It is scary to think that Ziggy already has the stuff to compete, in fact, the dust to compete in this very exciting metagame so far.
Corrosive space dust, might you be alluding to, Mercy? Dare I say? There's also a whole host of legendaries to get your hands on. Third Eye of the Sphinx, allowing you to pop a Ponder token in favor of a card right freaking now. Boots of Omnis Ward, we know, is making a huge splash, stepping on the flick knives of Arachne Marionette, trying to keep him down, and certainly doing a great job of it, at least if you believe the field at US Nationals. Plutonic Starplate, offering free resources to any Lightning hero that might be able to play Lightning cards on the opponent's turn. Gauntlet of Sword and Sorcery. This is a card I thought was going to really make waves. As of yet, it remains out of the feature match area. Fortitude of Anvilheim. All of our Guardian hosts would, I would think, love to sport it and steal a game away with it, but still hasn't made a big splash on the stage. Voltaris is our Lightning resource gem from Omens of the Third Age and does facilitate some favorable game-ending scenarios for the likes of all Arcane Oscilio.
Yes, a very potent fable here, providing the lightning flow that each of our 3 Omens heroes is tapped into.
And it's not just the lightning cards from Omens that you want to keep your eyes peeled for. No, it's called Omens of the Third Age for a reason, because doom is foretold by the 7 rune chants that represent deadly sins. And also, of course, Balgor, Omen of the End, foretelling exactly kind of what we're going to see in Usurp the Shadow Throne. I have no idea how Balgor is going to be utilized, whether he's actually going to be a draftable hero or just something that you can get your hands on and have as a collector piece, maybe use in Ultimate Pit Fight, but I am so excited to find out, Mercy.
I'm so incredibly excited as well. It is so cool to see this continuing narrative leading directly from Omens into Usurp the Shadow Throne.
Really incredible stuff, and I do hope that we get multiple set arcs in the future, and this isn't the only one of. Well, we're going to continue telling our story and also alluding to the story of Usurp the Shadow Throne, but we're going to be doing it with more flesh and blood. Vincent coming at you in just a minute. Okay.
baby dances with the devil. I wanna know what's on his mind. Shaky hands so sentimental. I sugarcoat between my lies. Inside a small cloud asking why. I'm afraid we're out of time. I want the lightning and the thunder. I want the sun in both my eyes. He made a promise to the vultures. He took a hit and said goodbye. Fate was never on our side. I'm afraid we're out of time. Oh, baby, read between us. There's no time for eternity. I can't look back on yesterday. It burns in me. I need a little moment of humanity. We're in this foolish game full of uncertainty. There's no time for eternity. I wanna live inside your mansion. I wanna break apart the tension. In this game we play a dangerous hand. Our names are written in the sand. Tracing echoes in the dead of night. I'm afraid we're out of time. Oh, baby, read between the lines. There's no time for eternity. I can't look back on yesterday. It burns in me. I need a little moment of humanity. We're in this foolish game full of uncertainty. There's no time for eternity. Eternity.
The action is heating up just like the spicy Japanese curry I just consumed on break. But I'm not upset about it because, boy, is it tasty, even if it gives me a little bit of flame gut.
Yeah, maybe too much information for our viewers, Bryce.
Oh, sorry.
But it is delicious. I can't confirm.
Well, Bryce Platt's back here with, of course, Mercy Bickle. And even though the curry is spicy, the games are definitely spicier here at Calling Shinjuku. And boy, howdy, are we so excited to have brought you some excellent games. That last round, Lyeth Goldman attempting to talk a big game, shunted in a steel blade fashion, mind you.
We had 3 super exciting moments where talk a big game almost connected for enormous value and just barely didn't, unfortunately, but it made a good show regardless.
Indeed so, and a good show is what we continue to bring you. But we check in with our standings before we get back down to the feature match area. Of course, checking in with all of our illustrious competitors. We have Lee Ming Han on Kassai of the Golden Sands, and our first winner of the day on stream, Masay Toda, a defensive slanted Betsy, still remains undaunted at X and O. Finally taking their first loss is our Teklovasan at X and 1. Shomi Yamamura still up there, X and O. CYK Lionel all of a sudden you start recognizing just about every name up there at the top.
Yes, we also have Evan Tanguy with Gravy Bones, the only Gravy in the top 10 here. And we do notice, right, we're down to 10 undefeateds. To make day 2 of this calling, you do have to go X and 2 or make top 64. So lots of people still in the running here to make day 2.
Now, I was so excited about our undefeated Betsy. I didn't realize there are 2 Mercy. Down in the 10th seed as well is Kohei Takano. Apparently, there's some skin in the game, and Betsy is here to grab it.
It's amazing what one log can do, isn't it, Bryce?
And now here we go, proceeding on with our X and 1, still very much live for top 8 and also day 2 contention. I'm recognizing a lot of these names as well. Ryosuke Urase, Nova Chan from Team Blue Pitch on Jarl, mind you, a very different thing than we have come to expect from Mr. Chan. And we proceed on with more X and 1s. Tatsuya Okanishi remains unlosing, except for, of course, the game we saw on stream. And wouldn't you know, there's an Aussie in the mix, Sam Sutherland on his namesake hero, Dash.io. I have no idea what that guy's going to do when that LL happens.
Oh, no.
And then we also have Fang Sota Amisu, perhaps on a different kind of build than Decimator Great Axe, perhaps one that actually makes full use of Oath of Loyalty.
I mean, the last one made full use of it too, Bryce.
Okay.
As we've learned.
Talk to the hand, because the head doesn't. I'm just kidding. I love to hear you talk. And we're going to do more of it, because we've got a Vincent game locked and loaded. She's going to be taking on Arachne Marionette, the previous bad boy of the metagame, in the hands of Blue Pitch's own Law Wen, who is still at X and 1, looking for his first huge victory right here at Calling Shinjuku. Masaru Yoshizawa is going to stand in the way, though, and this is one of those matchups that we have seen time and time again on stream, but nevertheless never disappoints.
No, it's a very interesting matchup. Marionette, despite being a very aggressive deck traditionally, can possibly put Vincent to the test with fatigue. Vincent is a very fatigable hero, given that she has to banish 1 card from her hand every turn. That loses a lot of raw power over the course of a game. So of course we have to see if Arachne is going to take more of an aggressive stance, or if Vincent's going to come out of the gate swinging.
Now, if Arachne Marionette does put their foot on the brakes, Vincent always has the opportunity of just setting up for multiple turn cycles, banking about 3 or so rune gate attacks, and just exploding with tons of damage and also on pain effects. She doesn't typically offer on hits, minus something like Shadow Puppetry. It's more about dealing damage to yourself and to your opponent in 1 turn cycle. Arachne Marionette can, however, put up the disruptive on hits, but honestly, in my experience, it's only if Vincent gives them the space to do so.
Yes, it is on the Vincent player to be able to set up and push past the blocks and the what Arachne can do to fatigue her.
Okay, we get on down to the match to see how it's proceeding, because of course, as the Vincent player has chosen to go first, I think that is the first major win in this game. Boots of Omnis Ward, of course, occupy the foot slot rather than Spellbound Creepers. Just goes to show you exactly how important it is against a Marionette opponent. There's a Banish of Deathly Wail in the red. That's also a fantastic start. If only, unfortunately, there's not. If only there was a copy of Malefic Incantation too, I would say things are coming up Masaru.
We do have an Envelop in Darkness, which can be a great way to start off with more rune chance here, but there's just not a lot of resources in the hand, and so we're just going to see Masaru move to Arsenal. Does not want to spend the rune chant that's been created, of course, wants to save it for a more potent rune gate on the next turn.
Something that we typically see from these Vincents. No, the big offensive turns are not usually going to come on turn 0. The value in choosing to go first is that initial setup. And now Law Wen comes crashing in with a Hunter's Clave. And what Masaru chooses to do at the beginning of this turn is going to be very telling. I see a hand that can operate from Masaru Yoshizawa, and so he takes 1, immediately marked on this first turn of Law Wen's game. Oh, I'm sorry, hasn't made that call yet.
Yes, we have We do have some resource cards. We also have that Envelop in Darkness from last turn. Also, just noticing, Vincent is running Grimoire of Felling Song, which allows creating 1 rune chant on demand at instant speed in exchange for 1 resource. Not an offhand that we've seen a ton so far. It is a new card from Compendium of Wraith. It poses a very powerful ability to turn on a rune gate at the right time.
Of course, because Vincent is often hampered by the number of rune chants she can generate. That determines her offensive output. But now, all of a sudden, it's not just Vexing Quillhand as the only bailout in the equipment suite. Now, Grimoire of Felling Sun can really round out a turn, as we have seen from the likes of June Lextudis, who, by the way, is in the room at calling Shinjuku. So far, though, the tournament has not been kind to her. So it is a different champion of Vincent, Masaru Yoshizawa, who's trying to get it done for the Shadow.
Masaru has to be thinking here about the Omnis Ward, opting to use it immediately. The reason you really have to think about this is that the threat of having Omnis Ward throughout the game is usually worth more versus, using it immediately on the first turn of the game, because then Law Wen knows what tools are available.
But there's the punish. If you commit a little bit too early, the Graphene Calycera can still be generated by Orb Weaver Spinneret. Law Wen holding all of his cards until the perfect moment to deploy them. And this is one of the drawbacks of using Boots of Omnis Ward a little bit too early. It could still bode well for Masaru, but for my money, I'm also thinking about the opportunity of using it on, say, when a turn where you're already marked and an opponent is going for a Savor Bloodshed connection.
Yes, a little bit of a blowout there for Masaru. Masaru also drowning a little bit in these Deathly Whales. 1 already in Banish, 2 more in the hand, considering throwing down some blocks here.
Graphene Calycera, 4/4. Rounded out very perfectly by the blue in the pitch. Now the hand of Law Wen does have at least 1 attack reaction. There's also a Leave No Witnesses.
We might have double Blue Shred here, unless...
I think it's only 2 cards. I think it was Blue Shred and Leave No Witnesses. Sigil of Suffering gets in front of Graphene Calycera. 1 arcane damage is on the stack. Masaru leaning forward, daring Law Wen to go for the arcane barrier. Masaru looks incredibly comfortable in his chair. Must have played this matchup over and over again. You have to be prepared for it, I would imagine, if you're going to a calling nowadays. 1 damage will leak through because Law Wen throws that blue shred into the pitch. Masaru now down to 38.
I have to say both players look quite cool, calm, and collected here. Both very comfortable sitting at this point. Of course, this is the penultimate round of the day. Each of them does have to win at least one of the next 2 rounds in order to make day 2. So there is quite a bit on the line here. You can secure your spot in day 2 at this point in the day. Masaru is going to banish another Deathly Whale from hand. One of the problems Vincent can run into is getting clogged up on Banish. And those Banish cards also have a line of text called Blood Debt. Blood Debt is going to cost Masaru 1 life for every turn that that card remains in Banish. So he would really like to play those cards out as proactively as possible in order to prevent leaking a lot of damage over the course of a game.
It is Envelop in Darkness, I believe. So the tapped hero does not necessarily mean that Vincent was paid into, because of course Vincent was tapped to Boots of Omnis Ward on Law Wen's side of the board. So yes, okay, Masaru has just updated the life total down to 37. We know that that first rune chant was unpreventable, and more importantly, that Masaru has taken damage on this turn. We talked about on-pain effects, which are oftentimes reciprocal on these Vincent cards. So Deathly Whale will generate a rune chant token when the combat chain closes equal to the number of heroes who have lost life this turn. Now all of a sudden, it is 2 heroes that have lost life this turn.
Yes, you're effectively exchanging 1 life for 1 rune chant, a proposition that Vincent is often extremely happy to take, given that you need the rune chants to keep your train rolling. Deathly Whale in particular is a 3-cost rune gate, meaning you need 3 rune chants out in order to rune gate that out from Banish.
which is exactly what Masaru used to unlock and also establish yet another red Deathly Wail into the banished zone, and it is an activation of Grimoire of Fellingsong. Masaru just wants to keep the hurt coming. What was our... Oh, I see. No, he's just activating. I was about to question what was our go again enabler, because I thought he was going to try to deploy it there. No, indeed, there were no action points left remaining.
Just using the floating resource left over on that turn in order to get that third rune chant.
Well,
right.
perhaps thinking about the possibility of drawing up one of those all-important 4-cost rune gate attacks, of which he's been rewarded in droves. The issue, of course, with Deep Recesses of Existence is that what you really want to be doing with that card is unlocking more cards to be playable out of your own graveyard. It is a reciprocal on-pain effect, so you do need to pair it with a Shadow non-attack to unlock its full potential.
On Law Wen's side, though, we talked about how Marionette would need a little bit of space to send damage. Well, the space has been granted. We are seeing a pain in the backside come in. This could present another marking effect for Masaru, which, you know, we talked about fatigue as a possibility, but Marionette absolutely can send a lot of damage, can send the disruption. We're seeing it now with the Leave No Witnesses. Masaru does not have an arsenal at the moment, so the on-hit effect is not quite as relevant, but it does take one card out of Vincent's deck on hit as well.
One of the other intricacies at play here is La Wen, whenever he banishes cards, either from the hand or the deck of Masaru Yoshizawa, has an opportunity to just provide more fuel to Vincent.
Yes. Yes, that is a very delicate balance in this matchup. The fact that you are fueling Vincent's banish, but also at the same time trying to bury her in her own blood debt and run away with the game by just having Vincent take leaky damage turn after turn.
It's a leaky faucet and a fasting carcass found for Masaru Yoshizawa. That is the Shadow non-attack that could very well unlock this turn.
Yes, Fasting Carcass is going to give Go Again to the next red action card played, meaning it is a Go Again enabler, and it is also a Shadow non-attack that allows that Vincent life paying, that enables the reciprocal pain effects that we've been talking about.
But after drawing up the Fasting Carcass, Masaru, unfortunately, is forced to banish a Malefic Incantation in the red off the top of the deck, one of those setup and keep going pieces for Vincent. And now the banish, likely to be this third red Deathly Wail in the hand. Masaru has the opportunity to instead send Widespread Annihilation. Problem, of course, is that if he wants to be able to play out both the red Deathly Wail in the banish and Widespread Annihilation, he would have to get Vexing Quillhand in the mix. And that would leave him already at turn 2 in this game without any more Rune Chant bailouts.
I have to imagine Vincent is going to be slowing down quite a bit after this turn because, as you've mentioned, she is running out of those tools she needs to keep her Rune Gate train rolling. She's going to start taking a little bit more blood debt damage, and unless she can find those important pieces like the Malefic Incantations, she's going to be running really low in Rune Chants, and given that we've already seen one Malefic go to Banish, it's looking a little bit tight for Masaru right now. Still plenty of game left, but might be giving Law Wen lots of space to do lots of damage.
34 plays 34. The tension is already in the air, much like it was in our last feature match. Fasting Carcass now played out Shadow non-attack, a go-again enabler, but most importantly for Masaru, will allow him to get the reciprocal on-pain effects of both Deathly Wail and Widespread Annihilation. The issue, of course, is that La Wen knows that this is face-up. So the likelihood of Masaru actually getting any meaningful hand disruption going here is pretty much null and void. He's probably just going to buy the hand of La Wen, which is not bad, especially when there's a Savor Bloodshed in there.
It's not bad at all. There is the Savor Bloodshed. There is also the Leave No Witnesses, some very potent cards. We're seeing this 6 Go Again Deathly Wail. The 4 Rune Chants are... Help me out here, Bryce. They're not on top of this attack?
They should be.
They should be.
They should be. Otherwise, the attack wouldn't have been playable.
Right, because
even.
what I'm wondering is, what does Masaru really follow this up with?
So he will, when he closes the combat chain, because he's done the reciprocal on pain,
Yes,
it'll
there will
leave
be
behind 2. Then Vex and Quillhand can jump in, get the requisite 4 for the widespread annihilation. But it is a lot very early. Usually you want to use those pieces when you absolutely need them.
It's a lot, but it might be required here. But instead,
Restraint.
goes for flail. Yes, keeping restraint, keeping the rune chance for a future turn. Flail is going to potentially fuel more rune chance. That's why this is a very disciplined move to take, because you know you need the rune chance to keep rolling.
And now I don't think I saw it, but I think the tell for Law Wen, at least, was probably that Masaru did not pay to the Vincent hero ability when he played the Shadow non-attack, which usually will mean that the follow-up is Flail, thereby giving the reciprocal on pain effect, even if it comes a little bit later, because they persist throughout the turn.
Very, very good point. The Savor Bloodshed, though, is going to be, a little bit of a punish here, potentially, with the up 6 on it as well. This is a +8 on the Chelicera. There is currently not a mark on Masaru, but there could be one with this Flick Knives on board.
Could very well. But of course, going down to 0 claves so early, especially after already playing one of your retrieve effects, is a play not without implication for Law Wen.
It does have implication, though you have to wonder, in the marionette seat, how many opportunities are they getting to really send a lot of damage, right? Because Law Wen is often put into this extremely defensive position, it may be okay to give up your second dagger here, given that you have some other retrieval tools in your toolkit. Up 6 and run is one of them.
Prey Spotters now cashed in for a free mark. This Graphene Calycera for 10 just got a lot bigger, up to 14. Now, all of a sudden, that on-hit draw effect is relevant. Also, this Graphene Calycera will gain Go Again because of the Arachne Marionette passive hero text when it connects. And connect it certainly does. Being used as a cudgel much more than a butter knife for Law Wen. The card drawn is missed by this caster. But that's okay. Living in oblivion with Masaru, sometimes the place we need to be is a pass into the arsenal with that mystery card.
That's an enormous amount of damage that Law Wen has just sent Vincent's way. Vincent's now sitting at 18 to Law Wen's 30. So even though Law Wen is able to be very defensive, this is what we mean by, if Vincent gives the space, Marionette, classic Marionette can send these extremely potent 0-for-4s, these Savor Bloodsheds that just absolutely turn the game into more of an aggressive angle from Arachne.
But Masaru might very well have the hand to slow this game down. It can't be overstated how big of a loss it is for Vincent not to have access to Spellbound Creepers, especially with 3 energy counters on the Fiendal Spring Tunic. So maybe Vincent players abound will start to think of Boots of Omnis Ward as a bit of an over-tech piece, especially when the opponents can do something like Law Wen, just play out Norbweaver Spinneret on that turn 0. Malefic Incantation comes down, so it's 3 verse counters and 3 rune chant counters. 18 plays 30, and it's time for Vex and Quillhand to get in the mix. 2 more are added to the stack, up to a total of 5, which probably means that Widespread Annihilation, yes, is going to be the start of this turn. 5 rune chants, and then 6 physical damage. If any of it is taken by Law Wen, he will have to banish a card from hand when the combat chain closes.
I have to wonder on the Vincent side, yes, as you mentioned, that choice of Omnis Ward over Spellbound Creepers. If you have Spellbound Creepers, you can cheat out action points much more consistently. You can get the Go Again. Right now, we don't have any Go Again or threat of Go Again on this, so it makes the math on Law Wen's side a lot simpler.
Now, we do have an opportunity to play out the hand for Vincent, though. One of the things that makes it potentially a little tricky is the blue in the hand of Law Wen, which does mean that he could, if he sniffs out what Masaru is cooking, still convert the entirety of the hand, but with so many 2 blocks, he's definitely not incentivized to throw all these cards in on defense, which could make the Succumb to Temptation in the hand of Masaru Yoshizawa backbreaking.
Although it is important to point out that Succumb, relies on having a hand. So Law Wen can potentially play around some of these disruptive effects by, as you mentioned, throwing the hand down as well.
Now, Succumb to Temptation will also be one of those things that buys out the action point.
Yes.
Ooh, and there it is. 5 resources devoted to the rune chance. All of a sudden, Succumb to Temptation cannot be played at instant speed, so no action point going to be generated for Masaru Yoshizawa. Also cannot play it out in order to strip the hand. Well, and you wouldn't do it anyway because Law Wen has already emptied the hand. Oh, and it's a quick tell. It's shown.
Yeah, I do ban it. Yeah.
Oh, instead of the Funeral Moon that was probably wanting to be played. Oh, so now for the next turn cycle, even though Law Wen is a player of a caliber to probably sniff out that is exactly what Masaru was cooking.
Yes, it was very
Is
heads
now
up
known
of Law
information.
Wen. Could have used one of those pitched reds to block an additional 2 on the attack. Chose to spend it for 1 value instead, precisely to prevent Masaru from going even wider and leaking more damage through. So as you're mentioning, Law Wen already had it on the mind, but now confirmed.
It's going to be an immediate back over to Masaru Yoshizawa, who has got to put it together again. There's a card that might make it happen. That is Cole. There's yet another Funeral Moon. One of those cards likely destined for the Banished Zone. We have no attack, but there's already one in the Banished Zone. Eloquent Eulogy is there to put this turn together.
We have the Call. We have the Funeral Moon. These are both very important pieces for Masaru. The Succumb, also a very potent piece, obviously, but Law Wen knows about it, which means its efficacy is slightly decreased now. The Shadow Puppetry also, the Envelop in Darkness is the 4th card there, is that correct?
Yes.
That could potentially be, simply a rune chant and a +3 on the Eloquent Eulogy, potentially coming in for 7. That might be a decent way to spend the cards. There's quite a lot of ways to puzzle this together, I think, which is what Masaru is working through.
And now he's got to consider, well, what if Law lets some of this rune chant through, which technically Masaru can force to happen with Envelop in Darkness, thereby making Succumb to Temptation playable at instant speed. I mean, this hand completely converts. Thanks to the Fiendal Spring Tunic being on 3 energy counters, it doesn't even have to pay for that Envelop in Darkness.
Yes, and then Eloquent Eulogy as well is going to provide an important source of go again for Masaru in the future, since that Eloquence token can be broken to give something go again, essentially regain an action point.
And the way you usually want to pair it is in multiple instances of Funeral Moon and Cull, because of course you can respond to the trigger of Eloquence and generate extra action points if you're able to play more non-attacks without go again at instant speed. That's a lot of words. Trust me, if it becomes relevant, we'll explain it a little bit better. Envelop in Darkness is played out now, though. 1 damage taken, down to 16 for Mr. Yoshizawa. And so this this Eloquent Eulogy now comes in for a whopping 7 and 3 rune chants, one of which is, of course, unpreventable.
Very convenient Tunic this turn. It would have been difficult to give up a card here. We have 2 incredibly powerful disruptive tools in the hand of Vincent. Although I do have to be wondering, even with this disruption, I am stopping Marionette from hitting me, but how am I going to be chipping through this life total effectively, right? You have to keep Law Wen on the back foot without being able to threaten Vincent's life total at the same time that you're presenting an insurmountable amount of damage.
Now, this is the first time that Law has drawn up a hand with no blue, so at least Masaru will be forcing through very inefficient blocks for Mr. Wen.
Quite a lot of damage being presented here simply to prevent that Succumb.
And then the follow-up, now that Prey Spotters has been blocked with and used, can be the Flail of Agony, which will at least be a rune chant token to carry into the next turn, even if Succumb to Temptation doesn't rip a card out of Law Wen's hand, which it likely won't.
We see just a block 3 here, and then the Fate Foreseen coming in for the clean 7. That's also part of why La Wen is incentivized here to pitch those 2 reds to AB, because they're not getting more value on the blocking physical side of things.
Combat chain closed, Eloquence token generated, and there is Funeral Moon. Now, could be responded to with that Cull in hand in order to generate extra action points, but I don't think Masaru really needs them because he, of course, can pitch those 2 cards for the Deathly Whale in the arsenal. I do like the way that this turn cycle has worked out. I completely forgot that that was the chosen arsenal card so many turn cycles ago. So now Masaru has set himself up very nicely for the next turn.
Yes, and you do have to get that out of Arsenal at some point. It cannot simply sit there. But yes, this is part of the discipline of playing Vincent. You can't always do the flashy things that are disruptive. You have to do the things that give you rune chance and let you keep going. Otherwise, you draw up a hand and you realize you can't play any cards.
There is, I believe, yet another Shadow non-attack in the hand. First, we got to banish that yellow Deathly Whale. Yes, first copy of Shadow Puppetry, and yet another copy of Succumb to Temptation. Will La Wen be able to sniff this one out like he did before? And this is often what I see from Arachne Marionettes in the face of Vincent. A very defensive posture. You're just waiting for that Vincent to stumble, but the number of cards she's had injected into her pool doesn't make that a foregone conclusion.
We also see the Sigil of Suffering in Masaru's hand, which I actually worry will become stuck here if Masaru arsenals it, because La Wen might be at a point of just throwing down the hand, especially with the life totals as low as they are, 15 to 15.
And now Shadow Puppetry needs extra consideration on this Deathly Whale. Deathly Whale, fantastic for so many reasons. That's why the deck runs 9 of them. It's because, yes, we can see it do what it has for Masaru on these last few turn cycles, which is set up for future turns. But when you're already low on rune chance, all of a sudden you play out a Shadow Puppetry, and when you know that the combat chain is going to close and you're going to end up with a total of 3 or maybe even 4 in this case with that Malefic Incantation, any Rune Gate card off the top of the deck into the Banish Zone is playable after Shadow Puppetry hits.
There's so many things that Vincent can do that opponents don't always see coming, right? There's so many ways to extend the hand that I've personally fallen victim to, just not realizing were even possible plays in the past. And we are going to see, La Wen is really debating how to handle this. He's got the Codex of Frailty in the hand as well. I don't recall what's in the arsenal, but gotta be wondering, how do I get back in this game? Taking a lot of damage here.
Wow. Card could be banished off the top of the deck. Doesn't look like Masaru liked it. Oh, he must have. It was a call. Huge for what La Wen is trying to do, which is hold back some offensive pressure.
And of course, it can be played as an instant since a hero has lost life this turn. Going to definitely pressure La Wen to give up more cards from the hand. I'm wondering if it's going to be lights out for La Wen.
It was a big gamble to hold on to this hand, but you can't blame him. Of course, there's a blue, there's reds, and there's a Codex of Frailty. That could have been Law's way back into the game, but there it goes. The Cole, likely to banish a Succumb to Temptation out of the hand of Masaru Yoshizawa, and all of a sudden, I think that Sigil of Suffering is going to get some pretty significant value, Marcy.
I think so too. I think that Sigil of Suffering has come at the right moment, given that La Wen is taking this opportunity to strike back offensively.
But life totals when you're against a marionette can vanish in the blink of an eye. It's up 6 and run. Tarantula Toxin in the arsenal. This is a very potent turn from La Wen.
Yes, we can see. We can have a dagger swung, the T-Toxin on top. We can send the Hunter's Clave as well if we'd like, but we may choose to save the resources for potentially a Command and Conquer off of the Codex at the end here.
I don't think he has one in the
graveyard
yet.
I was thinking we haven't actually seen one.
He does have a Leave No Witnesses, though, which is a very clean way to read a book on this turn.
Right,
like
so we're
this
going to
play,
see the attempted mark here first, so that we can have that marionette text be on it and giving the +1 and the go again to the Chelicera.
Now, Masaru doesn't have a super clean way to deal with this. That Sigil of Suffering, while it generates 5 points of value, only blocks 4 if Law doesn't utilize the Arcane Barrier on Stalker's steps. This Hunter's Glaive will require 2 cards, but Masaru's got to be wondering, is there a Dagger Pump?
Even worse, it only blocks 3 if Lawen chooses to AB, which I have to imagine that you're very tempted to, although the resource curve is very tight, but there is the Tunic resource available as well.
Lots of options for both of these players. Coming into the tail end of day 1 at Calling Shinjuku. We're in round 6, only 1 more to go. Both of these players fighting for, yes, day 2 contention, but more importantly, the opportunity to stay in the race for top 8.
We're gonna see Tunic block come out on the hunt.
No.
This is
No.
Ooh.
Masaru may have forgotten about the piercing text on Hunter's Clave, so that Vandal Spring Tunic essentially has been given up for nothing.
And then we are going to see the AB on the Sigil of Suffering, so it should be 3 taken from Masaru here, down to 11, but only 2 was taken.
Both players seem to gesture in agreement on 2. Just a little bit of funky math in the later stages of this day.
I am not known for my math skills, I'll tell you.
2 go again on Graphene Calycera to follow. Gets the +1 from the opponent being marked. Masaru says, I will not give you extra value on your Tarantula Toxin, which sends Lawen right into the tank. He's got to play it out if he wants to use the Codex. He needs a clear arsenal to get maximum value from his Codex. But he's just not going to be threatening lethal on this turn. Up to 5 goes Graphene Calycera when the Tarantula Toxin is laid bare. 5 damage comes across the line. Down to 7 goes Masaru. The follow-up now, Codex of Frailty, which will force the discard from Vincent.
Codex could not have come at a better time for Lawen. Very understandable why Lawen chose to go this low in order to send back this enormous turn and hopefully stop Vincent in her tracks. Some humming from the players.
Which player is singing? I can't actually tell. Oh, awesome. Apparently it's Masaru. Sonorous and also stalwart in the face of flinging Hunter's Claves and Graphene Calycera from the man from Hong Kong.
Masaru has quite a few choices here from Codex. You know, you could grab one of your more expensive rune gates and just, you know, kind of play it paying for it, not rune gating it, obviously. But you could also opt to go for something like Eloquent Eulogy, which is a little bit easier to pay for. Seems like he's thumbing a Deathly Wail.
I think that was the Eloquent Eulogy that he grabbed. Am I wrong?
Well, we'll see in a moment.
It is an Eloquent Eulogy.
Okay, there you go.
But it's put back into the graveyard. Masaru's got to have a think here. And he's probably also kicking himself one more time for blocking with that Vandal Spring Tunic, which makes Eloquent Eulogy incredibly easy to play. But sometimes you just got to go ahead and file that one under the heading Oopsie Daisy and move on.
Oopsie Daisy. Goldfish. It is late in the day. It is round 6 for the players. Mistakes tend to start happening a little bit later in the day as well.
It is impossible to overstate how difficult it is to perform at the highest pedigree of Flesh and Blood excellence for 2 days straight across so many rounds, ultimately 15 if you want to find yourself in the finals.
I think some of the difficulty Masaru is dealing with here is also, you know, just planning out the turn. He's got the Widespread Destruction. He's got the Beseech the Demigod. Beseech the Demigod obviously needs a target in Banish Zone to give +3 to. That Widespread Destruction could be the Banish choice, and we have the 3 rune chance to rune gate it out. But we also have to give up a card here, and we have to think about how do we keep going, right? That's that Malefic being thumbed in the hand. So Masaru having to give up a card here and throw something in the arsenal that could potentially clog him up. It creates an interesting proposition.
Now, the sticking point here is that Masaru only has 1 3-block in the hand. He knows that Lawwyn's choice of attack is Infect. He likely knows he really doesn't want Infect to hit, unless, of course, he had been able to draw up a Deadwood Dirge, in which case he would say, bring it on. Now, that relegates him to playing out the card in Arsenal on this next turn cycle, rather than banishing an attack from hand and rune gating it out, as Vincent likes to do. Of course,
good point there with the 3-block. That's going to be very important on this Infect.
Of course, could go ahead and just block with 2 cards, 2 non-attacks, and then send Widespread Destruction. The reciprocal on pain effect would not be online because there would be no shadow non-attack to pair with it. He says no blocks. It's an activation of Flick Knives. Hunter's Clave comes flying across the table. So it's going to be 6 plus 3 down to 3. And then, of course, Bloodrot Pox. Excuse me, there's also a +1 from Arachne Marionette. This is 4. All of a sudden, Bloodrot Pox has been established, and Masaru descended down to the requisite life total for it to be the game ender.
You've got to be especially kicking yourself about that missed Tunic block earlier, which could have presented an easier path to blocking on this turn and preventing some of the Bloodrot Pox damage. Although, as we've seen, Marionette always could have flicked, which presented a difficult decision for Masaru, who likely could never have easily blocked that out without giving up all tempo.
And then all of a sudden, Masaru has to be very considerate. Does he have to close out the game right here? I mean,
he either has to close it out or he has to pitch 3 resources.
And looks
to
like
the
he will.
Pox.
Looks like he very well might. There's a red and a yellow in the hand. Can pay to that Bloodrot Pox token, but he's not happy about it. That is for dang sure.
And this widespread destruction will target Lawwyn's arsenal off of that ponder from the previous turn. So this is a pretty potent swing back, this 4 and 6.
And ultimately, Masaru is going to lose the 2 cards in hand that he could have blocked with on that Infect. So ultimately, it's 3 value ultimately lost. 4 value, kind of, if you factor in the Lawwyn flick, although I don't know if Lawwyn goes for it when he sees the blocking cards.
Right. No, it is definitely a worse proposition for Masaru. As we've mentioned, incredibly difficult to pilot at this level of play this late in the day. Mistakes like this happen. All you can really do is be like a goldfish.
That's right.
Or maybe don't be like a goldfish. Remember it, learn from it, right? But shake it off and move on
forget
to your
it.
next
Do it
victory.
again next round. Commit to the bit.
On Lawwyn's side, we see him contemplating the 2 cards to block with. We've got an Under the Trap Door, a Cut from the Same Cloth, which is a 2-block, the Savor Bloodshed.
And there we go. Full block out on this widespread destruction. Luckily for Masaru, there are no Blood Debt cards in the Banished Stone. So he has bought tempo back when his opponent is at 5. The issue, of course, is when you don't have the space to activate Vincent when you really need to pay that 1 life when you play a shadow non-attack action card. Oh, the Deadwood Dirge, it's there. 1 turn late. Why, God?
We are also starting this turn, right, with 0 rune chance already in play. But as you mentioned, we do have the Deadwood Dirge. Might give Masaru a little bit of space, although we don't have any... do we have any rune?
There's a widespread ruin on the left side.
There is a widespread ruin, which is a 4 cost. Is that correct?
2 costs.
2 costs. 2 costs. So we are definitely going to be able to pay for that if we would like to, and then banish off the top of the deck.
So now Masaru could also hold back that Malefic Incantation in order to play out the Shadow Puppetry, give Widespread Ruin go again, and then also deploy the Eloquent Eulogy placed there by Lawwyn's Codex of Frailty. I think it's pretty much the only play line you have. There's just no space anymore. He's got to go.
Yes, and you really want to be able to... I'm thinking about this extra card that could get banished off the top of the deck. Although it's, let's see, we have 1 from Shadow Puppetry. If on hit you may banish, we may see that coming in as well. But we have to be careful about getting blood debt in our banished zone.
I think Masaru is only going to banish something if it's like
exactly.
a funeral
if
moon
it's
or
playable,
a coal.
Yes.
Now, there's going to be no extra rune chant generation on this turn. That could be the deciding factor on the shadow puppetry banish or no. A huge boon to La Wen. He has found himself a blue in this hand, so can at least block as efficiently as possible. Saru says, take my graveyard. I don't want it anymore. Take a gander through it. I think La Wen is definitely eyeing up Succumb to Temptations, Coles.
All these disruptive pieces that thus far La Wen has managed to avoid. Worried about it. Coming in now for the punish. Of course, La Wen sitting at 5 life has to give cards here.
Oh, yeah. Law's win condition, I think, in this spot is block with everything in the hand and hope that Masaru doesn't draw up anything useful on the next turn cycle, because it's just not a given.
It's very possible we could also see Masaru getting into blood debt that he can't get out of.
Bill always comes at the end, and we are careening towards the end of this game.
We're saying
Take four, says Lawwen? Hold on. Yeah, take a minute. Let's think about it. Let's think about it, Law.
The interesting thing about going to 1, okay, we're going to go to 2. Because the thing is, if we go to 1,
right,
Vincent can possibly use that hero ability to make a single rune chant unpreventable with her extra one life point buffer, and then say lights out for Lawwen.
Never.
Shadow puppetry on hit. The response from Masaru, I can't. Likely a rune gate attack, I think, is what that tells me. Eloquent Eulogy, the follow-up. An opponent has certainly taken damage.
We are going to get that Eloquence token once the combat chain closes. That may give Masaru the fuel to go wide again next turn and really close out the game.
Okay, Masaru has one more opportunity to cross his T's, dot his I's, and find a win. But he needs to draw rune chant generation. There's a Cole, there's a Fasting Carcass, there's a Mauvrian Skies. Is there no attack?
Oh.
There's no attack.
Oh.
This is the fail state. So, wait, that means the top card of the deck was Cole. Masaru could have banished it. I think that's why he's slapping himself in the face and played it out. No, he wouldn't have gotten any value by banishing a card from Lawwen's hand, but at least he would have gone one card deeper in order to find something relevant.
So difficult to know what you're going to get.
Oh, this game has had a lot of twists and turns, and look at Law. He's sitting in his chair praying to the Shadow Gods, whoever he needs to make sure that his opponent doesn't have a potent offense, and his prayers have been answered. Masaru, for his part, taking it in stride. It's a Mauvrian Skies played out, but we still have this. Oh, sorry, this is the banish for the Vincent hero ability. One rune chant left in its place.
We
It's
have
just
the
not
banish. There's just really not much else to do with this turn. Unfortunately, we have this Fasting Carcass, which doesn't really do anything.
So maybe what Masaru is considering, play out Fasting Carcass, pay the 1 life so that Cole is playable at instant speed, and then draw up the last copy of Sigil of Suffering and steal the game when Law doesn't have resources to pay.
Maybe.
But he's going to have Fiendal Spring Tunic online next turn. That's not even viable. That is a Hail Mary anyway.
You can't even really flail in this spot either. I
No.
mean, Lawwen has given up the Flick Knives, which gives Masaru slightly more room to play with this last life point that he can give up, but he's got to choose very wisely, and he does go for the flail here.
Which is telling Lawwen for at least 1 card. Because 1 could be pitched to the AB, and then Tunic can cover up the flail. It also makes Cole playable at instant speed.
Yes.
So Masaru knows he's getting at least 2 cards out of Law.
He's getting 2 cards. Cole is also going to require that Masaru banish. We know Masaru cannot banish the fasting carcass, correct? Because then it would be blood debt.
Yeah, you're right. He cannot play banish fasting carcass because it has blood debt on it and also cannot be cleared from the banish zone like a lot of the other cards that Vincent plays. So it's Death Touch, blocking the Flail of Agony. What was...
It was the Succumb.
What was pitched for the Rune Chant? Rune Chant must have been taken. Okay.
It was taken.
Yeah.
He is actually at 1.
We're just waiting for the life total update. Cole played out, Inertia Trap banished.
This one.
And so 1 plays 1 now. Eloquence token has, gone into the void. Vandal Spring Tunic up at 3. No Sigil of Suffering found for Masaru. No respite. A reminder, folks, this is 1 plays 1. Kiss of Death now out on the combat chain. 3 on hit. Not relevant here because on hit is death.
We have to be wondering, does Lawen have the Tarantula Toxin? Masaru saying, do you have it?
And it happened to be there in the arsenal. Stalker Steps popped as well. Lawin takes this one, which actually went away with the pop of the Stalker Steps. If there was that Sigil of Suffering, that still could have been Masaru's game.
Yes.
Because then AB would have been gone. But as it stands, Lawin remains undaunted in the face of a heck of a lot of purple circles. And yes, with some probably tired play from his opponent, does carry the day. Still X and 1 proceeding into the final round of Swiss, at least on day 1 at Calling Shinjuku.
Very exciting game. Very cool to see both players going down to the last dregs of their life total at the end there. We'd also like to introduce some of our early bird packages to you, Bryce. Let's, why don't we give them a look?
Okay, I don't know anything about them. Talk me through it, Mercy. Here we go.
We have our early bird weekends. So as usual, you get a free side event voucher when you buy your package during early bird weekends. Those are Seoul coming up July 17th through 19th. That is your early bird window to buy your Seoul package and get in on that world premiere for the Usurp the Shadow Throne set.
And all of a sudden, I'm drawing my eyes to Calling 100. If you didn't realize, folks, we make it a big deal when we hit certain calling thresholds. Calling 50 was a festival in its own right. Calling 100 will be no different, but we're going to find out that location a little bit later. So you're just going to have to wait with bated breath, but you're also going to want to be there because it is going to be an exciting weekend to behold. Take a gander at all of those dates and plan your online shopping cart, I guess I should say, for these early bird weekends, because you're going to want to generate some extra value. Get yourself a free bronze event voucher when you make a purchase at any of these early bird package weekends, including, of course, World Premiere Seoul, which is coming up September 11th to 13th, and the sale starts next weekend. So prime your wallets and get ready for some free value in the form of bronze vouchers at early bird weekends going on all year long for all of our World Tour stops. Mercy. Woo! We have really worked our casting chops today. We've had some long games, but there's only one more left to behold. Do you have any final wishes for day 1 of Calling Shinjuku?
I wish that both of the Betsy's come out completely undefeated.
Okay, well, we're going to see if we can grant these wishes and also the dreams of my co-caster when we come back with more Flesh and Blood after this. Oh my. once more unto the breach for me, Bryce Platts, with my partner in crime, Mercy Bickle, here at the day one coverage of Calling Shinjuku. Just one of the many amazing events going on at the World Tour stop in Shinjuku Con currently. And Mercy, let's see if your wish was granted. Of course, we do have to check our standings. How are our Betsy's faring?
Let's see.
I see one X and O. Kohei Takano unfortunately takes their first loss of the tournament, but still obviously remains live for for day two. No matter what happens in this last round, they will proceed to day two. The real question though is, are we gonna see skin in the game in top 8?
You know, I think we might. Masai Toda's been on quite the tear today, starting off our first round with a beautiful win. And now we have another Betsy in contention as well. The chances are very good.
3 Kassai as well at the top tables. Also an Ira Scarlet Revenger. This is exactly the way we thought it would be drawn up, but I did not expect Betsy with any iota of my being. We also have a smattering of Dash IOs, Hideyoki Sakuma and Esmond Hang, both still live. And Hideyoki Miyamura is still alive at the 11th seed with Fang, X, and 1. Really exciting stuff from the Warrior class and also our Guardians. I do want to talk about Draconic Ninjas, though, Mercy, because we've got one coming up in the next feature match. 2 Phais at X and 1, Yuto Mori and Lane Thomason, in addition to a whole smattering of Syndras.
Yes, I'm excited to see some of these Jarls still performing as well. And your favorite, Tech Leviathan, still live at X and 2 at the very top of the X and 2s.
And my goodness, it's a total of 3 Fangs at X and 1. Eiki Sugai, we know, is sporting somewhat of a different build of Fang, Decimator Great Axe. It remains to be seen what our other 2 Fangs are doing. Are they of the Cult of the Axe, or are they more of Obsidian Firevein kind of guys? But there's so much more, and now we see the spread get ever flatter. But this is all the X and 2s. Everyone that you see on your screen must win in this last round in order to be live for top 8. And that goes all the way down even to the 80th seed, who happens to be one Michael Fung, who has joined me at the desk from time to time.
Never heard of the guy.
I haven't heard of any of these, Michael. There are a lot of X and 2s still swimming around down there. It goes even further. Gaichi Yamada, down at the 100th seed, is no stranger to the feature match table, and we're going to see where our X and 2s stop. Well, look like they end to my pages, so I would guess it stops at 100 right there.
Even 100? Beautiful number.
We have whittled it down from 317 players in the room. A very substantial calling, by the way, in Japan.
Very substantial, past the original cap of 300 players as well.
Really exciting stuff. Everybody is clamoring over their friends, their grandmothers, in order to play this game. And who can blame them, because it is a heck of a lot of fun. So why don't we watch some players play it one last time, at least for today. We head on down to the feature match once again, where Gravy Bones is going to be taking on Phi. He's not a Drakai. He's not a Drakai, right? He's Rising
No.
Rebellion. What am I?
You know what?
I'm Drakai pilled.
You know, he's draconic, so...
Draconic guy. Pretty fly for a Phi guy. And on the other side of the board is Evan Tangi. Not Tan guy. I wish I could have rhymed that. But he is X and O, trying to do exactly what Colin Erickson has done before him, and honestly made look rather easy. Easier than a lot of people would have thought. Generally speaking, Draconic ninjas in general, are awfully good into board state-centric decks, like Illusionists. And honestly, Necromancers, at least in their current iteration, look a lot like Illusionists, and honestly, probably even in a better situation for ninjas when they are just doing Left 4 Dead cosplay and killing zombies.
Yes, Phi is a Draconic Ninja. They are able to pretty effectively clear out Gravy Bones allies, but it is a harder matchup than it might appear at first glance. This is a very losable matchup for Phi. It is by no means incredibly favored. Gravy Bones sells a lot of disruptive tricks that can stop Phi from having big hands and being able to effectively actually hit Gravy Bones' face.
And now, Gravy Bones has a lot of champions of the past. Most notable, at least in this graphic, is Sherwei Wu, who won Pro Tour Singapore on the hero, more at his height. right? But we also had U.S. nationals taken down by Colin Erickson. There was another Gravy Bones victor in the mix in the National Festival. Fi, however, it's been a minute. All the way back since Worlds Barcelona 2023 in the hands of Alexandros Argyro, which was a wild finish because he wasn't even supposed to be in top 8. There was a picture-perfect disqualification in the last round of Swiss to get him there in the 8th seed, and he tore through the competition at that point.
He had that 8th seed buff. It was very exciting. We've also seen Fies recently showing up in top 8 of the US Nats and a smattering of other nationals as well. So Fi is definitely back, especially with some of the new tools that he's been given, like Art of Phoenix 4.
Now, will this one be able to do what the likes of Ashlyn Slattery and Matthew Gump were not? That is what we're going to find out in the final round here at Calling Shinjuku. Day 1 coverage. You're going to want to stay active in chat, folks, because we are going to be pulling a giveaway for that cold foil hot stamped drinking buddy. The only way to get it right now is through a giveaway stream at LSS. So stay active and we will announce it live when we have concluded this game. Evan Tanguy is on the play. Avasci played out. Portside Exchange played out. Just filtering the hand, it would seem, in order to get something better. No ally able to be established, but a gold token on the board, which is very nice when Balance of Justice is the choice of head slot.
Yes, Balance of Justice presents quite a lot of value into Fi, who can play this new toy, right? The new Art of War, Art of Phoenix War, which allows drawing 2 cards at a time. That is going to turn on the balance. We're also going to see Fi come out of the gate swinging here, a much more Phoenix Flame centric hero than he perhaps used to be as well.
Yeah, it wasn't uncommon for there just to be one in the list, right? When we didn't have so much graveyard interaction, but more importantly, when we didn't have tools like Art of the Phoenix War and Fire That Burns Within, which require you to discard Phoenix Flames in order to get their maximum value. Phoenix Flame the First has been attacked with after being buffed up by Rise from the Ashes. Evan Tanguy is taking all of this beating, including the Searing Emberblade that came after, now down to 34. A second Phoenix Flame has already been found for Lane Thomason, who follows up the Searing Emberblade with 2 go again, holding on to a Rise from the Ashes, likely just going to park it in the arsenal. And I am noticing, Mercy, what is this choice of chess piece? Vest of the First Fist. A very interesting include.
Yes, on hit, you can destroy Vest of the First Fist to gain 2 resources. Quite a smart piece to include because it's going to buy you likely an Emberblade, an Emberblade swing at some point in the game.
Which could mean, of course, paired with a Dragon Scalar Flight Path, a double swing at a very convenient time when it is needed. Evan Tanguy, in the midst of his turn, discards a Swabby to pay for a Portside Exchange, replaces the card in hand, and also leaves a gold token behind. And now it's finally time for Compass of the Sunken Depths. Saltwater Swell found on top, and it is the first Gravy Boat. Conqueror of the High Seas gets played out in conjunction with a Cheating Scoundrel. This is a fearsome amount of output for Evan Tanguy, and this is exactly one of those success states for Gravy Bones. Ultimately, yeah, sure, he might have a bad matchup right here, but he can still just do Gravy Bones things and win the game.
This is exactly why this is not an easy matchup for Fi. Fi really likes going wide. Fi can play off of small hands quite efficiently, but he really prefer to send an enormous amount of damage at once. And so that is hampered by things like Conqueror of the High Seas, which takes the Arsenal card and reduces into a 4-card hand. And when he has to send his damage into allies.
And that yellow Rise from the Ashes, that pricks up my eyebrows, does go into the graveyard. It's 2 gold tokens generated for Evan Tanguy. 1, of course, for the destruction of the arsenal with the Gravy Boat. And then the second coming from Cheating Scoundrel, the wager that was stapled onto that card. And now it's just so much damage. Evan able to establish Swabby, swing Swabby, and this Nihilistic Carpenter crashes in for a whopping 7.
So we're already seeing Lane Thomason down at 29. Fi does not have, you don't want to be blocking too much as Fi. You do have a good amount of 3 blocks, but you don't have so much that you're ready to throw down. And the more you block, the less likely you are to be able to clear the allies and hit Gravy's face. Lane opting to just take the damage, not really any reason to stop that vanilla damage at this point in the game, you say, hey, no blocks. I am a Draconic Ninja. I would like to hit your face and clear the Swabby on the next turn. And Lane has quite a functional turn, has the starter, has the Blaze Headlong, also has an Ignite and a Blue. So a very clean curving hand that is able to swing Ember Blade and send the Phoenix Flame, of course.
Now, Evan Tanguy, a stalwart competitor in our game, has won a calling like this before. The calling Taipei was his to claim. Battle-hardened Kuala Lumpur. Also placed 7th at the French National Championship last year. Bottom line, he's done some winning in his day, which is exactly why he seems so comfortable in this seat. Has also been on Gravy Bones for quite some time. Very at home with the decomposing Lord of the Watery Depths. Gravy Bones is this Frenchman.
We see the one float used to pay for the Phoenix Flame. When you have an extra resource around, you tend to do this just so you don't show extra information for no reason, right? You're not going to use that resource on anything else, most likely. Lane has quite a large turn here. Also, we should take note of the headpiece of choice here, Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. Some have argued that Fi would be better off in this matchup with a Mask of Momentum, which would allow Fi to regain some of the value lost from hitting allies. However, Mask of the Pouncing Lynx is a standard part of the package that is incredibly powerful because it can pull out something like a Lava Burst at the right time to just send so much damage into Gravy's face that he cannot recover quickly.
Now, you might be wondering why Gold-Baited Hook got in the mix for Evan Tanguy on that Blaze Headlong. I think Evan was just protecting for the possibility that Lane was hoping for that Blaze Headlong to hit, thereby allowing him to crack the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. Now, Evan got Lane off of Arsenal, so the chances were low, but Evan, I think, is thinking about a reasonable clapback here, and he's just got to keep that life total hemorrhaging on Lane's side of the board. Needs to get his aggro opponent blocking to stay alive as soon as humanly possible. And man, the good allies seem to have found their way to the top of the saltwater swell in this game. Sawbones now deployed. 2 copies now, one in the arena, one in the graveyard. This one crashing in for 6 on hit, create a gold token.
This is a real proposition for Fi to possibly try to starve Gravy of gold a little bit. Gravy already has 2 gold, so I think it's likely our Fi is going to say, I'd really much rather keep my hand unless it's just simply non-functional. In this case, we do have a Lava Burst and Blaze Headlong, and then
Inflame the Firebrand.
Inflame the Firebrand and an Overcrowded. So, you know, it is functional, but Lane is considering blocking this, I think, like we said, to starve the Gravy of some of that gold.
And if I'm not mistaken, this Gold-Baited Hook was not risk-free. There has been no gold generated on this turn. As far as I'm aware, it's only been utilized. So there was a Jittery Bones, discarding the Sawbones, thereby giving it go again. There was an activation of Gravy. That's how the second Sawbones got into the yard. No gold generation yet. So Evan perhaps making a tempo play, and that is also one of the reasons he may have blocked with it on the previous turn cycle, knowing that he was going to risk it all right now.
That's true. He is offering up the hook to Lane if Lane wants to take it.
And take it he will. Goodbye, Gold-Baited Hook for Mr. Tanguy. 2 cards committed, but that might be exactly the space that Evan thinks that he needs. There's no telling, or there's no question that Sawbones is going to be going back to the Watery Depths on this turn cycle. It's just how is Lane going to do it? Ignite out of the arsenal.
2 at you.
2 go again at Gravy Bones.
Makes sense. If you target Sawbones here, Sawbones can be activated in response, leaving Sawbones at effectively 1 health, requiring another swing of an attack into Sawbones. Very inefficient. So you want to send face here and kill the Sawbones with something else.
But Evan leaves no amount of value on the table. He activates Sawbones in response, only takes 1 because he knows the chances of Lane being able to send another 2 power attack at Sawbones is not likely. So he's going to force his opponent to leave some more damage on the table, unless, of course, he just activates Fi, gets the Phoenix Flame, and then triggers Tiger Stripe Shuko.
Exactly. Tiger Stripe Shuko is going to efficiently clean up the Sawbones so that the Emberblade can simply be sent at face.
And at face is where it lands. Connects fully. Eventangi now down to 24.
Yep.
It's an activation of Phi now.
Sawbones.
Phoenix Flame will connect with Sawbones, burn him into the face-down section of the graveyard. Now, Blaze Headlong is left in the hand, but Lane is thinking about it for the arsenal, perhaps thinking, I have one more opportunity for a big turn, especially if Evan connects with some powerful cards. But is the gravy boat there? That's my question.
That has to be what Lane is thinking about right now, given that if that Conqueror of the High Seas appears, Lane is really going to regret arsenaling the card, not just taking the value, but setting up those really big hands is key to squeezing value out of that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx.
Now, did Lane guess right? Evan was definitely posturing like there was going to be a gravy boat. There it is, Conqueror of the High Seas. Lane rewarded very much so for playing that Blaze Headlong and not saving it for later. Murderous Rabble comes out of the hand of Eventangi, only coming in for one because there's a sink below on the top of the deck. This is Bizarro Ravenous Rabble for all of you at home.
Eventangi's going to have to wait to play this Conqueror, if I'm not mistaken, because there just isn't there aren't the blues to support it right now. But that's fine. We can just stick in an arsenal and send Sawbones this turn, or develop Sawbones this turn. We're very happy to do that. And on top of that, we can use the Dead Threads activation, if I'm not mistaken, to send Sawbones as well.
And there it is. 6 on the combat chain again at Lane Thomason's consideration. Now, Lane has a somewhat silver bullet blue in the hand. It's Warmonger's Diplomacy. And so Evan is going to be rewarded for parking the Conqueror of the High Seas in the arsenal because it will still give him a potent play even if that card is played out on the side of Lane Thomason. But first, it's an activation of Phi at the end of Evan's turn in order to go ahead and buy back a Phoenix Flame. This is not a once per turn cycle effect because it doesn't require Phi to be tapped. It is once per turn.
Yes, this is smart. You're buying the Phoenix Flame on your opponent's turn so that you can rebuy it again on your own turn, because we do have the Spreading Flames in hand from Lane. That means we're going to see quite a lot of damage coming through off the back of this +1 per chain link. Given that the attack value of the attack coming in is fewer than the amount of chain links currently on the chain.
Also, chain. Back on the chain, gang, is us here in the booth. Now, Lane Thomason also has a Fire that burns within. Probably exactly why he wanted that Phoenix Flame back in the hand, but no, he's proving me wrong. It's going to be 2 go again first from this Phoenix Flame because he always has the opportunity to buy one back later in the turn with the Phi hero ability. Balance of Justice blocked with here on Phoenix Flame. Eventangi hoping perhaps to get some value off of that hat. Phoenix Flame now out of the graveyard, back in as quickly as it came. 4 Fire that burns within. A card will be drawn here. It's 6 go again. 1 from Spreading Flames, 2 from the discard of the Phoenix Flame.
It's so potent that Fire that burns within has the base value of 2 because it works so well with Spreading Flames. Often you were losing a lot of value from simply having too high of base power on your attacks.
And also, of course, the +1 from Tiger Stripe Shuko, which is exactly what brings us from 5 to 6. Sink below, even though it didn't help the Murderous Rabble, is getting in the way. Quick Dodge Flexors joins the fray as well with a cheeky activation of Dead Threads. Activatable, of course, because that Phoenix Flame destroyed the Sawbones that was on board. Ronin Renegade, the follow-up. 4 go again, and now Evan has to wonder, will Lane pop the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx? Do I dare let this hit?
Evan is walking a fine line here. The problem with committing too many blocks is that Tenacity is also a card that can be searched up, and which is going to get more power per the amount of cards that are being blocked with. So it's kind of a lose-lose or a win-win if you think about it, if you can find the right line to walk, because Fi generally wants to be getting at least 6 or 7 value out of that Mask of the Pouncing
And there we go.
Links.
It's Vest of the First Fist and Mask of the Pouncing Links for Lane's consideration. I don't think he's locked himself into it yet. If he were to go for Vest, that, of course, would likely be sunk into the Searing Emberblade. Mask of the Pouncing Links, it's anybody's guess. Could very well be Assault the Wound. It could be a Tenacity, which would currently be at 5 value. Could also just be a Lava Burst. Good old-fashioned. And he goes for it.
Given
Both
that
the chest
Lava
piece and the head.
Burst, the Lava Burst is also affected by the Spreading Flames, so it would come in for 6 at this
Would be
point
6.
because the Tiger Stripe Shuko value has already been gotten. 6 is fine. It is probably the minimum of what you want. It's totally fine if you're having a turn that you're going really wide and pushing lots of damage. Salt the Wound would only be for +2 right now, possibly +3 if that Emberblade hits. So it's really not a good search target. We are going to see the Lava Burst get chosen here.
And your helmet getting 6 value is still just not bad. And it's exactly why Fi is known for combat chains that don't fit on the mat, because Lane is edging ever closer to off-screen for us.
Right. Off of these 2 equipment pieces, we're seeing an additional 9 damage, 10 damage, because that Emberblade is also buffed by Spreading Flames presented on this turn that Evan may not have been expecting.
Down to 13 goes Evan. I don't believe the +1 on Emberblade was calculated. This game comes down to 1. Could be something that a thorn in the side of Lane Thomason. And speaking of, Evan Tanguy resolves Call to the Grave, fetches up Fiddler's Green, one of the classic Gravy Bones tricks ever since his crashing onto the scene in High Seas. Back up to 16 goes Evan Tanguy. There's also a potent offense. Sawbones established, Sawbones swung, another 6.
So notice how at this point in the game, even though we've seen Fi be extremely aggressive almost the entire game, somehow Fi is still sitting at the lower life total
This
here.
is what I was talking about.
Yes, Gravy can present an enormous amount of offensive power and just use those allies to just soak up damage. So Fi is actually sitting at half of Evan's life total here, and Evan's sitting on another Conqueror of the High Seas. So Fi, with lacking the Mask of the Pouncing Links, lacking the Vest of the First Fist, has to pull out some sort of strong offense here in order to pull this game back.
Now, is that a blue lava vein foil? Yeah, that is not exactly where you want to be when it comes to Fi. Now, we do have Art of the Phoenix War, the first copy that Lane has been able to find, despite the fact that Evan has already got all 3 copies of his Conqueror of the High Seas and a lot of really useful allies at the beginning of this game.
That's right. We do have the blue. We had the Rise from the Ashes to pull back the Phoenix Flame, so we can immediately draw off this Art of the Phoenix War. But as you mentioned, this Balance of Justice is going to come in and regain Evan a little bit of equity there.
2 red cards, which is a feather in Lane Thomason's cap. Almost able to do the double Searing Emberblade cleanly with that Ignite, but unfortunately, resources aren't quite there to do it with what he's got in the pitch. Would, of course, need to, in conjunction with the Ignite, pay 1 on one of those Searing Emberblades, 2 on the next. Because Wild Dragon Scalar Flight Path allows you to swing an additional time with a weapon, if that's the card give and go again. You do have to pay the full price.
Do have to pay the price. We also have to worry about the Sawbones still on deck. We might be tempted to throw everything at face, given that we are a little bit behind, but that would likely be a mistake. That Sawbones needs to get cleaned up, or it's going to continue giving Evan lots of value.
Card drawn immediately for Evan Tanguy on Balance of Justice. It was an ally, I believe another copy of Swabby. It will not be a blocking card here, but can potentially be transformed into one with a quick activation of Gravy Bones. 5 damage accepted by Evan Tanguy, down to 11. Now, Gravy Bones known for being one of the most complicated decks to pilot. Evan making snap decisions this way and that. No consternation on his face. He has been in this place before.
On Phi's side, I also have to wonder if Lane is debating pulling back a Phoenix Flame and, hate to say it, possibly even pitching it just to get a little bit more value off of a second sword swing. Doesn't seem worth it, though.
3 go again now on one of maybe 2 Searing Ember Blades.
Yeah, and you definitely, you don't want to pitch the Phoenix Flame here because that Art of the Phoenix War is out, and that does not affect the Ember Blades. The Ember Blades are not getting buffed off of that, so you'd be losing even more value. So what we're likely going to see is simply the, what Lane is maybe debating is possibly keeping that starter around for next turn or just using it this turn with the extra value off of Art of Phoenix War. And I think you do have to do that. Lane's also thinking about, how do I get the Sawbones off the board? I would think that if you were going to clear it, you would have cleared it already with that Ember Blade or Ignite.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Lava Vein Loyalty would trigger Tiger Stripe Shuko and get up to the requisite 3 that you need to kill the Sawbones.
Yes, you could do that. So you can effectively hide some information in order to do that and make Evan debate activating, Sawbones to save life now or to try to stop Sawbones from being killed later potentially by the Phoenix Flame even.
Phoenix Flame brought to the hand. Is Lane Thomason perhaps thinking about leaving the Sawbones on the board? Could have dire consequences if Evan is able to hang on to enough juice to send both the Gravy Boat. 3 go again. For Evan's consideration, it's going at Gravy Bones. Cheating Scoundrel gets in the way, and now there is no clean way to remove the Sawbones unless Dragon Scalar Flight Path is activated.
I think Lane is angling to leave it on board.
He could also just send 2 at the Sawbones, force Evan to tap it down and say, that is good enough. Buy me 1 more turn without Sawbones attacking. But no, it will be Dragon Scalar Flight Path cashed in. Lava Vein Loyalty instead pitched.
Yes.
For Searing Emberblade. Chosen target is not yet decided. It's the final day of a lot of hard-fought flesh and blood, and Sawbones must pay the price. Down to the watery grave he goes, but only 1 card bought away from Evan Tanguy. He's got 2 Conquerors of the High Seas locked and loaded, aimed directly at his opponent's face. It wasn't Swabby that I spied in the hand. Instead, it was the Fearsome Chum, Friendly First Mate, Golden Tipple, also utilized here. Compass of the Sunken Depths, not even tapped yet. Evan Tanguy has got what he needs, and he finds the blue anyway.
This is going to be very tough for Phi to come back from at this point. I think even without an Arsenal card, Conquer of the High Seas is still just an enormous amount of damage with Phi sitting at 7.
Card drawn off of gold. Rigor Mortis going to go into the graveyard for this gravy activation. Finds yet another Rigor Mortis. It's Rigor Mortis in conjunction with one another. One is going to go straight into the graveyard. Dead Threads activation now, though. Here comes Conqueror of the High Seas. 8 whopping go again. High Tide turned on, but Lane doesn't have to worry about an arsenal. He has to worry about survival.
Survival is looking tough here with this hand. We have Spreading Flames, which blocks for 2 only, unfortunately, and the Tenacity is able to block 3, but it's just there's no really great way to block this. I mean, you're giving up tempo completely, and you're basically at the mercy of Evan bricking.
Especially when Evan is going to establish one of these allies and swing with it. Blocking to stay alive is the fail state for Phi Rising Rebellion. And that's exactly what Evan is forcing him to do with this play.
I was just a little bit short of damage on that last turn. We see Evan sitting here at 4. I have to be wondering, gosh, if I could have just squeaked out 2 more damage over the course of this game, I could have been sending lethal at Gravy's face, which would have forced another card out of hand and maybe stopped this whole Gravy train from rolling a little bit.
The follow-up, Rigor Mortis coming down from the crow's nest and swinging those lanky limbs at Lane Thomason. That is enough to buy the majority of the hand away. Searing Emberblade, the only action on Lane's turn, just to remove the Rigor Mortis and force Evan to go next, and he is happy to do so. I have Ophidia in the pitch zone for a golden tipple. He likes the 2 cards. The discard will be, yes, another chum-friendly first mate. The draw that he liked, I believe, was a Saltwater Swell. He is sending cardboard this way and that so fast. Practice hands with this Gravy Bones deck, handling these Marvel allies like their commons in Omens of the Third Age draft.
We also see Lane with a Phoenix Flame in the hand. Unfortunately, a Pearl that is not going to be able to help Fi stay alive this turn as Evan sends small attacks after small attacks, creating, you know, a DIY Kadachi lock here.
And Art of the Phoenix War, kind of cosplaying as old Art of War, being played defensively. It gets a laugh from both of these players. He does draw up some blocking cards. Lane Thomason will be forced to put 1 in front of a 1 power attack. Then it's Conqueror of the High Seas, and that is it. Evan tanking a long line of Gravy Bones players on stream, dismantling a perceived difficult matchup in a Draconic Ninja. Fi joins the salty crew, just like Ashwin Flattery and Matthew Gump before him.
I have lost that matchup myself on stream as Fi, so I definitely can commiserate with all the Fis before me who have also lost that matchup. It's not easy at all. Both players played incredibly in this final round of Swiss.
And you know, ultimately that is just the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes Gravy Bones just does Gravy Bones things, finds those early Conqueror of the High Seas, gets the fortuitous allies, and then there's very few decks in Flesh and Blood that can stand in his wake. Well, Mercy, we have come to the end of our coverage for the day, but there are still a couple of things, of course, to take care of. We do have to go to our final standings page before we move into coverage tomorrow, which will start with 3 7-0s, one of which is the undaunted Evan Tangy, X&O on Gravy Bones, despite what a lot of people say is a bad field for the shipwrecked looter. Evan Tangy says, ain't no way. I'm still sending gravy boats and unstoppable allies in my wake. Besides that, it's 2 copies of Kassai of the Golden Sand. One that we all probably expect to be doing well, Shomi Yamamura, still at the top of his game. Lee Ming Han as well at X&O, joining Shomi Yamamura on the Kassai train. Unfortunately, Masai Toda in the final round of Swiss today takes his first loss. There is no undefeated Betsy anymore. And Mercy, you don't get your wish. I'm sorry.
My dream is dead, unfortunately. But my dream of seeing Betsy in top 8 is not dead. I'll tell you that. Masai Toda is still very much alive. We see several Kassais doing well. Xiomeng Yip, who we saw earlier as well, still doing well. Alongside some Iris, Syndra's, Vincent's, Valdas, what have you. It's a very diverse field at this calling.
And you know, the Guardians that we have been following, Masai Toda, also Ryota Kitanaka on Valda, have been doing incredibly well ever since we've left their journey. I do want to check in, of course, on Tatsuya Okanishi. I am not seeing him in the X and 2s. Could his luck finally have run out? Unfortunately, that seems like it may have been the case. There he is, that X and 2, still alive for day 2, but definitely fighting very hard for top 8 contention. And here we are seeing a lot of Guardian players, a lot of Inset players, in addition to our highest performing Ziggy in the room, 59th seed Alex Jameson at XN2 from Australia, trying to put another laurel, another feather in the cap of Ziggy Starlight. Will they be able to do it, though? That's the real question. We've also got Gaichi Yamada holding strong on Marionette. There's another Gravy Bones. All right, X and 2. What else do you see here that excites you, Mercy?
I think it's very exciting that we have also Gordon Ko, a previous calling winner on Syndra, as our last X and 2, 67, gonna make it into tomorrow. So we should have 67 players in total on day 2.
Really exciting stuff. That is yet another 6-7 joke that I have to make. I apologize. I'm contractually obligated to hit at least one. 67 players for day 2. Really exciting stuff because it is going to be 5 more rounds of Swiss in day 2. And then, of course, our top 8 cut. 8 rounds of Flesh and Blood. Have you had enough yet, Mercy?
No.
All right. Awesome. Well,
What question is that?
we get to come back and do it again tomorrow. Oh, boy. We have got to do a giveaway. But there's some other business we got to take care of first, Mercy. So everybody stick around. We do have to talk about, of course, Usurp the Shadow Throne. There's a lot of goodies that we have been gifted by the staff at LSS. Teasers galore. The first one, of course, featured the walls of Solana being broken down by the cards that we saw in Dusk Till Dawn. Wallbreaker comes to mind because Blasmafet has completely taken over Levia. She has let the power consume her and now is crashing through the previously indomitable Solana. Chain has been doing his dirty work, but kind of in the shadows. He's in Arathael, taking on Balgor, Omen of the End, seemingly coming out on top, even though Balgor got a couple licks in too. The real prize for Chain, though, is his captor. Urser is there, ready to do battle with the battered and beaten Chain. Will he be able to usurp that Shadow Throne and claim the power of the darkness for his own? You'll have to witness the finale trailer live at Pro Tour Las Vegas for the keynote presentation. I'm going to be there. I know you're going to be there, Mercy. I am unbelievably excited to see how this saga ends.
I am too. And, that dream of Shadow Prism, it may simply be a pipe dream, but I'm excited to see what comes regardless.
I'm not going to lie. It would make me roll my eyes. But if it happens, I'm here for it. And I hope all of you Illusionist players are as well. Come on over to the Shadows. We got some good stuff going on over here. We get tidy with the Reviled folk, that seat of sinister folks that is featured, of course, on the Drinking Buddy promo card that we have to give away before we say night-night. So if you've been active in chat, go ahead and try to get a couple more messages in there. I don't know if it matters, but you might as well type them out. Once again, you get an extra bonus for saying that Bryce's hair looks amazing. You can throw one over to Mercy. That's worth an extra half point. But drum roll, please. And we have our winner is Limited Moon 97. Okay, sounds like you might have been born in 1997, which puts you on the cusp of a generation, but squarely in the driver's seat to get that cold foil hot stamped Drinking Buddy. Congratulations to you. That is it for us here at Calling Shinjuku. Mercy, last words?
Betsy.
And because Mercy said, Betsy, Flesh and Blood is out.